Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Nick Dacos. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shake that home. Stewart took him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart, and that could be a game changer. Rubbles to Southport. 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads at the SCG. Kerno grabs it cleanly with the left, and then swings around onto the right. Magnificent start. Back to Schultz, outside of the ball, curling for a goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. This could be the closer. It is a monster goal to close it all. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Welcome to AFL Nation. Great to have your company wherever you might be listening around the planet. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. And for elders looking for an agent you can rely on, trust the team at Elders Real Estate. We're at the MCG tonight for a game that just feels a little less than your normal Carlton Collingwood game for some strange reason. We're going to get into it. Hopefully there's a big crowd. I don't know whether we'll get the 80,000 plus that we normally get for a big Carlton Collingwood clash, but we're ready to roll. Friday night shout out for AFL Nation, for Liquorland, whatever the occasion. Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We've got the West Coast Eagles Premiership coach and 2-time Premiership player with North Melbourne, Adam Simpson, in the house, and the Bulldogs games record holder Brad Johnson. Welcome, guys.
Good evening, guys. Yeah, good to be here. Although I could be at the London Tavern right now.
That's it. Just spit it out. You were at the London Tavern?
What's that?
You were at the London Tavern? I was at the London Tavern, yeah. They got the zero alcoholic beverages, which I didn't see. No, look, it was despite the game, and obviously the crowd wasn't ideal, but to see so many past players, and Jono, you went through this a while ago, it was just a good reminder of the connection you do have. It's with the people.
North have always been the best at this. In all honesty, yourself and Colby, when I was sort of coming through, we'd reach out to Colby and say, "Hey, Colby, can you just help us a little bit? How you doing this?" Like, you guys were the best at organising functions that all the players would get to, that you'd lift the spirit, and you just had a fantastic bond.
Yeah, peer pressure it was called, and a good organiser. I was a good organiser, but I wasn't a good stayer. So footy trips were compulsory, and the older guys pay for the younger guys. And what you do is you get a deposit in March, $1,000, and then you get to mid-season, and people who want to pull the pin, they lose their deposit. So that guarantees it. And this is in the 90s, obviously, but it's definitely something I did when I got to West Coast. They were still reeling from the drugs and all that sort of stuff that happened in the mid-2000s, and it was character over talent and great people, but they just didn't connect enough off field. So we brought the footy trips, but they went to Darwin instead of Vegas.
Yep.
But I thought that really helped connect the playing group back to what we all done when we were playing in our playing days. The stories you have off the field are probably more connected than on field sometimes.
Last night was fantastic, though. You must have been proud as a past player and premiership player at the club, the way that the club put the whole night on, especially the pre-game, which we're all looking at, because I got to experience it out here at the MCG earlier in the year. Hawthorn did a fantastic job. North Melbourne third up, celebrating 100 years, and absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, I think the acknowledgement was special. I think the game and the venue and when, they've got to reflect on what we could have done there in terms of, would have been great to play Collingwood on a Friday night, and then move it to the MCG and do it earlier in the year. But parking that, just to see everyone there and everyone turned up as well. So the purpose of it all, as much as it was to celebrate it for our fans, but the connection within, it it sparked a good turnout today and a good turn. I think there was over 200 people in a room while the game was going last night as well.
Wow. So talk us through, I mean, who are you most chuffed to be talking to? Because there'd be some guys you haven't caught up with for 20 years, wouldn't there? There'd be some guys that you haven't seen for ages. I mean, you see Kingy all the time.
I see Kingy too much.
Yeah.
Actually, I left Kingy. He's not working tonight, is he?
I don't think so.
There was a bit of leading teams 360 feedback when I was leaving. Brent Harvey was giving it to Shannon Grant, so I'm not quite sure where that was heading. But to be honest, I've been away for 11 years, Dwayne. I've been a coach. So for the first time, I think for 11 years, I was a past player. And that's how I felt when I turned up today. And it reminded me of the main group I'm connected with is, strange enough, is more the 2000s boys as much as the 90s boys. So I sort of connect the two generations. So they're the two eras that got together today. So I was probably less one particular person, but it just reminded me of Koh Samui, 50 chairs on the beach in this big circle. We've all been on some sort of footy trip together, and we used to have at least 50 players all on the beach, and then the fine sessions and all those silly things that you do. So I was a 22-year-old this afternoon for a couple of hours. So just all the people. So
I honestly still can't believe you're sitting next to us.
I
feel like I should just say to you, mate, take the headphones off and we'll cover you tonight.
I'm really glad.
Off you go.
I'm really glad I left. I'm really glad I left, and it was fun. But I'm almost 50, Brad.
Well, we're the same age, Simo. We've been through a lot together.
You don't strike me as a last man standing type of guy either.
No, I'm not. I'm the same.
You do.
I'm the same as you.
So you would have been loose. So I'll just go to the loo and sneak out.
No. Always told I was leaving.
Oh, you always said I was leaving.
leaving.
Okay, that's okay.
I was declaring it. You strike me as hey, listen, where are you going? You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And the sort of drag them out of the cab. Already in the cab. The cab's already doing 10k down the road.
You know when it's a big night when you end up at the piano bar at the Crown. That's what happened last night for a lot of the boys. So
lovely. And
anyway,
take us on ground. What Dennis Pagan did last night was sensational. It really was.
I was worried.
He nailed it.
I spoke to him. I did this thing on 360 during the week about the game plan, and I rang him to get permission to show it and then see if he can find it. And then he goes, McCurch, he's just short to 50-50s. He's just killing us, And I'm going, mate, you're not going to say that before the game. And he said, well, they're daydreaming. No arm across the stoppages. And I go, mate, this is, it's Clarko's game plan. It's not, you're not going to reinvent the wheel pre-game. Anyway, so he was, he's still very, very sharp.
What he said, the way he nailed last week's performance to get that through to the group, but then what it did for the stadium, even the Bulldog supporters were sitting there going,
good reminder.
Wow, this is good. Like we all got the shivers down the spine, and we're removed. So it must have been special for you.
It was a good reminder. However, coaches back in the day, and anyone who's listening out there who coaches now, if your pre-game goes for too long, you'll lose the players. You've got probably 5 minutes, where he was a 15 to 20 minute job. And he would write on the whiteboard in small writing the whole game plan, the whole opposition, the KPIs, the team, everything. So we'd have showers after after his meeting. We'd jump in the shower. I recruited about 5 other players because he got tired by the end of it. So that last 20 seconds he did the other night, that was gold. You walk out, then I'd jump in the shower. Trying to spark up a little bit. So great motivator. You played in spite of him a lot. Prove him wrong. That just doesn't work these days because
occasionally.
Disappointed dad is the way I've described it, Dwayne, where he was an angry dad. And I think if you think about our fathers back, 20 years ago, the risk of getting a kick up the backside was always there. I don't think that's a risk anymore, and for the right reasons. But I'll prove you wrong, coach. I didn't do it a lot because you lose. I reckon when he went to Carlton, he tried the same thing, and it didn't probably bounce as well.
You can't get him back.
Well, you've got to build that relationship too, don't you? You can't walk in and just expect some of those things. So we used to try and one day he told me, I'd take my eyes off the ball because there was a photo in the paper of me in the pack with my eyes closed, and so I tried to knock myself out pretty much to prove to him that I don't take my eyes off the ball. So all motivated by different things, and we all had our coaches back in the day, and it was great to hear. Dennis.
So what's relevant now, do you reckon, thinking back, now that you've aligned the two? You've been a coach, you've been a premiership coach, so not just a coach, you've been a premiership coach, so you know what works. You've also lived it. What works still and might still work in 25 more years?
I think it all works. It's probably more about relationships now, and the classics fly in the way he operates. You can't imagine him taking you to areas you don't want to go to from a feedback point of view, or getting singled out in the group. That doesn't work anymore, Dwayne. It really doesn't. Embarrassing players, or they feel embarrassed, it just does not work anymore. So, but the motivation and trying to please your coach is still there. So how do you connect what you're trying to say to don't let me down, don't let me down? And it used to be,
I've trusted you, so you
I've got you, but it was always I've got your back.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to do things to sacrifice yourself a little bit to prove to them that you've got their back. So they have a poor performance, you go to bat for them. Someone like Kane Corns rips into Elliot Yeo, and I'll respond.
Yep.
And then Yeo will go, thanks for that. So the next time he's poor, I'll give him a look. And so it's that hasn't changed, has it?
No,
I feel
that
like that's
hasn't.
the same.
But I don't think that should change either. It's just doing it a different way than the way we were. So that's what makes you a premiership coach. That's what makes the longevity of coaches, isn't it? The fact that you've got to adapt to the varying degrees of evolution of the game and the years and the people.
So I had Clarko for 4 years, Daniel Laley for 5 or 6 or 7, and then I had Dennis. And all three coaches have given me something to work off when I got to West Coast. And empathy is probably the biggest piece that you need to have, I think, as in empathy. To know what a player's going through, and you don't have to have played the game to know what they're going through, but to understand what they're thinking while you're talking to them is really important to me. But it might be different for other coaches, but put yourself in their shoes is the first thing I do, and then you can work off that.
But what North did last night in that first quarter, all eyes were on the first quarter.
The first 5 minutes was horrific.
And it was 2 goals to 0. But then the next 15 was on, because they were able to then put great pressure on the Bulldogs. Their midfield ball was strong, and they got one-on-one opportunities forward to the ball.
Interesting North, weren't they? I mean, they beat the Doggies in the clearances, and the Doggies are number one, especially scoring from clearances, and then they beat them at contest. And I think that's all you can ask for, really, and they're in the hunt up until probably 10 minutes into the third.
Even with Zerha missing on the three-quarter time siren, brings it back to 17. It just...
You just never know.
And with Spirit going into three-quarter time, that's an opportunity missed in the game last night.
Well, it could have been anything, and ended up being probably what we all thought. And there's a few holes in the North list and the side last night, albeit they're missing a few players.
They had a lot of players out last night that are in their starting 23.
It's unfortunately this time of year, when you're a side at the bottom of the ladder and you get some injuries to key personnel, you can go from bad to real bad, and there's a little danger that's going to happen to some of these teams.
That's why all eyes are on Carlton tonight, because they've got 6 changes and most of them are young fellas coming in. So that's where it's similar to what we witnessed last night with the Kangaroos.
Well, it swirls too, doesn't it? Because now Vossi's under the spotlight and they're looking for a response, and you see who's coming in. So I saw the same thing with Port last week. Their inclusions last week against Port weren't blowing me away, and the same thing's happening tonight. So, you want... And the thing with Carlton too is they live off contest, so you can't say try harder. So there's going to be some questions asked tonight of Carlton, and hopefully they can respond on the outside as much as the inside.
One last one on last night. How much can the fighting spirit, that Shinmoto spirit at North Melbourne, which some have tried to sort of get rid of in a way, how much can that be reconfirmed to the players, do you think, and carried through as a historic thing for the future? Because I presume most of the players would like that to be carried forth.
I think there's parts, and Brad, you'd be the same, that you want to instill in the players and the cultural piece, and there's other parts. I'm sick of talking about 99. When are we going to create our own history? There'll be absolutely conversations like that, even already at West Coast. I'm sick of 18.
Should have heard the Bulldogs, the old timers going, I'm sick of 54.
Well, it's funny, because when I got to Geelong, it was the same 63. Geelong had a long drought when I got there. I got there in 89. They hadn't won a flag since 63.
No, but that's the way that it worked. In all honesty, at the Dogs, when we're going through prelims, you sit with the old timers and you do some PR stuff and whatever, and they're like, come on, fellas. About time.
The first couple of years after 18 or 99, it's like, no, let's enjoy this a little bit. Don't want to win a flag 2 years later. But when it's 20 years later, 25, 30, I think the cultural, spiritual piece is important at every club. But there's definitely a time where it's like, stop bringing in the past players to tell us stories about the 90s. And I'm hoping someone at North is saying, when are we going to create our own history? Because unless you have success, there's no history, really.
But it needs the toughness element to it, do you think, to be able to recreate it, or because it's the same club? Is that the basis?
I saw the same club last night, spiritually.
Which was a beautiful thing to take away from that one.
Yeah, and it's the people. But, it's the fact that, the supporters, there's not a lot of them, but the ones we have are important and they are valued. So I saw... Like, I've been at West Coast. If West Coast had a 100-year celebration, what do you reckon that would have looked like last night? It would have been functions all week. It would have been 50,000. It would have been 20 cars around the oval. So
MCG would have been big enough.
It would have been just a different club. So to appreciate the little things when you're there and what really matters, it's not necessarily that. So I think they know. They know the players and the staff, but, they're sick of talking about the 90s, that type of talk.
Yeah, because you're in the same boat, Jono. You've been a great carrier of the tradition and you're one of the icons of the Bulldogs, but there's also been this element of let's get rid of the downtrodden Bulldogs kind of tag. That was let's not play on that anymore. That's not us. Let's tell the world we're one of the big boys, not, hey, we're always kicking the teeth, we got nothing. So the element of that did make the Bulldogs, I suppose, great for a while, but something has to change as well for the future.
I think Simo's spot on. 2016 changed it.
Yeah.
And it changed the narrative because all of a sudden what the club was able to do off that premiership and the financial reward for winning that premiership, all of a sudden the future just opened up. In terms of where the club can be for the next 50 to probably not 100, let's say 50 years because of that.
Did Bevo before that? Was there a sense that he was cultivating something that was different? Because he's a scrapper. He's a bulldog.
Absolutely.
But was he like, it's time sort of vibe before the premiership? Was there sort of a sense of change then, or not really? And
being obviously close with Smitty and understanding the roles that they were all playing as coaches in that specific time, they built within that group significant belief, but it was all around, as you said before, it was about the collective. It was about everyone just having an unbelievable relationship that then, when it came to the on-field stuff, it became natural for them, and off-field was a natural as well. It wasn't manufacturing the dinner on a Thursday night or you looking after this teammate because he's, you did it because you wanted to do it in that period.
Actually, did love the football club. You love each other.
That's right.
There's a few clubs going through this, like Adelaide. It's been a while. You got Fremantle. That's been never. Gold Coast, GWS, Port Adelaide. It's been, and then you got teams who probably just aren't in contention, including Port. So there's probably 5 or 6 clubs now that are saying the same thing. Let's stop talking about the past players and start talking about the future.
So how do you get closeness now without locking a team in a London tavern today with 15 kegs?
I still think there's room for it. I do.
You still think there's room for a keg?
It's not illegal to have a beer together.
No, but some guys don't do it. So Harry Sheasel, I asked this question to on air about a month ago, and he said if there was a lock-in, he wouldn't have a beer.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think. No. Daniel Wells wasn't a drinker.
So you still, I played with Craig Bradley was another. So if there was a lock-in, he wouldn't have a beer. But Craig would not leave 1 second earlier than anybody else. He was there to the end.
But that's the ultimate respect from your teammates too, because you just know that this player here, you don't even put the pressure on. You just know that that's what they believe in.
I know, but he's sticking around. He wants to play pool. He wants to play darts. He wants to be part of the conversation, and he wants to go on every footy trip. That's the kind of parent.
It's funny we're talking about this because honestly, it was the one thing I brought to West Coast, and it was under the title Unity and the importance of how critical a connection off field is. And it doesn't have to be drinking or a binge drinking session, but it could be just we're going to go watch the footy at the London Tavern on a Saturday, or go to the races, or something that's just that guy. It could be a golf day. Who knows what it is? But there's definitely room for it still now. I don't care what you say. If I ever coach again, the footy trips will still be part of what we do, because you got to have some stories to tell.
It's beautiful stuff. I've enjoyed the pre-game just to hear, because you're a successful coach, Simo. It's nice to know what still works now. I don't know. I've never been inside. I haven't been inside a footy club for decades, so I don't know what works inside.
Be on my own, by the way. Hey? That's why I'm sitting here.
You did pull me up a few weeks ago. You will coach again, though.
One thing Simo has to do is...
You will coach again, won't you?
I don't know.
Well, no, if you had your choice. You don't know who's going to be, you don't know what year, but if all of a sudden the planets aligned and there was a club and there was an invite...
It's pretty hard, Dwayne. It's hard. It takes years off your life. And so it's what what are you doing it for?
Yeah.
Is it to win? Is it to grow people? Is it money? So you just got to keep an eye on yourself with all that stuff.
And it might be hard, but you've got to stop finishing on the negative. We had the positive, and then you went back to the...
Anyway, it's all good. It's all good. But the definite bonding of the club is very important.
Yep, I totally agree.
So a big night tonight, Blues and Collingwood. Great to have your company wherever you're listening to the coverage, and you can watch a little bit of this on the clips that we put up online as well after every game. So there might even be a bit of simo here about to be put up by our online team. It's game on for Hyundai with offers like the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Let's talk about tonight's teams just briefly. Collingwood, firstly, they do seem like they have that unity. Now they've also got depth, they've got class, they've got a game style that they've all bought into and almost know it like it's like a murmuration of a flock of birds. They all seem to know who's twisting which way, and they all twist with it.
Yeah, it's a good system, and you got to teach instinct, which sounds a bit weird, but you can teach instinct. You will learn it, and Dwayne, I'm sure you will learn it back in the day and that's what we did under Dennis. There's a distinct way to go about things, and then what's changed over the years is how you educate. So it's the vision, it's the walkthroughs, it's the rewarding, the knock-ons, it's the little things, and I think that's what Fly does. It's a bit different. Like, we used to show knock-ons on Monday, and sometimes nothing else, just the knock-ons, because I could get a possession, but I'm going to knock it onto you, and that's selfless as well as good for the team as well. So we would just acknowledge that. I reckon he's got 5 things like that he shows that have got nothing to do with kicking goals, and I reckon that's what grows and festers, and then they've got their 2-minute drills they do, and then they train contests as well. We saw DeGoey during the week who caught that knock. I'm not sure if that was necessary, but that's just what they do.
Talk more about this shortly with Adam Simpson and Brad Johnson. Also joining us a little bit later on, Aaron Hamill is going to have a chat to us from the Carlton camp. So we'll have a chat to Aaron Hamill a little bit later on. And we'll also head into the Carlton camp, not just with Aaron Hamill, but we're also going to have a chat to Hayden Skipworth. I think he's going to join us a little bit later on as well from Collingwood. Hey, we're talking to Bronte Neuenberg every week from Harness Racing Victoria. She's been giving Brad Johnson tip after tip after tip, and
I've been on fire.
He's been backing them.
Yes.
So you can head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis from all major Victorian meetings. And Bronte's on the line. Welcome to you, Bronte. Great to have you back.
Thanks, guys. Happy to be on again.
It's exciting to have you on again. What have you got for us to have a look at?
Well, tomorrow night at Melton, there's 2 main feature races, and that's race 1. And I'm sticking with the 6 here, Yam Buckian. So that's going to be my main tip of this week. So remember that one. Race 1 at number 6 tomorrow, Yam Buckian. He's got the good draw. He's one of the best paces in the state, and I think he'll just find the front and be hard to beat. But race 6 is the Aldebaran Park Trot, and there's a clash here between Jillaby Ballerini and Got Feelings, I'm also sticking with the 6 here, Got Feelings. He was absolutely fantastic in his first up run last week, and he's likely to improve. So if you can just remember the 6s here, you'll be able to find yourself a winner, I think. Race 1, number 6, and race 6, number 6.
Well, Brad Johnson was number 6, so he picked the right number. There's a bit going on in Queensland as well.
So, did you say I'm a Queenslander?
Yeah, there's a bit going on in Queensland as well.
I thought we were going to be talking. I thought, I'm happy. I'm ready to talk about some NRL tonight. Then I'm a Broncos girl. But yes, there is a lot going on tonight in Queensland with the Inter-Dominion kicking off with the Pacers and Trotters. There's 9 Victorians taking part. So one to watch there is RC Phoenix. There's also the $300,000 Rising Sun. So we can cheer on the Victorian there in Jack's Ultimate Fury. But yes, guys, I am a Queenslander, so I always get a bit worried you're going to ask me an AFL question, but I was always ready there to talk about the Queensland stuff.
No, I'm always worried you're going to ask me an NRL question, because I reckon you'd know more about AFL than I know about NRL. So we'll just have that quick quote pro, and we'll not ask each other either question on that. But I love going to you on Trots tips, and Jono's written down those 2 number 6s. So let's hope they fire up. Bronte, great to have you. Chat to you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a good week, and good luck to Carlton. I will say I'm sticking with them tonight.
All right, well, there's a long shot. Bronte Neuenberg from Harness Racing Victoria. So you can head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis. So, a couple of number 6s for Brad Johnson, the number 6. Plenty still to come here at the MCG. The crowd's building. Should be a massive night here. Collingwood, obviously, top of the pops right now. Top of the ladder, 13 wins, 2 losses, and a good couple of wins clear. Carlton, 11th, 6 wins, 9 losses. Theoretically, they can still finish in 8th spot. If you ask the mathematicians, they'll tell you that it's pretty unlikely. But what are we going to get out of Carlton for the rest of the season? That's the issue. Are we going to get a Carlton that fights their way to 9th, respectively, or just drops down to 12th or 13th? All that to come. Stick around, you with AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation. For Liquorland, whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with standout homes. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation. For Liquorland, whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders looking for an agent you can rely on. Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Big game coming tonight from the MCG with Collingwood and Carlton. Just a quick one on last night to leave that one. Can the Dogs win it?
You're looking at me, Dwayne. So, I still don't think so. I don't know. And maybe that's just... maybe I'm being a bit protective. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I am underselling it a little bit. I still think there's a lot of sort of growth in their game over the next 2 years to possibly win it and be a successful top 4 team in the competition. So that's one area I think as a club they need to break that barrier down to potentially work in that top 4 realm for a year or two.
Never done that though, has he?
No,
he's never really got to that level.
Yeah. He's got the group to be able to do it, and he's got growth in the group that will develop over the next couple of years.
Is it a better team than 16?
Well. I don't think so, because you sort of look at some of the youngsters that are having really strong years that I think will only get stronger in the years to come, which will help them become that side that we're talking about. So, you know, when you look at what Fraser's done this year, and even that is a player of perfect example, I think, who was unbelievable the week before. And as Bevo said, walked Broadway and then battled and had to really fight his way through the game last night. And that's what happens at the top level. So I think consistency in those type of performances will help the Bulldogs really propel in the next couple of years.
Seem to have a consistent top 5 that don't often let you down.
Yeah.
And then very rarely injured.
But it's got to go deeper than that to be
I was going to say his bottom 5 over the years, he's found a way, and you know more than me on this one, Brad, but he seems to get the best out of, he would turn a C grader into a B grader pretty quickly. And whether it's just throw him in the deep end or put the confidence in or play him at fullback, or there's players you go, where's this guy from? He's picked 45 and then suddenly he's kicking 4 goals, in a half. So I think he's got that ability to get the best out of players, and it doesn't happen all the time. And that, when you hit that sweet spot and suddenly your bottom 5 or 6 players can actually deliver, that's when you're not far off. So,
and they're a pretty tough team. So I think that's the evolution of where he's been able to get them to throughout 2025 as a collective group, especially in and around the contest. Their depth is growing rapidly.
Right.
So, especially their midfield depth and the rotations that they can do, and what they're currently doing with half forward, wing, and half back as well, and the rotations through that particular part of the ground. And Sanders is the other one who was brilliant last night, and
the week before.
And he's another one that will continue to grow the more football that he plays. Like Hines is still he's still not having player. He's going to be a good player, and he's playing a role at the moment. He's competing okay, but there's still a lot that he can achieve. You know,
that's what I mean.
in the game. He's missing some moments at the moment, and that's just a young player, you know, still finding his way with ball movement coming down. When he's got Norton and Darcy standing next to him, you can understand that he's trying to work out where he sits in the forward structure.
He's trying to hold his spot too.
Yeah.
How do you see them?
I think they can win it. Norton's playing some good footy. If Norton can keep that form up, then you're living in a different world. There's 2 different Tim Englishes. There's the one that missed the top 10 and the best and fairest for the Dogs last year, and there's the one that was All-Australian the year before. So if you can find some middle ground there, then I reckon Tim English is a good enough ruck. I mean, the Cats, winning flags with Reece Stanley, etc. I mean, you don't have to have the best ruck in the comp, but you need a top tenner.
So, yeah.
And I think they've got a couple other guys. Like, he didn't play Riley West for, 2 years? And now Riley West is a really good small forward.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's had to work hard on that side of things. But that is, what you're saying here is probably why I still think they're just a tiny bit away from being the side we think they can be, because when you put them up against Collingwood, Brisbane, Geelong, maybe the Adelaide Crows, which will be a great contest next weekend. So all of a sudden, everyone's saying they need to beat one of those. They don't necessarily, but they've got to bridge that gap as quickly as they possibly can, and I'm not sure whether it's there yet.
The one thing that they've been number one by a mile out of scores from clearances, and it's almost like I've said this so many times, not funny, don't be number one at one thing, be top 4 at everything. And I think they've matured a little bit. Last month they've gone away from over half their scores from clearances, so when you play a team like the Doggies, you've got to go after that. Whereas they're starting to transition a bit more now into other areas. Last night their turnover game was really sharp, so they don't have to rely on one particular thing. If you get to finals and you're just so good at this one thing, it's pretty easy to scout. So they're starting to broaden their system as well.
Defence, is that the issue?
No, I think they've got and you've still got Liam Jones who could pop back in at the
home reserves at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's been injured, so so there's another one that could possibly come back into the lineup. He was out of form and got dropped and got injured, so. But he's one that you've just got that luxury to get right for September action, because if they play in Adelaide Crows in September and they've got the three bigs, you need Liam Jones to rock into your lineup to help support defence, to allow that run and drive off turnover to occur in the intercept game is critical.
They looked a bit vulnerable last night, first half, their back half. Now, whether that was because the pressure up the ground was poor, or the ball, there was a few surge kicks from the back half that just sort of suddenly it was out the back type of plays. So, yeah, the lob evolution's been pretty good, but is it prelim day he could play on one of the key forwards from a top four side? Can he get the job done?
Because that's where, and they're going to turn you over corridor. They're going to turn you over forward of centre. So the forwards can hold their structure if you got a side that's able to do that. North did that last night. So then all of a sudden, Curtis is playing 70 metres from goal, getting the ball and using it beautifully, going inside forward 50 because of where they were able to create their critical turnovers.
Aaron Hamill's going to join us after the break, so stick around. It's Game On at Hyundai with offers like the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. You're with AFL Nation, and this is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Cheers to the footy. Cheers to Liquorland. Cheers to Drinkwise. Straight after the break, Carlton assistant coach Aaron Hamill to join us.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with outstanding home designs. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
Dreading the cold and dreary winter evenings? Not anymore. Come home to your perfect environment with Panasonic Air Conditioning and Comfort Cloud. Panasonic's Comfort Cloud lets you set your air conditioning temperature from your phone anywhere, warming your house so it's perfect when you get back. Plus, minimize colds and flus with Panasonic's Nano X technology, actively inhibiting bacteria and viruses in your home. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Nano X not available on all models. Results are not instant.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunder Firebirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation. For Liquorland, whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Great to have you with us on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders looking for an agent you can rely on. Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Adam Simpson, Brad Johnson with us downstairs on a man who was a superstar in his day, still a superstar bloke. Aaron Hamill's been good enough to join us on the boundary wound. Aaron, great to have you on.
Thanks, Dwayno. I appreciate the introduction, mate. Thank
Always
you.
good to well, you nearly took my car park today when I was coming in. So
I'd never do that, mate. Not to you. I'd never do that. No.
What are you going to get your Carlton boys to do tonight, Aaron? We're all sort of on Carlton watch and have been all year. Do you ever know when you look in their eyes what you're going to get?
Oh, look, it's always a little bit hard to tell. When you're driving in, you've certainly got expectations clearly around sort of how we start the game, and certainly around what's a non-negotiable, which is clearly our pressure, and which we were well off last week and was certainly acknowledged within. So we certainly hope that we start well. The boys sort of get their eye in. We clearly know that they're quite a strong sort of defensive mid-turnover team that go quite hard back at you. So look, we've certainly got our hands full in terms of the threats that they pose. But it's always a little bit difficult to tell. But given the week that we've had, quite a well-balanced week, a little bit more time, 8 days, we feel the boys are in a pretty good spot.
Now, Aaron, speaking of driving, I got out of my car in the car park, and about 5 Carlton players drove past me, all with P plates on, mate. So you've got a young team out there tonight.
Yeah, we do. Look, we got some great youth in terms of just like everything in the back line with O'Farrell, Carroll, Cowan's still quite young and developing. So we think in front of these guys that they just keep writing their own story in front of 75,000 here. They've got a good understanding of the rivalry, which Fossey leans into quite heavily around the amount of people that are invested in the Carlton Footy Club, and expectations externally, but internally it's these young guys have got to keep writing their own story, and it's another fantastic opportunity for them.
Just on the training and what you prepare for with the younger side, how much work did you actually put into Collingwood this week? Is it more just about you guys? There's normally 1 or 2 things you want to take away, but when you're a bit younger and you're striving for different things, sometimes you just focus on yourself completely. Where do you guys sit this week?
Yeah, you're right, Simo. We, as you know, you've got to get that balance right. And they've got to have, as particularly younger guys and a younger squad, they've got to have a real understanding around expectations and standards within the group as well. So that was early on in the week, and more so around sort of our contest and our defence and pressure, which we've been quite good at this year in terms of we've leaked 100 points twice against us. So we've been reasonably consistent with that. But then it's around clearly the threats and putting that in front of them around particularly our ball use, which we've been chasing really hard. So that's been a focus for us, focus for them, for the younger guys, just around our method and keep embedding that. And then basically we just want to see them get to work and really enjoy the occasion, but have a good understanding of the responsibility when you put the jumper on, what it means for them.
Am I right in saying last time you played it got wet halfway through the game, and maybe they handled the conditions a bit better than you guys from memory? I'm not quite sure if that was the case or not, but do you look back at the last time you played, or is it that's more of a match committee Monday night type of style?
Yeah, we certainly do as coaches. We do, Simo. Yeah, we look back and you're right. It was a couple of goal margin there late. They were quite good with ball in hand around that contest. We know they're the number one pressure team in the comp. We know they can protect themselves a little bit with the ball in hand. That was a bit different last time in the wet. They took more territory and got field position on us and sort of beat us up a little bit around contest. But yeah, we certainly look back and then we look at clearly their last month and what they've been very good at.
Aaron, there is peak interest in the club right now, including the senior coach, including all coaches, to be honest. But how are you guys handling that? How are you as coaches, as a group of coaches, talking about obviously your support for Michael, but then also what you guys need to sort of continue to achieve and push forward towards the end of the season?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, John. I've been sort of lucky enough in a way where as you know, you find out a fair bit about people under pressure.
Great call.
And the decisions that are made under pressure, and you can preach all these words, but what does it actually mean? And I've seen Vossi go through this before a couple of years ago when the Wolves were at the door quite heavily. Coming for him, but he's been outstanding. I mean, those that know him or have had a little bit to do with Vossi over the journey, he almost steps it up a cog in terms of his connection piece, and he's quite strong at that around the galvanising the group. And I assume without even asking him, he rocks into the club every day and with a sort of a mantra around what sort of leader do I want to be today, and he just he creates the environment for us, for the players to be themselves, the staff to be themselves, get to work. Ultimately we're here for the players, so we don't really give it too much thought in terms of the future. It's we know that'll play out and that'll unfold, and that's high performance. And as coaches, you're particularly the ones that have been involved in a fair period of time, it's always eyes up and getting ahead of the curve essentially, but it's how us as assistant coaches can support Vossi in the best way that we can. And we're a quite tight-knit group, but really fortunate to see how Vossi's gone to work, not only with his playing group but with his staff. He's got enormous care and empathy, and he's frustrated like all of us, right? But emotion doesn't get it done. It's around the right path and setting the direction, and Vossi's been outstanding at that.
And then it falls obviously to the leaders on field, which we understand, and the collective of your leaders on field. But your main one in Paddy Cripps, he just ticks off another milestone tonight, which is an excellent effort of 150 games as skipper.
Yeah, he does. He just keeps rolling his sleeves up. He was certainly under the weather last week, and as all captains do, and all, I guess, particularly Cripper and the leaders understanding the position that we're in. And he was always going to play, get him off his deathbed. So, but again, really fortunate to have a fair bit to do with Cripper over the last couple of years. And we're really lucky to have him. We love what he brings, the energy he brings, the quality of player he is. But he's just a bloody good bloke, and that leadership group with Wieners and Charlie and Walsh and Curnow, the place is in really good hands with those guys. And again, they understand the expectation, and they're frustrated as anyone, but they've got really good clarity around them, and they, along with Vossi, they sell the path really well.
And we can't let you go without talking about Dacos and what potentially might happen tonight without giving too much away. I always just say to my assistant coaches, don't give too much away in the interviews. And now I'm asking you questions about it, but I'm going to ask anyway. I mean, your system doesn't really have a lockdown tag most weeks. Is that something you look at week to week, or is it more we stick to our system?
Yeah, it's I should ask you, Simo, what would you do, mate?
Hey, there's a reason why I'm sitting up here.
And who would you tag him with? Would you one of our forwards to roll up?
I thought last week Brady Hoff would do the job. I thought it was a lock because he'd done it, and that's what the West Coast do. But they decided just to play off him a little bit, and I thought that worked to reasonable effect. He actually got a lot of ball himself, so I think it's more internal than external. It's more what you normally do most weeks is probably what I would go with. But deflection.
No, I'll certainly answer it, mate. Coming from you, absolutely, mate. With full respect, The Chincotta one that we've had, he's done some roles with us in the past. Did a really good job with Merritt. And as you guys know, you got to give up something when you're tagging, and it's who are you replacing with. It's not like we've got a Jordan who can accumulate as well. We went to work on sort of Windhager from Saints, did a pretty good job with him, got a fair bit of the ball himself, but he's a quality player, as we know, Dacos, so he's going to get the footy. We just hope he's just not effective and he can get you on the outside. So we'll take the inside stuff, but it's just his transition, made his gain, score involvements that we'll keep a close eye on. Our mids will definitely have to take the turn on him. We won't go to him at the start significantly strong, but certainly got a really good plan B in place. But the guys are certainly aware of the damage that he can cause, but the boys inside will keep a close eye on that.
And you got enough to contend next year, you reckon, Aaron, if you get it right, or do you need your recruiting department to pull a couple of rabbits out of the hat?
Oh, look, I think they've come under, a fair bit of scrutiny externally, haven't they, Dwayne? I think when you look at the list and you look at what is fact and the stats around it, and I won't bore you all with that, but the clearance stuff, the contest stuff is something that we've gone to work with really, really hard and strong, and it's something this group is really proud of, and it's held us in really good stead. The facts are that, a good defensive team from clearance, we're decent enough in transition, but the one that's getting us is really the entry. We're second in the comp from back to front, but we're just not completing the plays, and we're 18th from scoring. So to suggest that the whole list needs renovating, so to speak, I think is incorrect. Yes, it's got to be tinkered with, and as always, every year you need to tinker and get better. And I'm sure the club will look to do that. But from an overhaul, like what I said before with these players, where the Charlie and the Harry, teams are crying out for these type of guys, and we're lucky to have them. It's a little bit of the dynamics around these guys and the quality use and the decision making that we need to get right, and it's reared its head this year. It wasn't an issue last year or pre-season, so it's it is quite frustrating. But as a list, as a whole, when you look at it holistically, I think certainly the ingredients are there. A bit of the method with ball in hand is what we're working towards, and that's what we need to inject a bit of.
Aaron, great to have you. We'll maybe grab a word with you after you're singing the song. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys. Anytime. Thanks.
All the best.
Aaron Hamill joining us downstairs. We need a quick odds update thanks to PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Jules to Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet. Tonight it's Carlton versus Collingwood in a big Friday night clash at the MCG. Well, it's fair to say the two old rivals have had very different seasons so far in 2025. So therefore, the top of the table Magpies are a very short $1.20 favourites in this one, with the Blues the $4.60 outsiders. The line is currently sitting at 27.5 points, and Collingwood, despite a closer than expected call last week against West Coast, could well cover this and some if they're at their best tonight. And they won't have to get up for a game against their old rivals, the Blues. So the Pies at the line, that's what we have as the first leg in tonight's multi. Now, Dan Houston, the former Port star, loves playing against Carlton. Over his last 5 games against the Blues, he's averaged 26 touches. He is paying $2.30 to go 20 plus with PointsBet in this one, which is well under his recent average. Now, sticking to the theme of value, and Paddy Lipinski is on a goal-scoring spree of sorts. He's kicked 2 goals in his last 3 matches. If Collingwood are going to win and win big, which they might, he's good for another 2 or more tonight at $5. That is hard to overlook. So it's a very Collingwood-themed multi for tonight. So the Pies to win at the line, which is 27.5 points. Houston, 20-plus touches. And Paddy Lipinski to keep his goal-scoring streak alive. 2+ goals. That's a total price of $15. So surely we get a response from the Blues tonight after a couple of horrible weeks where all the focus has been on the coach. Both teams have got some significant players out, but the Pies class should be too much, and they'll win by 31 points. For all of your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Thanks, Jules. That update thanks to the good people at PointsBet. Plenty still happening here. The crowd is building. We might get 80,000 plus. There's a few to the back rows at the moment, which is fantastic to see here at the MCG. And it is a nice night to come to the footy. It's not raining. It's obviously a little chilly. Hey, it's July, but there's not a lot of breeze out, and it does look like it's going to be a pretty good night to be a spectator here at the MCG. This is the Friday night shout-out on AFL Nation. We're here for Liquorland. Cheers to the footy. Cheers to Liquorland. And make sure you choose to drink wise. AFL Nation, by the way, for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. And for Elders, looking for an agent you can rely on, you can trust the team at Elders Real Estate. And a quick reminder, you can drop down to your local Hyundai dealer. They'd love to see you. They've got huge offers on a lot of their star range, including the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. So you can grab yourself a Tucson at your local Hyundai dealer for $39,990 drive away. Collingwood assistant coach Hayden Skipworth is going to join us after the break. Matty Hill's also going to join us, so stick around. You with AFL Nation, Brett Johnson, myself and Adam Simpson. Big game coming away from the MCG tonight.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home's been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
Experience luxury and performance at Audi Barry Berg. Family owned and operated, they're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles. Discover the range at Audi Barry Berg. Visit them in Berwick or online at audibarryberg.com.au. LXCT 7522.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
In for 420 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for elders looking for an agent you can rely on, well, trust the team at Elders Real Estate. It's the AFL Nation pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig every time, and you can search online. Adam Simpson, Brad Johnson with me, and Collingwood assistant coach Hayden Skipworth has been good enough to join us downstairs. Hayden, welcome to you. Great to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having us on, guys.
You pumped? Your team's going okay?
Yeah, it's been nice. We haven't been playing as well of late, but we've been able to win, so I guess that's a positive. And we get to see another first gamer, which is exciting as well.
Now, can you take us into the first gamer, please, Hayden? Because, and I've looked at a lot throughout the last couple of days, trying to get his name right. I hear about 8 different ways that he's called. Can you just clear it up for us right now so we're 100% tonight?
I'm no wordsmith, but my understanding is Roan, as in Roan. So
beautiful. Do I know you got that?
I got that.
Yeah, I knew you had
Ready
that.
to go.
Tell us about him though, Hayden, because it is an amazing story when you think about it. And does it surprise you how well players and how quickly they actually can settle into an environment to get a senior game so quickly?
Yeah, he's been fantastic. Obviously, Shane O'Brien, Cruiters, did a great job spotting him. But he's settled in really well. He's an elite runner. With side bottom out tonight, he's our next best runner. So he'll cover 17, 18K a game for us and play that high forward wing sort of roles for us. But yeah, it's amazing to his credit to come in, learn a system straight away and be able to be picked about a month later.
Hayden, tell us about tonight's game. You've got, obviously, Carlton coming off a pretty disappointing game. How much work do you put into the Blues, or is it more about your own system and the way you guys play? What's the one thing that you're going to look at tonight with the Blues?
Yeah, it's obviously we focus more about ourselves, but we go through opposition every week, and we normally go through manage and exploit. So what do we need to manage from them, and then how can we exploit them? So for us, it's definitely around the contest. Obviously, they've got some really good inside mids, so clearance, LDL, DLDL stuff around getting our bodies in there and winning enough ball, and then getting the ball on the outside. We've had some success with our run through our midfield. So if we can get that ball on the outside to our Jack Crisp and our runners, we think that's where our strength lies.
I noticed the last time you played, it was a bit wet and you just handled the conditions a bit better. You played a bit more of a straight line game rather than your traditional style. The weather tonight, does that do anything to the style of play? Do you guys just adapt to the conditions as they come?
Yeah, we try and have a game plan that suits all conditions. We're happy to go to a slower game. I think our kick mark stuff is one of the slowest in the league. But on the flip side, our handball, low number, outnumber stuff's really a strength of ours. So we can go to a faster game or a slower game, and we'll adapt to the conditions and the opposition from week to week.
Hayden, from a more broader point of view, a 4-week block is always a good amount of time to be able to assess things internally and just see exactly where you're at. Your last month has been excellent. What are the areas you're pleased with, and what are the areas you're still looking for that gradual improvement as we head into finals in 25?
Yeah, I guess the pleasing thing, like I said before, is that we're still winning. We're finding ways to win. Any late game stuff we're pretty strong in. I think the things that we're improving on our kick-out defence and kick-in offence is really poor at the moment, so we want to improve those areas. And our contest has started to drift the last month as well. So contest is going to be really important tonight to be able to get our hands on, get enough territory to supply our forwards and vice versa to limit their forwards. So probably they're the 3 areas that we sort of want to focus on in the next sort of 3 or 4 weeks.
Was the West Coast pressure last week, was that expected, or did that sort of surprise you a little bit? And does Marvel play into that in terms of just getting true conditions and what they're able to produce against you and what you learn from it?
Yeah, their pressure was excellent. Every time we looked to shape the ball through the corridor, they had guys there pressuring us. So, that to credit to them, they coming off a bye really, had the real intent to get after us. Our game plan's designed for the MCG. So, we like the open spaces and stuff. So we do find it harder on the skinnier grounds.
And dealing with success sometimes is harder than dealing with failure. The form's so good. Do you block up your season at all? Do you go in blocks of games like some clubs, or is it just more week to week?
No, we definitely block up the games. We've got a real focus on fundamentals at the moment, Simo, around leading into finals and stuff. So we'll definitely block out the back end of the year, and we try and give the guys themes and focuses, and keep it more process driven than outcome driven. Where we are in the ladder or who we're playing, it's more around what things we can do to get better and what things we need to work on.
You in a new block or middle of a block?
We're about halfway through the fundamentals block.
Of 4 games, is it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I know that feeling. Worked for a while and then it stopped working.
Hayden, great having chat to you so close to the bounce. Really appreciate you jumping on the headset. We'll talk to you soon.
No worries. Thanks for having us on.
Good luck.
Hayden Skipworth joining us downstairs. You're with AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on. We can trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Both teams are out on the ground, currently going through their warm-up for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. And before we get our thoughts from our experts for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Matty Hills, welcome to the house. Welcome to you, Matty.
Good on you, Dwayne. Lovely to be here on this Friday night, a crisp night, but a very still night. And that crowd that we're thinking it could get to around about the 70,000 mark is slowly building. Plenty of traffic around the area would suggest that we're in for a bumper crowd, and why not? It is a rivalry that goes back a long, long way between Carlton and Collingwood. And interestingly, over the last 9 years, there hasn't been a blowout margin. We haven't had a match between the two that have been over 5 goals. It's been about 16 points average in the contests over the last 9 years. So as the players enter the arena, Adam Simpson, Brad Johnson, our experts for MEGT tonight. Both teams on the ground for their warm-up for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. So, Timo, for those that have just tuned in for the big match tonight, what are you expecting?
Well, where's Collingwood at? They've won 8 or 9 games in a row. They were a bit down last week. It seemed to be just doing what they need to do at this time of the year, and it can be a grind, but winning's a habit, and they've just found their rhythm. So I would have thought the conversation during the week from a Collingwood point of view is let's lift a gear, and let's prove a point tonight, and not just play at the level that perhaps Carlton might bring the game to. And that's no disrespect to Carlton, it's just reality at the moment of what's happening with some of the positional changes Carlton have gone through. They're a pretty young side tonight, Jono, and you suspect Collingwood will handle this in a mature way, but you just don't know. And these types of games, and that's why there's 80,000 here tonight, because you just don't really know. And hearing that the fact that there's 5 goal margins has been the biggest blowout, I'm not surprised, because you can lift, but it's going to be a fair ask.
Oh, it will be. And I mean, you even look at the Collingwood ins tonight. Yeah, they get Maynard back, who's a stable in the back half of the ground. But we look to see what Rowan Steele can do, and Tommy Mitchell back into the midfield. So this is big for Tommy Mitchell, because obviously being played at 5 or 6 in the reserves to get this opportunity. Some illness in the club gives him that opportunity tonight. So it's whether he does enough to go, okay, well, we actually can't put him out of the team off the back of this. Yes, he becomes probably that player that sits between 20 and 25 in the lead up to September, but he's so important to them, and he's so good around the contest and stoppage part of the game that he'll make it difficult, because he's got that mindset himself that he wants to make it difficult, I think, for others or for himself to be put out of the team.
There's nothing worse when you have a long-term injury and your team's winning every week. There's nothing worse. The boys, they really need me, you sort of a couple of wins, but not 8 in a row. So getting back in the side, I think that's the beauty about sides near the top of the ladder. You're fighting for your spot, but they reward team ethos, so he'll come in and play his role and whatever that is to be part of the team. And They're a little bit different than your top of the ladder type of sides. They're not number one at a heap of things, so it may be pressure, but they're top four at a lot of things, and that's why they're hard to beat. They've got different modes, which I think the coach might inspire, but on-field leaders do as well. So last time they played, it was wet, got rained halfway through the second quarter, and they went straight to a different mode and really got the jump on the Blues.
Yep.
So, and looking at Carlton, they've been living off this contest and pressure ethos. It's getting them to a certain point. But they didn't bring it last week, and when you don't bring that, then you get smacked if you're Carlton at the moment. So they want to get back to their basics and work from there, as we see them just about. Is that smoke coming out of the race? Is that what they do today?
That's what they do.
Oh,
This is the new and improved way of filling up their lungs before they get out on the ground.
Vaping in the run out. So maybe that's what's going on.
Collingwood have been out there for some time as they make their way through the smoke and the big banner. They're a football club that have been able to have done banners well over the years, the Carlton Football Club. So on the back of Adam's thoughts there, John, are you just expecting Carlton to bring something tonight?
Well, I think they will. Like, obviously, we spoke to Aaron Hamill a little bit earlier, and you can see they're trying to drive just a change in mindset. They're happy with contest. So they know they'll be able, they're reasonably confident as coaches, I suppose, that they will be able to compete in that facet. It's what then happens post-contest that is really letting them down. So that's where they probably sit in the coach's box and hope that we can get that right. Hope our structure holds up, outside the contest. And when we do win the ball, we're not giving it back to the opposition as easily as what we have in recent times, especially last week.
Yeah, well, we heard Aaron talk about the entries and their failure to connect inside 50. That's one thing. I mean, the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're ranked fourth at the contest, and the disposals, they're ranked fourth as well. So they've owned the ball a little bit on the back of that, but hasn't come together once really this year. I mean, you count a couple of times here and there where the game's sort of, they've got good 4 quarters out, but at the moment they're just not clicking like they thought they would. I'm sure they'd be disappointed this time of year, but there's still 8 rounds to go.
When was the last time we saw Curnow really grab one and turn and reel and just launch from 50? Like, that's what we're not seeing from Carlton. So, and that, I think, comes down to the way they're moving the ball and their speed and where they're turning it over. So it's just putting the whole system out of complete whack at the moment, and that's what I know. That's what the fans want to see, but I know for Charlie himself what that would do and the lift that would give his teammates.
Yeah. Those 2 moments last week when Curnow snapped from 30 metres out, didn't make the distance, and McGovern missed it by 15 metres sauntering in. I mean, they're not coach issues, they're just poor effort. So.
Well, it's interesting. I think I said last week they just need their A graders to be A graders, and at the moment they're probably not. So I mean, Wiedering, Cripps, DeConing, Curnow, those guys need to have outstanding games, which they're more than capable of. But if they have a standard game, then they're going to struggle. So they're going to have to lean on their leaders, lean on their good players, and sometimes you just got to rely on your stars.
So both teams on the ground for their warm-up for remanufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. The subs tonight for Carlton, Flynn Young. It'll be his second match of AFL tonight. And for Collingwood, Will Parker, his 7th game of AFL. As we look at the categories before we get underway, what will be an unmissable moment tonight for Drinkwise?
Charlie Curnow from 55, reeling and kicking it.
You're usually pretty good at predicting these, Jono. Choose to drink wise, so we're on Curnow watch very early on. Which players provide flexibility for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep?
What are they going to do with Dacos? Did we get out of Hamill what he said they were going to do? He rambled a little bit. He did a good job.
It is a good point, mate. Like, I think George Hewitt has to sort of do some sort of role there, but he's been finding a lot of ball himself and playing extremely well. He's had his best season. He's well and truly up between 25 and 30 disposals a game. But for me, it's where you get it as an opposition player on the Stars, Simo, and that's the key. So yes, he will get ball, and you'll try and restrict it and get to him as quick as possible when they win it. But when you win it back, have you the courage to get in really strong, dangerous spots on the field to be used and be seen by your teammates to then affect the other way? So you still might only have 15 or 20 for the game, but your effect is enormous because of what you've been able to do offensively, maybe off Dacos.
Yep. Well, he's a flexible player for me. If he gets tags, he'll go in all parts of the ground.
What did you think of his tactic of? And I actually saw it again last night, where when he comes off the ground. Well, Butters did it actually. It was a Dacos thing, but then Butters did it last week.
You used to do that. You would have done that.
No, I never knew that. Never used that ever.
I used to tag a lot. People like you and the smart ones would. Back then, you could come off whenever you want. You know, the rules were a little bit different, but you tried to come on and off the ground with, and you get caught out every now and then. Coming on. Sometimes you'd come off and they'd come straight back on, and you're sitting down, the guy's already coming. You can't get the player. So
last night I watched Castani run off with Bailey Dale, and he stopped at the interchange bench, made sure Bailey Dale sat down before he exited the arena.
Both teams completing their warm-up. The ground weather report for Pacific Seeds. Proven performance trusted by Australian farmers. Growing possibilities. Well, it's chilly in Melbourne. We all know that at the moment, but it's a very still night, a crisp night here. And the ground, as always, looks absolutely perfect. We'll get the coin toss shortly. And what would be the final word from the coaches before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest price?
Well, maybe Carlton should have rolled Dennis Pagan out as well tonight.
Well, I'm not sure if Dennis had the same impact on the Blues as he did at North. But
he should have had a crack at halftime yesterday too.
Well, I suppose both teams, they have one thing they want to take away from the opposition, and can Carlton absorb Collingwood's pressure is the first thing. And I think from a Carlton point of view, what they didn't do last week is what they've been pretty proud of this year, is contest and clearance. They've got to get back to that before they can even start to think about competing. So get back to their basics. And if you're Collingwood, I suppose, what's the best version of Collingwood tonight, and what can they get out of their system against a team that's good at the contest?
You mentioned the basics, Simo, and it's for Carlton. It is doing the basics like the best you've done them all year. You know what I mean? Like you can't have that simple handball that hits the deck when you're out in free space. If you've got a teammate that's 15 away and you've got to use your foot, then hit him up effectively. Like those basic skills outside of your basics around the contest and your setups have to be on point tonight against the best team in the comp.
It's interesting when you've got a young team and the basics don't get executed. And what do you do as a coach or as a teammate? And the last thing they need to hear is a bit of a clip. Quite often it's what's next, because there's going to be mistakes, especially a young side going against arguably the best pressure team in the competition. So can they handle their mistakes is one of the questions that I think the young players need to be aware of. But the Collingwood just have got a way to snooker you, really, the way they play. They can go quick, they can go slow. Their front half game's in pretty good shape, and they've got confidence. So big ask, but you just don't know, and you just don't know what might happen tonight.
Fascinating for both teams as Collingwood are looking to just mould the completion of the year as they head towards the finals. They're such a contender, of course. And, well, Carlton's sitting there precariously placed in 11th. They can make some sort of a dramatic bid for the top 8, or do they dwell towards the bottom? And tonight we're going to be a long way into finding out. It's a bit of a landmark match for Patrick Cripps, who's about to run into the middle as captain, the 150th game as captain for Carlton. Steve Kernahan played 226 as captain for Carlton. And we've got a debutant for Collingwood, Rowan Steele, number 45, presented with his Guernsey in the rooms. And he was pick 8 in the 2025 mid-season draft. Played for Casey in the VFL in 2022 to 2024, and then was snaffled out of the waffle during the mid-season draft.
Good opportunity when you're 2 games clear on top of the ladder to sneak in a couple of debutants just to give them a sniff. And what a great luxury it is to have those guys available. When you're on the flip side with injuries and you've got no choice but to play some of these young players, that's a completely different situation. So yeah, they're in good health.
And he feels game time, Rowan Steele. Hayden Skipworth said that he does. He runs the 17-18 Ks a game. They were down on rotations last week, and he's one that stayed on.
Right.
And can just churn out the Ks and keep his performance at a high level. And it still surprises me, and it's great for these young men that get the opportunity through the mid-season draft to be able to play senior footy in the AFL competition, but how quickly they adapt. So that goes down to the way they're being coached, I think, at the levels below in terms of systems and structures, and coming in to at least have a basic understanding of those things, and then obviously trying to elevate that with the club that you join, and in particular with Steele, it's Collingwood, and their system's probably more complex than anybody's in terms of the way and the expectation around the way Craig McRae expects you to play.
How many games you captain?
Oh, good question.
And how many?
I couldn't answer 100.
How many tosses did you? Were you a good tosser?
I was heads every time, every single time. Actually, once I wasn't even thinking right. I was in some zone and we're playing Sydney Swans, and I just went to the coin. The coin went up, and I just pointed and ran.
Smart, that's arrogant. That is you to a T, Jono.
The coin toss for Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go, and it was Carlton winning the toss. They're going to the City End, Collingwood to the famous Punt Road End. Keno Go play with $2 today. So we're about 30 seconds out from the opening bounce. Adam Simpson, Brad Johnson, your final thoughts?
Well, I think if it goes to script, it's probably a 30 or 40 point win to the Pies. But I've just got a feeling, Jono. I just feel like if they start well, and I spoke about the A graders, maybe the B graders as well. The Chera types can play a role for the team, and keep an eye on Dacos.
Yeah, big role for Pitnet tonight on Darcy Cameron. I think Darcy Cameron's well in contention for all Australian honours this year. He's got to knock over in the back half, have a big 8 weeks to take down Gordon and Cherry, but this is huge for Darcy Cameron as well.
Big roar, 70 to 80,000 in at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds for the two traditional rivals, Collingwood and Carlton, 11th against 1st. So away we go. Pitnet and Cameron. Pitnet won the first tap, only to Pendlebury gliding through the middle, and then his kick wide towards the forward flank. No mark, good spoil by Haynes. Akers came up with it, gave it to Wiedering, little chip round the body, and off hands Fogarty getting it.
Hilly, you've got to work out first centre bounce the last few weeks. Scott Pendlebury has been the one to win it and start to set the Pies up through centre bounce. You've got to expect that. Beaten already the Blues with that first centre bounce. Scott Pendlebury was fantastic.
So interesting. Moore's on to Koning. The Koning plays the forward. Petternet doing the ruck work now against Cameron. So we'll see if the double teaming of Cameron works, having two essentially number one rucks. Cripps kicks it to De Koning on the wing. Got there. Moore got him. Gave it to Akers though. Good handball to Doherty. Chip kick is a little too overcooked, although Williams made it okay. He spears it at Curnow. Perfect start. And Charlie has it in front of Howe. And this is a pretty big moment. Yeah, we're only a minute in, but the ball's in the hands of Charlie Curnow. Carlton were horrible last week. Charlie didn't have his best game by any stretch of the imagination. It was one of his most average games. But if he slots it from here, they get their confidence up. It's a Carlton crowd. It's their home game. This will get them up and about. So he's going to kick from just inside the arc, directly out. In he comes. Looks pretty good. It's drifting. It's a behind.
We've got Hewitt going to Dacos to start the game, boys, and Cripps looks like he's on his own at the moment around the stoppage work. Good signs early, first score from the stoppage type of situation, centre back for the Blues.
So Carlton one behind, Collingwood yet to score for Host Plus. That's a plus. Kick leaving D50 marked by Myercheck with a clunk. So Myercheck in front of the members. He's going short to Ned Long.
Do this well. Happy to take the sting out of the game already. Go long down the line, point where it goes. Get some speed off a crumb.
So he directs traffic. A couple of signals and then a spearing kick towards left half forward through the fingertips of Myercheck. And it comes to ground, Hewitt. And then Cameron spits it out. Running hard.
That's nice.
Steele with his first touch. Elliott dropped what he should have taken in the end. And then Cowan with the mopping up round the corner. Grabbed by Williams. Two grab him. Going through. Nick Dacos got a handball, an errant one towards Hewitt. And it's a hot football. And on the boundary line it's going to be a throw in, a little bit of niggle as well.
Maynard. you love him if you're a Collingwood supporter.
Good hit up by Steele as well. Elliott dropped the sitter inside forward 50.
So it's a left half forward for Collingwood. Doherty, 3 Collingwood players grab him and a ball up.
Pretty one-on-one at the moment, guys. All around the ground. Everyone's got an opponent.
Yeah, good pick. It might actually be a fun watch if we get a one-on-one contest here, there, and everywhere that lasts the night. Insufficient intent. Maynard's about to take it. If we get some of these one-on-ones that do last the evening, the DeConing Moore one, for instance, here's a long bomb. Flick down, Membry kept it alive, kicked the top of the square. McGovern to behind. Hoskin Elliott gave it up. Long court. Back to Hoskin Elliott. Danced one way, gave it to Nick. Nick Dacos kick smothered. Ricochet. Cameron might get their forward pocket, gave it back to Nick Dacos. He gave it to Elliott. It was outside the boundary as he gave it. Not insufficient intent. He was hoping that Elliott could run in and the umpire might be bamboozled, but it didn't work, and we'll get a ball in forward pocket for the Pies.
First quarter for 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. 80,000 in the house at the G. Throw in. Membry in the ruck. Tried to tap it down to Pendlebury. Doherty was there, standing tackle, and a ball up 40 metres from the Collingwood goal. Which you can also access the SEN app for the Carlton bias call tonight. They'll be in good form, you would think. Steele. Quick hands, Lipinski. Quick kick looking for Hoskin Elliott. Dropped it long. He's manhandled by a couple of Blues. It's hot early. Ball up 30 metres out. Collingwood goal.
I've got to give credit to McGovern. He had a fumble with his first attack on the ball. Nearly cost the Blues a goal. But since then, a big smother on Dacos. Big tackle on that occasion as well.
Pennet knocks it to Pendlebury. Gave it to Hoskin Elliott. Slung it. He tried to get a kick away. Didn't have Pryor. And then Elliott grabbed by Akers.
You got McGovern playing the back line this week. DeConing going forward, so a bit of a mix-up.
Group sparking instructions around it. Pennet does the right hook against Mychik. This time Pendlebury knocks it out. Got it to Lipinski, top of the square. Well, Wittering went to fist and nearly missed it. I reckon he has missed it. It might be a goal. Surely not.
I'm pretty confident, I think that's come off the hand.
Gee, Wittering skimmed his knuckle and that's about it. So we're going to go to Snicko.
Umpire scores one behind.
Okay, it's a behind. The callers are behind.
Review underway.
Stomach would have dropped for a moment, Wittering.
Yeah, almost.
Bicep.
Did it hit his bicep?
Yeah, it bicep.
So he didn't catch a knuckle. It got the bicep on the way through. Lucky he did weights this week. That's a goal. If not for that extra weight session.
Getting ready for the summer, you reckon?
Absolutely. We all are. Now's the time.
Already good start from the Pies, though, isn't it? The forward pressure they're putting on, it's been difficult to get out of their D50.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we see the ball deviates off the left arm of the Carlton defender.
It's actually come off Harry O'Farrell.
Yes.
Right. It's come off the left arm of O'Farrell. So
And the reviewers rubbed it in. He just let the world know that Wittering completely missed it with his fist and it came off an arm. So there you go. Nicely done by the reviewer. Host plus, that's a plus. It's a point apiece. Here's Matty Hill.
Righto, thank you. So McGovern brings it back into play, left the square, and then a booming kick into the middle of the ground. No Mark Fogarty, pressured by Maynard, off a step, bangs it back, wobbly one towards Mychik, 52 metres out, goes laterally to Hoskin Elliott, who marks it 48 metres out, slight angle.
I think the idea was right out of fullback. I don't think Fogarty was meant to be the man in that position, though, because they needed someone strong overhead to be able to compete and at least mark that ball, had the advantage in the air.
Some alarm bells, it's -8 contested possessions already. Inside 50s, they've only had one, the Blues.
Still night, good night for goal kicking, 49 metres out. It's a good-looking effort. First goal of the night to Will Hoskin Elliott and the Pies. 117 to 1 behind for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus, issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Well, he was pretty happy with that. Will Hoskin Elliott, he had a good start. He really has, and he's competed extremely well at ground level and now gets his opportunity for his first set shot tonight.
Another over 30-year-old player who's still having impact on the competition. I thought he best has probably gone past him in recent times, but he's part of the resurgence this year, and he started well today. Really good entry from Mychik, just saw the angle, took the kick on. If you don't get that kick right, it goes up the other end, but it was centimetre perfect.
So still Pennet in the ruck against Cameron. DeConing still forward. Curnow still forward, obviously. And the umpire doesn't recall it because even though it went outside the circle, it was competed. Mitchell gets the clearance. Good to see him back for the Magpies. Steele gets a little fumble. Elliott off the deck. A drop kick goal. Jamie Elliott can do it all, including just dropping a little drop kick on us in space. So 2-1 to 1 behind. There's already some trouble brewing for Carlton on the Post Plus scoreboard. That's a plus. For New Tech, automation for manufacturing, we've only played, 7 minutes? I was going to say we played 7 minutes and 28. We haven't. That's the time. 7:28.
Well, last time I called this
played 8 minutes and 39 seconds.
That was a centre bounce goal, Dwayne. And look, the ball, it's interesting when it's not a pure bounce. It just feels unfair now, doesn't it? When it deviates like that. I mean, when are they going to start throwing it up? They just look better at ground level, the Pies at the moment, in particular in their front half.
Do you think they should have been recalled?
I think they should just throw it up from now on because it's too disadvantaged to a team.
Yep. Back in the middle, Fitnet manufactured it to Chera by hand, to Cripps. Back to Pitnet, and then Cripps on a dime, long penetrating ball, front spot more, good strong mark Collingwood. City end of the G. He goes short along the pocket to Nick Dacos.
It's again the slow mode, Jono. They're just happy to find a short kick, go along to a contest and get the speed.
Low ball. Markov and Haynes, Felder Mitchell, handball out wide to Hoskin Elliott, scrambly kick, cut off by Pitnet, by hand, McGovern running on by. McGovern's low ball, had to be good and was, found Cripps, and then a long ball looking for the Motlop direction. Motlop grabs it, Maynard grabs him, more over the top, stacks on, ball it up 25 metres out from the Carlton goal.
Two opportunities for Paddy Cripps to hit someone up inside forward 50. He's missed those opportunities when he's had a free kick with no pressure around.
Big pack around it. Cameron took it out of the air and then lost it. Nick Dacos tried a little 1-2 with Markov, who ducked out of a bind and kicks it outside defensive 50. McGovern gets there, can't mark it, nearly got himself a free for a tunnel. Doherty to Hollands. He loops it to Haynes, picked it up off his bootlaces. Nice pick up. He goes long towards Curnow, who was nudged out. Moore was the nudge to the side though, and then he went back to try and mark the ball. It ricochets through a few. Houston gave it back to Markov. He bangs it back out, but Doherty's got a 50 from goal. To Hollands, to Akers, who sweeps it wide into Cripps. 45 out up against the boundary. Central kick through hands. It was there to be marked. And now slammed back out towards McGovern. He should take this mark. He rises. He dropped it. Over a couple. It's a comedy of errors at the moment from both teams. Akers back, top of the square. Players fly. Fogarty got a fist on it in his full forward zone. Josh Dacos to Crisp to Pendlebury. That was better movement. Perryman out wide. And here we go. Steele's on the run.
Yes.
The debutant.
Steele with a couple of bounces and then darts one to left half forward, but just over kick to the shade. And it was Wiedering cutting it off over Elliott.
He looks good though, Steele. He's got good movement about him. He kicks it well.
Switches on. Haynes. Handball up the corridor. Hollands has to be good with it. Nears. The kick out.
That quarter on AFL Nation.
Motlop. Down the line he goes. So Akers. Next kick important. Curnow on his chest. Fair way out though. 56 metres. He wheels and goes. He wheels and goes. Oh, Brady Johnson's tip on.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm. Australian through and through.
Humankind has lived through some historic phenomena. The Stone Age, the Space Age, and now peak chicken with the crispy, juicy new McWings from Macca's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chainsgroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Dreading the cold and dreary winter evenings? Not anymore. Come home to your perfect environment with Panasonic Air Conditioning and Comfort Cloud. Panasonic's Comfort Cloud lets you set your air conditioning temperature from your phone anywhere, warming your house so it's perfect when you get back. Plus, minimize colds and flus with Panasonic's Nano X technology, actively inhibiting bacteria and viruses in your home. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Nano X not available on all models. Results are not instant.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Both teams have got their systems in place, and I think Carlton have responded really well, obviously, with that play there. It's come off another turnover in the front half, so if you get 24, 25 turnovers in your front half in a game, you've done really well. They're already up to 6 halfway through the first quarter.
2 to Zach Williams, Carlton 2-2-14, Collingwood 2-1-13. For Host Plus, that's a plus. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture on a big Friday night. Back in the middle, McStay into Coney, tap towards Williams, pinched by McStay, round the corner, kick towards half forward. Ball grabbed by Sullivan, went to Browns. Farrell grabbed, and a really good tackle by Membry holding the football.
That was one of Dennis Pagan's 10 rules. And Simo was about to do a U-turn.
No U-turns.
Yep, he was about to go back. Instead of just keeping on barrelling forward.
Membry's got the free kick. It'll be right on the 50. Slide angle to the punt road end. 6 games away from his 200th in his AFL career. Shots have been okay this year, looking for his 16th. And it's a good-looking kick too, and it splits the middle. So it's an instant reply for Collingwood.
Hasn't he won Tatslotto? Come from the Saints and to a team that's won 8 in a row, and he's just found his groove. He's just fitted right into the system. I know he had some issues on and off the field, his back end of his career at St Kilda, but to come in and play a role that's pretty important for the side, and he's got the capabilities to kick 40 or 50 goals in a season, and he just needs pretty straight kick too, Jono.
I think he's settled in because the pressure isn't on that because of what he has around him as well. McStay back into the side now. Might check what he does, and then he's just part of the Elliott, Hoskin, Elliott, Membry rotation that happens in there. Good in the air, okay on the ground, and can provide a long target down the line when required.
Nick Dacos still playing full forward, which is a little bizarre. Cameron in the middle, DeConey against him. Flick back towards Mitchell. DeConey knew he got his own clearance and he was tackled by Cameron. And I thought he was holding the ball. DeConey just dropped it. And then the umpire said it must have been in the backish from his view. To Chera, to Doherty. And he blasts it long towards the goal square. Howe gets up, double fists it forward. Close to the boundary, Curnow, 50 from goal, little fumble, that's all it takes. It's out of play, we'll get a ball in.
Curnow wasn't that target deep. He's playing high at the moment. He's trying to take Darcy up the ground. I don't think Darcy's interested in following him, and he fell himself in the hole, Darcy, so he's back deep forward now.
52 metres around from the Carlton goal. To Coney. And also Cameron. Well, they're going to... So that was a shallow throw, and we've talked about this a bit, Brad, about how the players run back too far.
Way too far back at times, the ruckman. So there's pressure on the umpire's going to throw it. He's 15 to 18 every time.
So the Coney slapped it down to Hewitt, who overrun it, and crisp a tunnel ball.
Makes me thinking about it, Simo, and wondering whether ruckman can change their positioning at boundary throw-ins. It's been the same way for 100 years. Can a club do something different in that position or that particular stoppage setup?
So Long has it, was held, free kick to the hot spot. They fly. O'Farrell at the back when the fist wasn't effective. Mitchell just squirts it out towards Pendlebury, and now Perryman throws it on the boot. Long ball towards Hoskin Elliott, and also Dacos off hands. And Markov sees it over.
He's a great player, Dacos. He doesn't look comfortable in the air, does he?
No, he didn't want to jump with
He's taken one contested mark in his career.
Probably tells you it's his kryptonite, but
yes,
deep forward, sometimes you got to fly.
Ball back into play. DeConing got there ahead of McStay. Cripps has got it. And Nick Dacos got him quickly. He just skimmed his foot with the kick attempt, and it's out of play. And we'll get a ball in, 55 out from Collingwood's goal. Good crowd in, the new tech clock. We've played 21 minutes now. We're into time on. Opening term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus. And you're listening to AFL Nation for Elders, for Australian Agriculture, and for 4 and 20 Pies.
Cameron catches it out of the ruck, and then he's quick kick straight to Dacos. Didn't have to leave that time.
I think it was contested, though.
It has to be contested. I mean, if you've got a bloke with both arms wrapped around you...
He's just doubled his career total.
Yeah.
Just a side note, Cripps is getting some attention from Long at the moment, but hasn't really stopped him. He's up to 7 possessions.
45-degree angle, and will be kicking just inside 50. Nick Dacos grabs the grass, checks the breeze, very little in that. So from 49, the champ unloads, and it's just offline to the left.
There was about 8 Carlton fans booing as he kicked that, so... It's funny what makes some people boo. Dacos flies, can't mark. It's come to Curnow. Did it catch a fingertip? No, Curnow paid the mark from the kick in. No, it's a Dacos free. Or is it not a Dacos free? No, what are they doing?
He was sore, so they stopped the play.
Oh, wow.
Another issue, we'll come back to it.
He had a corked hip, so they stopped play. In the meantime, Hewitt, caught by Mitchell. Got a handball back to Doherty. He missed him. Hoskinelli goes in hard, middle of the ground. Houston comes the other way as well. Talk us through it.
So Dacos is a sore back, got a knee in the back. But the other issue with it too is Curnow was off his mark, right? So therefore, the guy on the mark, the umpire needed to reset Curnow. Right. So he actually kicks over the mark.
Did you say they stopped play because he was injured?
They stopped the play because he was potentially injured.
Potentially injured, yeah.
Well, he's grabbing the back of it. He got a cork in his back, so I wouldn't thought you'd stop the play for that.
Maybe the Petrarca thing about the knee to
They're a bit worried, aren't they?
Maybe.
Dwayne, yeah.
So Chera driven into the turf by Cameron, and another ball up. Repeat the dose. Pitnet down to Chera. Chera just tumbles it inside 50. Bit of a chaos ball. Grabbed by DeConing. Then to Hewitt. Good gather. Motlop. Motlop's marked it.
Talk about a player, Hilly, that has been clean below his knees in the first quarter. That's DeConing. He had a couple of opportunities now. First one of the game, he was brilliant, which set up Curno's first shot at goal. And that one there, he was clean again, which then sets up his teammate in Motlop to have his first shot in this game.
So he'll be kicking directly in front from 40 metres. Jesse Motlop's first attempt of the night. He's a 50-50 proposition in set shots this year. 7 goals, 7 behinds. He's on the better side of the ledger now with a goal. And scores a level with 5:58 to go in the first term.
So he's kicked the goal, and then he sat down and pretended to be playing his PlayStation. That was his celebration, Jono, which each to their own.
No, timing for me.
Time and a place.
Well, I think there is. Like that's rehearsed, right? So we get that, but there's a time and place where Carlton are at as a club as well.
Well, maybe they were told to play the PlayStation during the week.
Maybe they were. I don't know.
To Vossi.
I'm not too sure, but I don't know. That type of celebration, maybe they're spoken about and go, let's just be ourselves and go. I don't know whether we are, mate, with stuff like that.
Dacos back in the middle.
I look at a young man last night, Colby McCurchie, kick a ripper and just go back and play footy.
Yeah, that's an old celebration that's still golden. Act like you've done it before. Long in the middle, put his head down, put it into pin it out. He might be in spot of bother, is not hotting the ball, not too high.
On the ground. Oh, come on.
It actually did look a little silly, I've got to say. Dacos is back in the middle, Hewitt's with him, and I like a good celebration.
So do I.
But sitting on your bum.
We just saw a little bit of umpire contact then. I don't know what constitutes contact to a reportable offence.
I hope it's not Nick Dacos, because can he not win the Brownlow if he does it 4 more times? He gave it to Josh. He goes inside 50 and McStay off the back, kicks a ripper. Great crumb after flying for the mark. Some of the players that fly through the air sometimes almost judge it that it's coming over the back and flick it their way. I'm not sure if he deliberately didn't mark it and flicked it, but either way, it ended in a goal to Collingwood. 4-2 plays 3-2. Maggie's back in front by a goal. 25 gone for New Tech on the New Tech clock, automation for manufacturing. And here is a bit more from our experts for MEGT, your apprenticeship experts.
Oh, he's one of the best in the business, Dan McStay, at that, because he's so strong in the air that if he doesn't mark it, he knows exactly where it's going to drop. And if it is going out the back and he's free, he's always first to pounce onto it. He judges, he does his work early on his direct opponent, gets under the armpit of McGovern, knows exactly that the contest is going to sort of collapse a little bit. He holds his feet, goal side. Nice, easy one to start his night.
So another quick reply from Collingwood. That's been the theme in the first term so far. Pinballs around in the middle. Doherty, Chera. Handball to Hewitt. Made him work for it. Then he slipped over at a crucial stage. Quickly to Pitnet by hand. Spreads it wider. Now Carroll's kick is a good one. Finds Fantasia. Short to Doherty, edge of the centre square. He plays on quickly, low ball, skips Moya. Williams went without it. DeConing fell over. Quaynor picks it up for Collingwood. Handball to no one in particular. Grabbed by Cripps for Carlton. Dodges, weave, centering, snap quite clever. Hollands couldn't mark it. Fogarty overran it. Picked up by Williams. Snap round the corner to Koning. Tried to take it with one hand, couldn't do so. Howe was there to mop up, and Collingwood are going to mop up through Sullivan as they leave D50.
Look a little less organised, Carlton. I've had their chances. Float over the top, Lipinski. He's got Elliott almost within range. He marks it. He marks it 51 out. I thought he marked it. The umpire was slow to pay the mark, but he's been given it now. Elliott's 52 out. And he holds it up and says, let me have a think about this for a second. It's a still night. He winds up, he pulls the kick, top of the square. McStay got up there, got a fist on it to Carroll off his knuckles, and the blue heads wide. It's a 2-on-1 though. Collingwood have the 2. Maynard knocked it out, got it nicely. Perryman high, Markov under it. Carroll goes by fist, could have marked it, and the umpire's found something here, and it's going to Markov. Trying to work it out. It's going to Markov. We're not sure why, not sure how. We'll probably get a replay, which will do us all a favour very shortly. Our replays are for Toolkit Depot. Toolkit Depot's massive clearance sale is on now.
Around by Gera. That's what the umpire said. So Markov actually engaged in the contest with Gera. He puts both arms around his waist.
Is it there?
Yep.
Yeah.
So Markov, another miraculous story, really. Third club, game 90. On a sausage at Bunnings a few weeks ago when they called him into the senior team, and he's kicked to behind.
3 minutes to go. Dwayne, 7 points of difference. You'd probably take that if you're the Blues. Can they manage the last period of time and not get scored against? Or do they go for it, Jono?
Oh, it is a fine line, isn't it, with 3 minutes still that you try and build it up. If you can get it centre forward and get some pace on the ball centre forward, you'd love that.
Wiedering by Hander Haynes, centre wing out of sight. Fantasia looping ball over the top. Moyer had to half volley it, did it well. So they're moving. Curnow has it now. Centering kick. Akers, aptly named, all on his own. And then he spreads it towards Lord, who takes a solid grab with Sullivan bearing down on him.
It's actually a worse position now for Lord, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what's happening, and this happens sometimes from a coaching point of view, they've worked so hard on finding marks inside 50 of training throughout the week in the last couple of weeks. They're overdoing, let's find targets inside 50. We've seen at least 4 players do that. Within 50 metres, they're going for another pass, which sometimes you overdo it.
So Cooper Lord looking for his 6th goal of the campaign, and then he's given it off. He's given it off to McGovern with the drive-by. His kicks landed top of the square, and in the end, it's just trundled through for a behind.
And Akers 40 metres out directly in front, and unfortunately, they're getting overcoached in this particular situation. They've got to relax a little bit and just take what they give them.
27 Collingwood, 21 Carlton.
A little too sherry. Even Curnow earlier on could have had a crack, and decided the pass was a better option, even though he's inside 50. Maynard's in a back pocket, and he bangs it long. And a huge fly, but not the mark for O'Farrell.
That's such a good grab by
Mychek. Took the mark. Heads toward Elliott. Got up there. Got a fist. He knocked it to his own advantage. And then the little flick to Sullivan was pretty good. Sullivan couldn't get away with it, and we'll get a ball in just the Collingwood side of the wing. Closing in on quarter time, a 31-minute quarter. Well, it'll be 31 plus by the time we get there. There's a minute and a half left. It's maybe a minute and a half of Matty Hill gold.
Thank you, Joanna. I can only do my best. Hewitt, back to Doherty. Wobbly, high ball. No Mark Fogarty. Fell to Josh Dacos. Quick hands, Maynard. And now up against the boundary line, Crisp. Helicopter kick towards left half forward, out the back. Wiedering with the mopping up, and then he just dumps it back towards the wing. Who's there? Cameron. Out of position for that one was Cripps. Cameron was in seat 1A.
They've been told to. Minute to go. Keep it skinny.
So Cameron, inside 50 he goes. Attracts a crowd. Front spot, Petnet.
And what's he going to do? Go back long down the line to Cameron?
Kick, I think, Jono. The old marker's up.
Yep.
40 seconds left in this first term. Kick from back where it came. TD Kane from the side, and Curnow with the mark.
That's a brilliant mark by Curnow. That's his 4th for the quarter.
Plays on. Long ball towards Moyer at right half forward, but outpointed by Quaynor. With less than 20 seconds on the clock in the first quarter. He runs laterally, and he's going to send it out wide to Perryman. Shane Warne stands side of the ground. He's got time for a bounce. Looks further afield. Clock against the member in the front spot. Elliott with the fly. Almost. And out the back, it's going to be Akers with one of the last possessions of the quarter. It was the last possession of the quarter. Gee, that was some serious airtime for Jamie Elliott. So exciting. Just couldn't quite mark that one. So at quarter time, Collingwood 4-3-27 lead Carlton 3-3-21. The goal kickers for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott, Dan McStay, Tim Membry and Will Hoskin-Elliott, and for Carlton 2 for Zach Williams and 1 for Jesse Motlop. We're going to take a break. AFL Nation quarter time, Collingwood by a goal.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
The umpire doesn't call it because even though it went outside the circle, it was competed. Mitchell gets the clearance. Good to see him back for the Magpies. Steele gets a little fumble. Elliott off the deck. A drop kick goal. Jamie Elliott can do it all. He goes with the pass across the face. Williams can't mark it, and they haven't messed it up. Williams, an arm chop free. 20 metres out. He'll come around on about a 45-degree angle by the time he runs and snaps. And Carlton are in front. He gave it to Josh. He goes inside 50, and McStay off the back kicks a ripper.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Maccas.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Quarter time and score for Host Plus. That's a plus 3-3-21 to 4-3-27. Here's a little bit of Brad Johnson and Adam Simpson, our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Well, the Blues had a number of chances in that first quarter. They still had the 6 scoring shots, 3 goals, 3 in that term. And they actually left a couple out there as well. So they'd be reasonably happy at quarter time where they sit. But apart from last week, over the last 6 weeks, their first quarters have been quite solid, and it is then the drop off from that. So that's the mindset now for the Blues, and keeping themselves in this contest. And well, for the Pies, it was the same old, wasn't it, Simo, in terms of the way they build the ball up and put themselves in a position to score.
The one thing that Carlton will be happy about is pressure. They put more pressure on than Collingwood. Collingwood live off it. They're only at 180s and Carlton around the 200 mark. So that's a good start for the Blues. They're minus 12 contested possession of the Blues.
So the second term for 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Collingwood 4-3-27, Carlton 3-3-21. Pendlebury, the first clearance of the second quarter, just like the first. Kick to Membry, who takes a juggling mark.
So do they know that? Keep the width free and you lead into the width. So Pendlebury out of the middle knows that's where the kick's
It's a good question, Dwayne. Sometimes you can get really technical and say, look, we've got left footer as a target play, and if I'm a forward, I don't know if Brad ever did this, and you can see that Pendlebury's the target play, and you make sure you know he's going to roll on his left and you keep that space available, but you've got to get pretty good at that to connect with your midfielder.
So Membry, 45-degree angle, just around that 45-metre point. Shane Warne stands side of the ground. It's a beautiful looking kick off the boot. Has not deviated.
That hurts if you're Carlton, and if you're Collingwood, that's just good method. It's a ruck mid connection. You're hitting it in the ruck, and the connection between Pendlebury. Quite often he gets it running away from goal, Jono, but when he gets it running towards goal, and we call that shoulders out, he's facing the forward line, you sort of know where you need to lead. He'll put it there before you even lead, and that's what happened on this occasion. And once again, Membry, fantastic set shot. It looks pretty routine based with his set shot, doesn't it?
Yeah, he always has been ever since a junior when he was going through the AFL Academy. He was always strong in that facet. It's a natural aspect to the way he plays his footy. I'd love to be inside Collingwood's centre bounce work and just understand how many options they do have to call on.
They don't have a dominant ruckman. They've got a good competitive ruckman, but not dominant.
So back in the middle, Cripps gets the clearance this time. He goes to Williams. He dances around Nick Dacos, got around him. Dacos put enough pressure on to wobble the kick inside 50. Ball slapped down by Moyer. Maynard saddles up his target man to tackle. And the umpire cuts him some slack.
Different type of clearance, that one. Not out the front, out the side, and you sort of don't get the same purity.
Thrown in the air. Cameron DeConing. Cameron went off the carpet in the end. Williams went in low. Ball came out towards Stewart. Flicks it out to Akers. Within range if he wants to have a crack, and he does from 45, but it's to the near side. It's only a behind. Early stages on the new tech clock in this second term. We've played 2.5 minutes. Carlton 3-4. Collingwood 5-3.
Now brings it back into play to Josh Dacos. Plenty of time to have a little run and then chip to Crisp. Half-back flank. Sullivan. Mark in front of the dugout. Lull across Australia's Sporting Coliseum, the MCG. Full of people here tonight. Sullivan's kicks.
That's the part of the plan.
No,
you can bounce on the floor like that.
The same mode, couldn't you, Jono? Just gives the centre back and down the line. So Carlton got an opportunity now to rebound.
So Govan will bring it back into play.
Keeps it low. And Cameron should mark it. He doesn't grab the second grab. Montlock crumbs it. He rolls one towards Cripps. 80 from goal. Gave it up to Moyer. Breaks the tackle. Not the second, though. Caught. Handball in the Penedette direction. Mitchell's got him. Gang tackle And we'll get a ball up 51 from the Blues goal.
It's all right, Moya, doesn't he?
He does.
Something about him.
A few of the Carlton fans have wanted him in earlier than this. Game 4 for Ashton. Ball down to Cripps. It was almost held before he grabbed it. Ball went through Moya's legs just as we're wrapping him up. Pendlebury, slick-handed, gave it to Houston. One grab goes wide and he finds McStay on the wing. Collingwood about to go forward.
Yes, McStay in his light blue boots. True centre wing. Sinks one of the boots into it towards centre half forward. Bouncing ball. Hoskin Elliott trying to chase down Akers. Akers got the handball to Chera. Quick hands. Motlop goes corridor. Cut off by Cameron. So Cameron, the true half-back, goes short into the middle of the ground. Lipinski. He's going to switch wider. Markov. Collingwood building the worn stand side. Low ball. Looking for Myercheck. Pats it out in front of him. Couldn't quite grab the mark. And he dances around. Then kick inside 50 to Pendlebury. Grabbed it on the half volley but coughed it up to Hewitt. Then affected the tackle. Spilt free. And then out it came. Evans with the hurried kick towards the wing and grabbed by Akers. Over to Curnow. Back to Akers. Centre wing here for Carlton. Kick towards half forward. Williams waited at the back. The kick was over club. Williams can run onto it. In the pocket. Stops. Retreats. Centering kick looking for Moya. But it was stolen by Josh Dacos. And he kicks it to Crispin. Collingwood are out.
That's excellent from Dacos. But Moya is just, it's Nelly, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah. He's just some opportunities definitely going through him, but just hasn't been able to capitalise on the Sharon coming towards him so far.
I don't think we've seen that all year, Jono. Just inability to that last kick inside 50 or the square up kicks just not working for him.
Down the line to the wing. Remember, he might mark this. He goes up and he does clutch on.
He's having a good night.
Yeah, Farrell just didn't have the jets to keep up with him there in game 2. So memory back pedals. He's at half back now.
Work out the mode of Collingwood tonight. Looks pretty simple. Jono, it's not a take you on type of night from the Pies.
Pinnonet goes up. He spoiled it from Lipinski. He could have gone for the mark, and in the end he took an arm from Lipinski. Play on advantage. Nick Dacos goes for home. He's a superstar, this guy. Nick Dacos, his name is. He goes okay. He can kill you multiple ways. And that was superb. Carlton stuck on 3-4-22. Collingwood now 6-3-39, their biggest margin of the game, and the score for Mate, Internet and Mobile.
Well, it's a great finish, but this system that Collingwood have, and be careful I don't bang on about it too much, but tonight it's back half slow. Let's get to centre back and let's kick this directly in line with goal. So not along the boundary line, you're directly to the point of the square, I suppose, and then we'll just get speed off that play. That was a free kick then. Took advantage, and one of their rules, I think, Jono, is always take advantage. Don't hang around with it, and that's where they get their speed from. Back half slow, front half quick.
And he's the first direct. Everyone stops and tries to find the umpire to see what the free kick was for. Dacos knew. So he was gone before anyone else had realised. Handball received outside 50. What a finish.
And that's a bit of class on a Friday night at the G. Cameron won it down to the man in question, Dacos, who slipped the tackle, then quick hands back to Cameron. Cameron looks in the right direction and then dumps it inside 50. Haynes, it was spoiled away from him. Grabbed by Long. Long's kick towards the square. It bounces awkwardly. Myercheck still a chance. And in the end, Carlton just having to muck around with it.
That's gone.
Carroll was awfully slow on the goal line. He was grabbed, but it's gone through for a behind. Myercheck asks the question. Nothing doing. 6-4-40 Collingwood, 3-4-22 Carlton.
Gee, the umpire deemed that he was under pressure when he took control. It's big call. Josh Dacos comes up with a crumb. He kicked a bit too far for Hoskin Elliott. Ball came to Wiedering. He runs through the traffic nicely and gave the handball out to Fantasia. He spears it to Fogarty. They can get one on the rebound here, the Blues. Fogarty heads to Williams. Too far out to score, 80 from goal. Chips into the pocket, and it does get its way to Evans. Quick transition, might end up in a goal to the Blues here.
You can see what the difference is. Carlton want to go quick from the back half, and it's get there as quick as you can, and if it turns over, you can't keep it in there. And Collingwood like to go slow and protect their ball movement. So two contrasting styles. When it works for Carlton, obviously it's quite clear and open like that particular play.
So he's up against the boundary, 3 metres in from the boundary as he lines up. And there's a kick from 40. Made need this, the Blues, just to keep in touch. He's toward goal and he's missed it to the near side. It's Collingwood that's running hot for Reema right now. Reema, Australia's favourite hot water. And by the way, that Dacos goal is the contender for goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's massive range of tiles is on sale now.
So Pendlebury has it. Inside defensive 50. About to Crisp. Another 9-iron out to Houston. He goes longer this time. Low ball. Hoskin Elliott. Out bodies Haynes, and then Crisp kept running. Runs through the logo, true centre wing, enters offensive 50. Two Carlton players go up and spoil each other. Akers ended up getting it though. Handball Pitnet, handball Doherty, too hot for Hewitt. Grabbed by Nick Dacos, 60 metres out, little kick inside 50. And he just pulled the kick slightly and it was cut off by Carroll, who may have owed them one after the previous foray forward, and spreads it to Moyer at half back.
Yeah, Nick Dacos tried to be unselfish, go to the first game and trying to give him a goal. And he just couldn't hit the target. Fogarty's got it on the wing. He goes short. The handoff to Hollins was from Evans. Akers up against the boundary. Howard just worried him out of it. Handball a little too slick, although it travels the boundary nicely. Sullivan got it from the debutant. Steele. He gave it to Nick Dacos. He gave it to Pennells. They hit some targets, Collingwood. A few players slipping over out there at the moment, by the way. Pendlebury goes to the pocket to Elliott. Got it. Great hands. 48 from goal, 45-degree angle. It's, if you've seen the Collingwood blueprint before, it's kind of...
It's a Collingwood game.
It is a Collingwood game. The way they can pick their way through you with class. And often it finishes with a Jamie Elliott 50-metre goal from an angle, and it might be about to happen again. It was like no one's in here. There's about 75 to 80,000 in. It's a Carlton home game, but they're pretty quiet at the moment. Collingwood fans about to spark up if he kicks this from 50. Across the face, flyers go up. Pinternet flew but didn't kill it. Didn't get it across the boundary, and it'll be a ball up top of the goal square.
So not the worst result for the Pies. Myercheck in the ruck, outbodied that time. Still ball in dispute. Hoskin Elliott grabbed by Haynes and Doherty, and then Chera couldn't clear it. Hollins goes in, could have been taken high. Umpire, did he see it? He did. It was a bit of a delayed response.
His other umpire further off actually told him he was going to ball it up.
So Hollins gets the free kick in the goal square and leaves defensive 50 to Curnow. His strong mitts, and then goes inboard to Hewitt. Then Akers goes for a little run, little chip. It's a wide kick. It's flirting with the boundary. Cut off by Josh Dacos. Piercing handball to Sullivan. Then tries to flick it back. And in the end, the line beats Steele, and true centre wing throw it in. Honestly, 40 Collingwood, 23 Carlton.
Sorry, Hilly, but Akers just has to get his foot skills right. 7 kicks at 29%. It just hurts them too much. He finds the ball, but like opportunities like that where they should be retaining possession, instead they're fighting for a stoppage on centre wing.
Chera kick smothered. Ricochet. Hollins gets it. Gave it up to Williams. Carlton about to go inside 50. Williams blasts it long. Moyer and more. You back more every time.
Curnow's playing so high, Jono. Put him in the pivot. Making the vocal point. He's almost playing decoy role at the moment.
So more from the back pocket to relieve the pressure for the Maggies.
He does that with a long ball. And attracts a crowd up against the boundary and fist it out.
So it's Pitnet and De Koning, they're the ones that are rotating in the ruck. You'd nearly prefer to just have De Koning play as just a centre half forward all night in some ways, and let Pitnet do the work, and then throw someone else, McGovern or someone like that, potentially as a second ruck.
Throw in De Koning, won it. Mitchell on hands and knees. Quick work to Long. And they found a free kick in the exchange. It's going to Mitchell.
It's a lot of applause every time he gets it. The fans like him.
Quite right, though, Dwayne, with 80,000. Not a lot of noise in the stadium at the moment. Congestion at right half forward for Collingwood. Membry, Josh Dacos, Nick Dacos combined, kicks a good one. Just sits it out for Myercheck to run at it.
met Aaron Hamill before the game about what are we going to do with Dacos, and he sort of said, well, we've got to have plan B. Don't know, I think it might be time for plan B. He's having some reasonable impact on this game, and not for the first time, obviously, in his career, but when you play in front as a defender, you are vulnerable.
This is the exact spot that Elliott's kick was, possibly a shade closer for Myercheck, 48 metres out, and it's right on target, and in the end scrapes the post. 6:5:41 Collingwood, 3:5:23 Carlton, 9:25 left on the new tech clock. Optimise your business with automation.
Yeah, they're sort of not in it, Carlton, but they're not out of it either. That's the weird part. McGovern down the middle of Wiedering.
Seem to get this part okay, Dwayne. You get out of there 50, get in the front half, but then it's almost like they're going too quick and they can't defend behind their ball movement.
So he goes to Carroll, and he goes longer to Fogarty. Houston gets up, tried to kill it with a fist, but almost missed it. Cripps gets the crumb. To Chera, his kick a horror. It went to Houston. He handed it up to Nick Dacos to Mitchell. Here they go. Lipinski, who do you want? Have a raffle. Pull out the winning ticket, Jamie Elliott.
Spot.
So Jamie Elliott to line up. He lets McGovern know about it too. McGovern in the swat to try and get a bit of share, and might have got a bit of ear on the way through. So Jamie Elliott from the same spot he missed from about 8 minutes ago, but a good 10 metres closer.
Jono, when you have your second shot from around this spot, are you thinking, right, I need to correct what I did last kick, or is it a whole new routine?
Well, it was a bit further out, so it was just a distance thing, I think, and he pushed it a little bit left. So this one here, he should be extremely confident distance-wise.
He's almost 100% certain to kick it, isn't he? Maybe he is.
That's why he does what he does. That research.
Well, it's Jamie Elliott. That's the thing. I would have been more confident if scores were level and there was a minute left.
They're right into McGovern too after that shot.
Got a little clip on the way through. It's really obvious looking at it from up here, and it's no disrespect to the Carlton game plan, but they're going really quick from the back half, and it's been a badge of honour the last 6 or 7 weeks how they go from one end to the other, and they're really good at it, but it's at what cost? So if it doesn't connect in the front half, then you're really vulnerable on a turnover. And look at Collingwood play, Jono. They will not go quick. They will just take their time, get everyone set up, and then they'll go long. And that's for if it turns over, we can defend behind it. And it's two contrasting styles of play at the moment. One's working and one's not.
But it's where they go long to as well, Simo, because they've still got space behind the long to be able to then hit up a forward or a forward run back towards goal in just some space.
So for Mate Internet and Mobile, Collingwood 47, Carlton 23. Clearance out of the middle from the Pies again. Mitchell just tumbles it towards centre half forward. And then riding the tackle. And over the top, Myercheck and a ball up.
Pitting interesting conversation. Like, Ducani's best role's in the ruck, isn't it? He's not a forward. Not early in the year anyway.
So McStay flew early in the ruck, only to Hewitt, and then the McGovern kick was smothered. Ball just pinballs around on the ground, 49 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Hollands goes in, 3 men grab him and a ball up. So 4 goals, the margin here. Cripps tries to grab it. Akers just little tap to Hollands and then a dump kick to Quain or true centre wing. Members side, and this kick had to be good and it wasn't. Inboard, cut off, Curnow, Doherty, Carlton might be out here. Kick inside 50, running back Fantasia and marks it. Had Maynard pressuring him, but Fantasia kept his eye on the ball and can go back from 40 metres out.
Easy fast break. Good ball.
Well, that's 2, isn't it, in this quarter where they have been able to get... one was a lot deeper, where they were able to transition the whole way for Francis to have a shot. And this one here was more centre wing turnover. And then they're out goal side.
So Orazio, Fantasia. Comes in from 42 metres out. And it looks pretty straight. It's flirting with the left goal post. He snuck it in. It's a goal to Carlton. So they just hang in there with 6:45 left on the clock in the second term for New Tech, automation for manufacturing. Collingwood 7-5-47, Carlton 4-5-29. More from Simo and Jono.
Yeah, well, that was a good play by the Blues to be able to create the turnover in the corridor. The Pies looking to come for the first time really in this game, come back from centre wing, back in towards the corridor from Isaac Quaynor. It was a slow kick. Carlton closed it up, and then they were able to transition effectively forward. Fantasia's been in good form the last couple of weeks for the Blues. A couple of goals in each game, and he's starting to find some pretty strong football inside forward 50.
So De Koning in the middle, Cameron in the middle. And we're about to restart it as we tick into time on in this second term, and they almost get the clearance. Cripps gave it to Hewitt, back to Cripps. They should get the clearance. They do. It's a high ball from Cripps. Maynard stands under it. Curnow crashed it. Ball came from 40, crashed it even further. Markov through the traffic was brilliant. Curnow still down, by the way. High towards half forward. Myercheck, a brilliant grab in the middle of a four-pack. And now he's got Elliott on the move. In fact, it's Dacos. He goes for Dacos in the pocket. He didn't stay alive. So Elliott was there. Dacos was there, and it's like a black hole, Dacos. If he's there in a one-on-one, you go to him. And Curnow looks a little hobbly. Is that a word, hobbly?
Yeah. We get you.
Hobbled.
It was a big contest, though, from Moore and Curnow with the big fly, and landed straight on his back.
De Koning tries to smash it out of the ruck, then Hewitt rides the tackle, takes it to ground for a stalemate. 6:10 left on the clock, second term. Collingwood 47, Carlton 29. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Travellers, second term. Down it goes, Nick Dacos and Cripps fighting for it. Cripps just pats it towards the boundary line. Markov kept it in play. Would have been insufficient intent, I reckon, if it went out, but in the end deflects off the body of a Carlton player and out.
It's been Collingwood's quarter, Jono, inside 50s, almost double. So they've done well to hang in there, the Blues, at the moment. One goal off being in it.
Throw in right in front of the members. Cameron almost caught it himself. Goes to ground. In and under. Williams tries to fist it forward. Mitchell up against the boundary line. Hollands went in hard, kept it in play. Akers, quick hands. Then Williams dumps it on the boot. Sky ball towards half forwards. They collide. There must have been a whistle because off to the races was Motlop, but Howe looked at the umpire. So it was a free kick out of that contest, and now Collingwood switch it to the outer side, Waymo.
Yeah, Quaynor heads out wider. Taken by Lipinski.
It's good run. It's poor defence from Motlop.
Yeah,
on that occasion, he didn't go.
No, he didn't go. Twice he didn't go. First time he didn't go because he didn't think it was going to go there, and that's why they used him. Almost if Maynard was teasing Motlop. He said, "You're not going, mate, so I'm going to kick it to your man." Nick Dacos from the wing. Thumps it, launches it. Elliott, Myercheck, they're all there. And there might have been a nudge out here. It might be Myercheck. No, it's against Collingwood. It's De Koning's ball. And he floats it back to Wiedering. He goes backwards with the kick to fullback. Hands it to Haynes. Loops it further on to Chera. Handball missed the target, so Chera had to wait for the bounce, and now it's trouble. Heads toward Maynard, of all people, and he's turned it over. Aaron Skill, and it's turned over, and Maynard to Mitchell. So played 22 minutes now, second term, and Collingwood about to go into attack.
I actually don't think Collingwood have got more skill. I think it's a method. It's almost kamikaze from Carlton, and if they don't hit the target, they look silly.
Maynard sinks his left boot into it towards the pocket. Plenty round the ball through the fingertips of De Koning. Pendlebury rides the tackle from Hollands. Umpire says it's legal and a ball up.
It was a good tackle. Pendlebury was searching for the high. Raised the arm in that tackle.
In the ruck. It was just Pitnet tapping it down, and Crisp grabbed by Hewitt, and another ball up. City end of the G. Up it goes again. Pitnet takes it himself, and then just a little chip kick towards Josh Dacos. Ball. He did it well, got it to Markov up against the boundary line. Then long dump kick back from where it came from. Pitnet should have marked it in the end. Got it to Lord by hand though. Chera. And then Carroll just dumps it on the boot, leaves D50. It's not good enough. Back to Cameron.
And that's all. Collingwood would go wide to the boundary, and they know someone's there to knock it out and reset. But Carlton go inside of the corridor, and Collingwood's got a block. Cameron just pulls the kick late he wanted to go to Nick Dacos. He pulled the kick too short. De Koning took the mark to Haynes. And they get one quick on the rebound here, the Blues. Haynes on a half-back flank, looks around, it is you want. He hits wide, he goes to Cripps, who left it in the end for Evans.
Lucky kick, Dwayne. They're not set up for this at the moment.
Evans to Hollands. Is Curnow back on yet? No, he's not. Still on the bench, Curnow. Hands it back to Haynes, he runs the wing. Hammers it long, they need a flyer. Williams, a Quaynor.
So when you said they weren't set up for it, just explain that for us.
If you compare Collingwood structure, when they go along down the line, there's numbers waiting for the ball. When Carlton do it, it's 3v1 against, and that just tells me they're not prepared to do that play. It's not in their kit bag. It was sort of by fortune, not by discipline. So this play here, if you look at what happens down the line, if they end up going there, there's just numbers waiting for the ball. Pendlebury's pointing for it. They all know where it's going.
That's Maynard with the ball. His kick was a little errant, but Hoskin Elliott mops it up, and then a long ball. Membry using his body almost with one hand. Elliott's there as well. And out of play 45 metres around from the Collingwood goal.
Kick it there, because they'll hit the spare targets if they're there. It's the last kick is the long kick, and if there's nothing on, they embrace that play, which you just got to set up for multiple avenues, Jono.
Replay showing that for Toolkit Depot. They've got their massive clearance sale on now. Toolkit Depot. McStay knocks it down the rock contest. Got it to Chera. Handball went in the Cripps direction. Umpire's found something. He's found it to be Chera's way. So Chera in the back pocket. So again, they want to switch it. So the chip is on. Wiedering in the back pocket.
The play on here.
So he's almost, he stops and waits, and then he missed his target. Fantasia couldn't mark it, and now he fumbles it out.
I've been in this situation with bosses in right now, and you're pulling every string you can, and then you end up confusing your players. Yep. You know, whether it's trying to connect inside 50 or you try and go quick from your back 50.
Just the ball use as well, though. We spoke about it pre-game in terms of basic open possession and how effective they will be. Well, they haven't been effective at all.
Our experts for MEGT as Chris Surrey kick inside 50 for Collingwood. Carroll with the fist along the ground. Cowan with some work to do up against the boundary line. He kicks it, tight roping the boundary line. More spoilt Williams into the second row and out. Goal kickers for Collingwood, 2 to Jamie Elliott, 2 to Tim Membry and McStay, Hoskin Elliott. Nick Dacos with a goal, which was probably the goal of the day so far for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's massive range of tiles, all on sale. Throw in true centre wing, Dwayne.
Absolutely. We'll go around the grounds later for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, because there is another game on tonight. There is another game on. Pendlebury to Lipinski. West Coast Eagles hosting the Giants later on. We'll bring it to you on AFL Nation. So Steele, the debutant, he's missed his target. He hasn't quite been able to deliver just yet. Roan is his name. Roan Steele, as in starts in Switzerland, ends in France. The beautiful long flying route. Have you done the tour? Have you down the road? You're a traveller, Matty?
I haven't. But and also roan is quite a odd colour of horse.
Is it?
Yes.
What kind of colour is roan? Even though that's the colour.
Like a purpley colour.
Like a purpley colour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very rare, but you can have roan race horses.
Do they gallop?
Oh, absolutely.
Is there a correlation between your ability to gallop and your colour?
Not really.
Right.
Not really. Although grey horses go well in the wet, of course.
Any ones winning that colour?
Not yet. Not for memory.
Is the game that bad? Oh, it's only 19 points to do.
Yeah. Well, he's a colours man, Matty. He'd like the light blue boots. You're a fan of the light blues, aren't you? Norton wore them last night.
Yes, he did.
The Moody Blues, and he looked pretty good.
We are starting to see some very weird colours of boots later in the season too. In the Lime, Elliott's picked the football up from 45, and there's absolutely no one home. And last man standing, O'Farrell.
The game has changed, though, boys. It's become just a forward half game for Collingwood. Carlton can't transition. I think the message has come out. Great mark there, Moyer, to switch the ball to try and get out of the back 50.
He's good, Moyer. Yeah. Speed and good in the air there too as he kicked towards De Koning, fisted away. True centre wing, Sullivan, Quaynor by hand, over to Howe, 70 metres out, takes on Haynes and beat him and then kick to the top of the square. McStay! Gets the mark. There's a little lip in the background between Cowan and Elliott. McStay can go back from 10 metres out. And does exactly that and puts it through on the siren. So that's a dagger to the heart of the Blues at half-time. Dan McStay's kick 2. Collingwood 8-5-53 to Carlton 4-5-29. So after it was 6 at quarter time, it is now out to 24 points with 2 goals to McStay, Elliott and Membry, and also singles to Hoskin Elliott and Nick Dacos for Carlton. Zach Williams with 2 singles to Jesse Motlop and Orazio Fantasia. In front of 80,000 on a Friday night. Half-time, Collingwood by 4 goals.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
Bangs it back a wobbly one towards Myercheck, 52 metres out. Goes laterally to Hoskin Elliott, who marks it 48 metres out. Slight angle. Good night for goal kicking, 49 metres out. It's a good-looking effort. First goal of the night to Will Hoskin Elliott and the Pies.
Mitchell gets the clearance. Good to see him back for the Magpies. Steele gets a little fumble. Elliott off the deck. A drop kick goal. Jamie Elliott can do it all.
DeConey won it down. Williams off a step round the corner. It's going to be a goal. And that's a terrific finish from Zach Williams. First goal of the night for Carlton.
Kick smothered. He'll get it back. Put it in the book, Charlie Shawley. He goes with the pass across the face. Williams can't mark it. And they haven't messed it up. Williams, an arm shot free. So he'll kick 2 in 2 minutes.
They get this shot about 10 metres out. Tough angle for Williams, but he should be able to put this one through. He's lining up to snap around on his right foot.
Yeah, 20 metres out. He'll come around on about a 45-degree angle by the time he runs and snaps. And Carlton are in front. Carlton is in front. This game turned very quickly. Collingwood the first 2 goals. Carlton the last 2 on the Host Plus scoreboard. That's a plus.
Ball grabbed as Sullivan went to ground. Farrell grabbed and a really good tackle by Membry holding the football. Shots have been okay this year, looking for his 16th. And it's a good-looking kick too, and it splits the middle. So it's an instant reply for Collingwood.
Hasn't he won Taslotto? Come from the Saints and to a team that's won 8 in a row, and he's just found his groove. He's just fitted right into the system. I know he had some issues on and off the field, his back end of his career at St Kilda, but to come in and play a role that's pretty important for the side.
Good gather, Motlop. Motlop's marked it.
Talk about a player, Hilly, that has been clean below his knees in the first quarter. That's DeConey. He's had a couple of opportunities now. First one of the game, he was brilliant, which set up Curno's first shot at goal. And that one there, he was clean again, which then sets up his teammate in Motlop to have his first shot in this game.
He's a 50-50 proposition in set shots this year. 7 goals, 7 behinds. He's on the better side of the ledger now with a goal. And scores a level.
He gave it to Josh. He goes inside 50 and McStay off the back, kicks a ripper. Great crumb.
The first clearance of the second quarter, just like the first. Kick to Membry, who takes a juggling mark. Around that 45-metre point, Shane Warne stands side of the grounds. It's a beautiful looking kick off the boot. Has not deviated.
He nearly took an arm from Lipinski. Play on advantage. Nick Dacos goes for home. He's a superstar, this guy. Nick Dacos, his name is. He goes okay. Pull out the winning ticket, Jamie Elliott.
Spot. And you're thinking, right, I need to correct what I did last kick, or is it a whole new routine?
Well, it was a bit further out, so it was just a distance thing, I think, and he pushed it a little bit left. So this one here, he should be extremely confident distance-wise.
He's almost a 100% certain ticket, isn't he? Maybe. Yes.
Well, he does what he does. That research.
Well, it's Jamie Elliott. That's the thing. I would have been more confident if scores were level and there was a minute left.
Had Maynard pressuring him, but Fantasia kept his eye on the ball and can go back from 40 metres out. Comes in from 42 metres out. And it looks pretty straight. It's flirting with the left goal post. He snuck it in. It's a goal to Carlton.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut. It's the new McWings from Macca's.
So at half-time, after it was 6 at quarter-time, Collingwood lead by 24 points. AFL Nation for Elders, for Australian Agriculture recruiting now, and for 4 and 20 Pies, it's now time for the half-time floor show for Choices Flooring. Quality interiors start from a Choices Floor.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser.
And don't forget, Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all of the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to iCanWin.com.au to enter now. Brad Johnson and Adam Simpson, our experts for MEGT tonight. Brad Johnson, what have you made of this first half?
Oh, well, it's a Collingwood game, and Simo's described that brilliantly throughout the first half of football, the way that they are building it up, and they're a great watch, the Pies, and I think the opposition and the footy world are watching closely, just trying to work out how to exactly break down a system out there, and the Blues have been unsuccessful in that in the first half, although they've had their own positive moments. They just need to pick up their ball use and ability to hit easy targets, the Blues, and they might be able to clean up what they're doing with their flow of the game. But it's sort of all or nothing a little bit, Simo.
A little bit. I mean, it's 32 inside 50s to 21, so you're minus 11, but the clearances are even. So that then it comes down to ball movement, and what Collingwood do, it's really obvious, and it's funny. Premiership sides quite often have really simple game plans that everyone can see, but no one can beat. And we're seeing that with Collingwood this year, and they haven't changed too much since Flyers got to the club. And I've been in that position, and I've also been in Carlton's position where you're chasing your tail, you're trying to find what's next. You try something, it doesn't work, you try something else, you get to the bye, you review everything, you go, we're good at clearances and contests, but let's work on our marks inside 50. And it just looked like that quarter that they tried to do a lot of attacking from the back half, and they went a bit too quick. Collingwood were too well set up, and in the end just gave up too many front half turnovers. I think it was 13 front half turnovers that Collingwood produced, and they really got their game going. It's not a high pressure game, John, and that's what worries me, because if it gets higher, then Collingwood will get more dangerous.
Well, they got two shots from that burst you're saying from the back half. Evans gets a shot on goal, misses, but Fantasia kicks here, so they just get one. They get rewarded once for it.
Don't want to be a back half scoring side, and I hear a lot of people talk about it during the week about ball movement. You want to get it in your front half, lock it in there, and get your in-out in place, and just kill them with 1,000 cuts. And the back half is secondary, and I feel like maybe Carlton leaning too much on this full grand transition. That their best a few years ago was contest pressure, score from stoppages, and that's just dropped. They've gone from 4th to 7th this year in that particular part of the ground.
Especially with how high Curno's having to play. He's playing a release at times out of the back half, so he's winning the first mark or second mark out of, and then they've got nothing. Post him, isn't it?
Mackay's short, and
that's right.
De Koning playing as a forward, I thought his All-Australian little period he had early in the year, he was ruck. It was get out of my way. I'm going to take this game on and be a ground level player, get dominance in the air, and now he's playing as a second ruck, which that goes to your 15th or 16th player plays that role. So. And there's no choice. Pitnet's in the side, and that's his only role as a ruckman. So they've clearly gone in with a strategy of playing McGovern back. And look, they're not far off. They're 24 points off in a game where they probably should be 30 or 40. So we're not writing off the Blues at all, but they're going to have to do a few different things at half-time to get back into the game.
So to drill down on what we've seen, the toughest player in the first half for Truckline. Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Toughest player, I think. It's sort of hard to sort of split. I've loved some of Nick Dacos's work and his contested work as well as his brother Josh. So but that's what I love about the Dacos boys is their beautiful spread of contested versus uncontested ball. But they both had their moments of toughness in terms of that. And Mychek in the air has been tough tonight. He's been strong.
And you can also give Nick Dacos the vote for the unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise with that elite goal.
Yeah, and one of their ethos, or whatever you want to call it, from a style of play is if there's a a free kick, take advantage, and he took advantage just a split second before anyone else and kicked a great goal outside of 50.
Who would we call the breakout player of the first half for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life?
Well, I mean, it's not really a breakout, but Moyar's doing a couple of good things. He only had 5 possessions, but he looks like he's got some skill. He knows how to go for his marks. It's just, unfortunately, he's in a side with a lot of young players.
What about the Flexalt flexible player that we could see move in the second half? Flexalt, the only flexible oralised treatment for sheep.
Well, it could be Dakota just become the number one ruck in the second half. That's one move that could be made by Michael Voss. You're right, because they're 24 points down. So you're sitting there at halftime going, okay, what move can we make that could really spark or change the pattern of play here? And he's one that could certainly do it from a Blues point of view.
Here's the tackler of the first half for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Hasn't been a high pressure tackle game. I mean, Hewitt's had 4, and for Collingwood, Pendlebury's had 4. So I think Maynard's laid a couple of big ones.
Yep.
The best defender so far for Athena Home Loans. Tackle your home loan with Athena. Visit athena.com.au.
Isaac Quaner's 3 intercept marks have been strong. So, and we speak about him playing, not that burst run role. It's
exactly against
role.
Jason Dunster, though, was it? But anyway,
I'm
you
trying
beat who you can play on, I suppose, but you're right.
And the subs, by the way, for Corteva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. Flynn Young for Carlton, Will Parker for Collingwood, both yet to be activated. The player of the day so far for Viso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Viso Group.
Well, Dacos has had 16 possessions and kicked 1 goal, 5 score involvements. Pendlebury's been, and Johnny, you mentioned it before, will he get the first clearance of the third quarter?
He has to.
In the same way, but you'd probably say Dacos, he spent 10 minutes forward doing nothing, and then all of a sudden he's had 16 possessions. So.
And he leads the power play rankings as well for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. And around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse.
Got that. West Coast yet to score. GWS 4-3-27. 8 minutes to go in the first.
Fantastic around the grounds with Brady Johnson there for Chemist Warehouse. So that was the Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser. We're going to go to a break and we'll hear the goal of the first half for Beaumont Tiles, and we'll be back in a few moments. It's Collingwood by 24 at halftime.
The Beaumont Tiles goal of the day. Beaumont's massive range of tiles, all on sale.
Work out the mode. Collingwood tonight looks pretty simple. Jono, it's not a take you on type of night from the Pies.
Internet goes up. He spoiled it from Lipinski. He could have gone for the mark, and in the end he took an arm from Lipinski. Plant advantage. Nick Dacos goes for home. He's a superstar, this guy. Nick Dacos, his name is. He goes okay.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off full stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Dreading the cold and dreary winter evenings? Not anymore. Come home to your perfect environment with Panasonic Air Conditioning and Comfort Cloud. Panasonic's Comfort Cloud lets you set your air conditioning temperature from your phone anywhere, warming your house so it's perfect when you get back. Plus, minimize colds and flus with Panasonic's Nano X technology, actively inhibiting bacteria and viruses in your home. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Nano X not available on all models. Results are not instant.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
So we're about to kick off the third quarter. Both teams running on to the stadium for 4 and 20 sausage roll and for Elders for Australian agriculture. And the Macca's ball out there. Macca's making their debut. It's the new McWings from Macca's. Something to think about as we drive home from the MCG later on. So it was 6 at quarter time, 24 at quarter time as we're about to get underway. Adam Simpson, to use a Dwayne Russellism, Carlton, they're not in it, but they're not out of it.
Yeah, and I know we drifted with horse colours in the last 5 minutes. And that was because it was just in, out and in Collingwood's forward line, and they just couldn't find a way. It felt like Carlton might have sent a message out to start switching the ball, which got them even more confused. So an opportunity to reset if you're the Blues, Jono, and do you just keep backing your system in, or do you chase the game by doing something different with either personnel or method, is probably the question that they'll be asking themselves at half-time.
Yeah, I think they need to adjust a little bit of it, absolutely. There's no question. It's just whether they've got the belief to bridge the gap now, or whether they just think this is their fate tonight. So I think the first few minutes, or the first 5 or 10 minutes, hopefully we see a response sort of in that area, that the belief is there that they can close the gap on the Pies, because they'll know at half-time that the game has been played a Collingwood way, and Collingwood have been able to control the speed of the contest, and whether the Blues actually can think they can shift that, whether they can win that ball at halfback, whether they can not allow Membry, Mychek and McStay to have the aerial impact that they did have in that first half of footy.
And they're a young side, Carlton. So,
that's right.
You know, it's just, I mean, last week was a debacle, wasn't it? And it was because of the contest, and I feel like they're up for the fight to a certain degree. It's probably more in transition where they're getting themselves in trouble.
And I understand this is different what I'm about to say, but what Richmond did to Carlton in round one is exactly what we'd love to see here from the Blues, right? So,
yeah.
So
do you think that's going to happen?
You know what? No, but I live in hope that we might see something, that surprises us all, and we all sit back and go, you know what? Yeah, well done. They might win the game, but well done for a young team turning things around and really putting it up to the to the favourites to win it this year.
My gut feel is going to be they're going to get back in the game. It's the stuff they've been leaning on all year around the contest and clearance, and if they can get, they've been top 4 for inside 50 differential. They're minus 12 at the moment, so that's the first thing. They've got to get some supply.
So the score for Deutz-Fahr Tractors is Collingwood 53, Carlton 29. We're about to get underway for 4 and 20 Sausage Roll and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Round the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, Giants 33, West Coast 6.
Pendlebury's not in this centre bounce, unfortunately.
Okay, Dacos is though.
He is.
So the second half to get underway at the MCG.
He's on the bench, is he?
Yes, he is.
Cameron and Pitnet. Cameron just gets it down to Nick Dacos, harassed out of it. But he was held. He thought he was held by Chera, but Chera ends up getting the possession. Kick inside 50. Another strong grab by Moore. So Moore leaving defensive 50. Has one bounce and then a mongrel punt. Lands in the lap of Doherty for Carlton. Handball to Hollands. Thinking about using Lord out deeper. He does. Then just a kick and hope from Lords. Moore and also Quaynor could have spoiled each other, but Quaynor with the mark.
It's his 4th intercept mark for the night.
It's a weird feeling here. There's, 75,000 pretty quiet Carlton fans for their home game. Long towards the wing. Wiedering got there with a fist, but not to Mitchell. He goes inside to Dacos, who had to get his boot back on after having it kicked off in a tackle earlier. Long weaves his way past the couple. Feeds a handball to Sullivan. Caught, so we got a trickling kick. Going to get it, Elliott. Gave it back to Sullivan. Luther to the goal square. My check. Shrugs a tackle. Goals. That was way too easy. Perfect start for the third on the Deutz-Fahr Tractors scoreboard for Collingwood. Deutz-Fahr Tractors deals are now on. Contact your local Deutz-Fahr dealer today. The grass is greener, and the replay shows how easy that goal was for Toolkit Depot's massive clearance sale, which is on now. With just a couple of minutes on the clock in this third for New Tech, automation for manufacturing.
Oh, they're happy as a forward group the way they were able to manufacture that goal, the Pies, but it starts with that overlap run from Nick Dacos, cuts back corridor with speed, and they weren't able to run him down. And from there, look, it wasn't the most the cleanest passage of play from Collingwood, but they still had numbers, representation to be able to and strength and body size to kick this goal.
It's like a Morgan.
9-5-59 Collingwood, 4-5-29 Carlton. Chera in and under. Hands, Pitnet into Williams. Williams directs traffic blazing through the centre and hits the chest of De Koning. That's better.
Good ruck mid-connection, and De Koning's first real look in the front half, isn't it? Is this experiment of him being a second ruck forward. He's going to have 3 or 4 shots of goal to prove his worth in the front half.
Wayne mentioned quite quiet in the stadium at the moment. People getting back to their seats after half-time. Will this spark up the Carlton fans? Unfortunately not. Only the Bronx cheers for Magpie supporters as De Koning misses. 9-5-59 Collingwood, 4-6-30 Carlton. We've travelled 3 minutes for New Tech in the third term.
Yeah, the way it's going, it'll get noisy in about half an hour. The sounds of engines starting. Cameron goes and gets it at half-back. Takes a good mark. Early stages still, third term. He hands it off to Maynard. He runs with freedom. No one was with him. Goes long. McStay got there with a fist. Umpires found a free. It's Collingwood's ball. Mitchell plays onto advantage. Filipinski gave it to Quaynor. Bounces off one tackle. Handball's inboard. Got it to Houston. Hits his target pretty easily. Steele. Too far out to score. Chips it to Elliott. Within range. Huge 45 out.
That was huge work rate from Elliott. He's up on the other forward flank when this play unfolds and he just uses his athleticism, gets back inside 50, finds the space again, is hit up effectively.
We haven't seen a lot of Houston tonight, have we? No. We had the 7 possessions, 93 metres gained. Great luxury for some of these players to be a bit off and still be part of a winning unit.
So Elliott from 51 by the time he comes in. Again, he struck it pretty well. It's just to the near side, only a behind. So the Deutsch Far Tractors score 4-6 to 9-6. Again, they're still not out of it, Carlton. Plenty of time, but they don't look like being able to use it well enough to get back.
Doherty's overclubbed the kick, kicking it back into play. So it's Dacos with the football, kick to Maynard at centre half forward, and he can go back and have a shot from 45.
He's on the left as well.
Well, the kick in from Doherty was looking for Hollands, went over his head. There were 4 Collingwood players that could have raffled it. Ended up with Lipinski. He gave it to Dacos and then a little whip kick with his left foot to Maynard. Extraordinary skill. And now Maynard can go back for his 5th goal this year. Directly in front, kicking just inside 50. Maynard comes in. Looks good off the boot, but offline.
The third shot from Carlton's kick-in, and as a coach you sort of code these kick-ins for how far you get when you get them and what you give up when you turn it over, and they've conceded 2 goals in the first half, and that should have been the 3rd goal.
McGovern from full-back, heads wide. So Moore and Curnow in that battle. Pinnonet knocked it down for the contest to Cripps, knocked a little further forward. Moore lays a tackle. Pinnonet stripped. Nick Dacos has it. And he found McStay. Lace out on the run. Heads long, goal square, 2-on-2. Ball dumped away by Carroll. It might be a free. And it's going to McStay, is it?
It is.
Yeah.
There's great release from Nick Dacos. Crisp with the kick inside forward 50. And McStay, they've been strong, haven't they? Check McStay. Memory's had his moments as well. They're just bigger and stronger.
Crisp's had 8 possessions. Haven't done a lot either.
No.
So McStay, top of the square. It's getting a little ugly now. So Carlton was within, striking distance, respectable distance, but McStay, he made the goal umpire nearly tear a hamstring, but he slipped it through. So it's just extended out. He's got 3, by the way. Thanks for that, Hilly. 10-7 to 4-6. 67 to 30. They're more than double their score, and we're only 6 minutes into the third. This has the threat of getting really nasty if Collingwood want to make it nasty.
Well, it does off the back of the effect of Nick Dacos as well. 2 score involvements in this third term already. And Maynard's missed a sitter, which would have been a direct goal assist. And he was involved in that one to set up Chris to McStay.
And they're not in full rhythm either, Collingwood. They're doing their thing, but we haven't seen the next level they can go to. They might not need to tonight, and I think we'll see a scoreline over 5 goals too.
Which will be the first time in 9 years between these 2 sides back in the middle. Hewitt fossets it out to Cowan by hand. Pitnet back to Cowan. Receives the 1-2, looking for Curnow. Moore all over him, but Curnow claims the mark. He plays on quickly from 55. He wheels and goes. It's a good-looking kick. Just about hit the right goalpost. Chris made sure it was over for a behind.
He was unlucky then because he marked that ball about 45, but then Quaynar's manned the mark at about 49, so wasn't called back.
So Maynard, half-back flank, slips it in the Sullivan direction. He had Pinnonet to beat, who had the reach on him. So Pinnonet marks on the wing, loops the handball to Cowan. He launches wide. Will Howe go up? He does. He goes with a fist and he knocks it out. That goal to Harvey last night, the player on the mark wasn't allowed to come up and actually stand the mark where Harvey took the mark because he wasn't quick enough to get there, so he had to stand off 5. He had to stay away 5. So Harvey actually took the mark outside 50 but took the kick from 48.
Another miss.
Chera, quick hands, Carroll, Holland, by hand, Williams, 40 metres out, didn't kick it at all well, but just tumbled to Quaynor, Sullivan, Crisp. And they can do it easily here. Collingwood outside defensive 50. That kick, bit shallow for memory. And it was marked by Ring, and then he put his teammate under a bit of pressure, Carroll, his eyes darting all over the place.
Finger.
Elliott, the right finger.
Just doesn't play for him.
Stepped on, I think.
He ripped it out of the socket. He's stopping play for Elliott's finger, Owen.
No, there must be players somewhere else that, we're trying to get into the inside 50. What? I know, it's gone from nothing to everything, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a good explanation.
Especially when we're scanning the ground to see whether a player is in serious need or not.
I think if there's a stoppage here. If there's a head knock, stop the player. But if someone rolls their ankle, I'm sorry, you just got to keep going through it, don't you?
That's right.
Ball flung in the air. Down to Sullivan, caught. Got a handball off to Nick Dacos. Is that a glitch in the matrix, or did he fumble that?
Well, I actually think they've been off a little bit last 5 minutes, Collingwood. They're going really quick from the back half, and Carlton done a reasonably good job at getting a turnover or two. He's gone away from what they've been good at, the Pies, in the last 5 minutes.
Almost been lulled to sleep. Penadette takes it out of the air. There's another instance of what Simo's talking about. Go to Chera. Kick around the body. Off the hands of Fogarty. Coming hard. Motlop. Caught instantly. Ball up. About 40 out from Carlton's goal. So they're 4-7 Carlton. Collingwood 10-7, 67 around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. And it's 33-6 between the Giants and the Eagles. The Giants are 33, sorry.
Curnow in the goal square. You give away a free kick against Moore. They both dive for it. And Moore gets a free kick. Curnow directed to stand on the mark. Getting some interesting feedback from the Collingwood supporters behind the goals as well, as Moore thumps it outside 50 and then Wiedering with the diffusing fist.
It wouldn't be not the first, not the last either, to get feedback from Collingwood fans.
So you've got to commend the Carlton fans for coming tonight, don't you?
Yeah.
Have a look at it. Well, there's 70,000 Carlton, or maybe 60 of them are Carlton fans, but they're turning up. Back into play. Kicked off the deck. Lord tried to claim the mark. It went about 8. Cameron, Nick Dacos, slick-handed again. Pendlebury couldn't quite trap it, so he lays the tackle on Cowan. Holds it up.
Great tackle too. Didn't allow Cowan to release the handball out.
Flung in the air, Pitternet and Cameron in the congestion. And in the congestion, Nick Dacos gets an 8-metre kick straight up in the air. Now, Perryman tried to claim the mark. The umpire will say, no, I'll have it. And we get another ball up. This time it's centre-half forward for the Blues, who trail 31-67.
So, Cameron progresses it forward by boot 20 metres. Was Membry holding Wiedering? The crowd thinks so. Continues on now. Lord wants the boundary. He kicked it to himself. Grabbed by Lipinski and Membry. And it's locked up.
One goal since quarter time. The Blues started the match first quarter 3-3. Sit at 4-7 in well over a quarter. Only one goal, 4 on the board.
Cripps hurried kick out of the congestion. Grabbed by Maynard. Hit it hard. Quick hands. Crisp just trundles it towards left half forward. Bouncing ball. Wiedering went the big fist. Progressed to 20 metres only to Perryman. By hand he got it to McStay. Kick inside 50. Elliott waits at the back and takes the mark. Used his body.
Wow, what great craft, Jono. This is something back in your day. You're playing a taller defender and you get to work with your craft. Maybe a little push in the back, but
it was a lot of it was on the arm on the side. Have a look now. It might have been a little bit in the back as well. It's just McGovern's over exaggeration probably hurts him on that occasion.
I've seen him kick these before too.
So he starts his run up outside the field of play from 48. It's a magnificent kick. It just glides past the goalpost. Did it just scrape it? It may have. It did. So he's kicked 2, 10-8-68 Collingwood, 4-7-31 Carlton. 10:58 left on the clock for New Tech Automation for Manufacturing.
Jared Healy just texted me. There's a push in the back.
He didn't need to text you.
The Deutsch far scoreboard. Halfway through this third. And McGovern down the spine. Pendlebury got there late, crashed it with a fist, knocked it to the back. DeConey nearly had it, but then Houston picked his pocket. Kicks inside to Lipinski. Great mark. He really had to protect the drop zone, and Cowan had no idea. Lipinski heads wide. He heads to Elliott. He's got it again. Just dropped it in the bucket, really, for Elliott.
Yep. Another turnover from a kick-in. Dwayne, it's the fourth shot on goal from Carlton's kick-ins, which is an indication of a poor structure.
Plays on, kicks around the body, and of course it's a goal. Went to score on his last miss and made sure this one, it's 11 goals to 4. It's not a contender for the Beaumont Tiles goal of the night. Beaumont's massive range of tiles all on sale now, but it does give me an excuse to mention Beaumont's. And of course, AFL Nation is a 4 and 20 sausage roll, and Elders for Australian Agriculture. Our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, Brad Johnson and Adam Simpson.
So no, it's 4 goals, sorry. 4 goals, 1 from Carlton's kick-ins. Which,
there you go. And Elliott's going to enjoy looking at his review on that specific play, the way he was able to lose Wiedering completely. Who's considered one of the key defenders in the competition, just lost him brilliantly. The kick was great, but it was all because of the movement of Elliott. He caught the eyes of the kicker, who found him perfectly in space.
So DeConing tapped down to Hewitt. Hewitt fossicking around with his feet. There were plenty of pies there, though. Mitchell got it out. Lipinski, darting ball. Guess who? Elliott.
This could be the story.
This is party time now.
He's already passed his season highest goal-kicking score. He's kicked 39 goals. He's already kicked 40 this year. So
all Oz coming up for this young man.
Are you on the panel?
No.
Have you been on the panel before?
No, never.
Really? Okay.
So I can say as loud and proud as I want to the players who get on.
Kane Klein's on the panel.
Yes.
Would you have to play 400 games to get on there, did you? 8 BNFs?
Hasn't got the time.
Jamie Elliott from 45 metres out. He's having a very good third quarter. It's a better one now. He's kicked another one. That's 4. So that takes him to 41 goals for the season and puts him in second in the Coleman medal. Jeremy Cameron on 48, 41 for Jamie Elliott, obviously, with still a full round to come.
He's 32 years old as well. There's another player I thought, there's going to be a time where you just can't handle the rigours of the game, but he's proving everyone wrong in his career best season. You'd think All-Australian, it's not just on goals, is it? But
no, it's more than that. But the goals help.
Absolutely, especially if you win the Coleman. But, what is he, 185 centimetres?
And Pendles is playing game 417.
Wow.
So if they don't rest him much next year, he might get to 450.
Huge.
He could actually get to 450. But they'd rest him a couple of times next year. He'll play next year. There's almost a guarantee of that. Hewitt hands it off to Moyer, runs his way through the traffic, and Mungrel's one towards Curnow. Fumble, gets it, hands it to Lord. He hammers it wide towards the pocket. It's a high ball. McGovern's moved forward. Can't mark it. Perryman got there ahead of him and took it out.
Well, if you're Vossi, it's time to try a few things. Now, they'll start with positional changes, and they may change the way they go about it. They get beaten in the midfield now, Jono. They can't get the ball out of the middle.
Well, Elliott won't kick any more goals for the next 5 or 6 minutes anyway, you wouldn't think.
AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Collingwood 80, Carlton 31. Motlop with an opportunity here from 35. Snap off the right boot for a goal. Motlop's kick 2. So a quickish reply there. 12-8-80 Collingwood, 5-7-37 Carlton. 8:44 left on the clock for Newtech. Optimise your business with automation.
He's a bit of a whipping boy, Jono, isn't he?
Motlop.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't think he works hard enough in the game, though.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think some of it is he's got pure talent. There's no question. You can't question that side of things, but his involvements aren't as strong as I think what the Blues would think of his position in the team, and now he's starting to get games under his belt and more experience. So I think with that comes a rise in expectation of what should be delivered on match day.
Yep. So what are we going to get from Carlton in this next quarter and 7 or 8 minutes? Ball slammed to the deck. They fired it out. DeConey knocked it straight to Pendlebury, and he tumbles one inside 50. Bouncing ball. Sullivan got there. It's on 50. He backpedals, hands it to Lipinski. Tries to take on. Well, he didn't really take on Holland, who took him out, and will get a ball in 45 from Collingwood's goal. 80 plays 37 around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. The Giants are 6-3. The Eagles are 1-1. And we've got 14 minutes left in the second.
Throw in. Cameron down to Sullivan. Sullivan takes them on. Tries to run away from his opponent and snaps for goal. He puts it through Lockie Sullivan, and he enjoyed every minute of it.
That was pure, wasn't it?
Great pace, 13.886 to 5.737 Carlton.
That was nice. That's the nicest goal on the night in terms of what they're able to do. You're right, it was just a pure tap in space, hits it at pace, clean, breaks the tackle, and finishes beautifully around the corner.
I've seen 2 goals from forward 50 stoppages, and it is a skill. It's not a skill, it's a system to stop forward 50 stoppage. You've got to have someone out protecting in case you lose the clearance. You've got to get a guy on the move, taking on the sweeping player. It was pretty poor defence in the end by the Carlton sweep. I'm not sure who it was.
Pedals with a nice block, just on Doherty, just to give him that metre space that he needed.
And Francis Evans was the man who couldn't tackle him. He broke through the Evans attempt to tackle with ease. Williams, well, he gets a clearance, but he kicks it straight up in the air, and Moore might swallow this. He goes up. Pinnock was against him, got a fist away. Houston's got it, slung, he's caught, he's held. He's going to have to give it up to the umpire. About 55 out from Carlton's goal. 86 to 37. Collingwood 13-8, Blues 5-7. Josh Dacos feeds the handball wide, got to long. To Lipinski, up against the boundary at half-back, short to Mitchell. He's had a ton of it in his return game. He's a class act. Been getting it 35 times a week in the twos.
Up to 15.
To Josh Dacos to Hoskinelli, and that's a good commitment from Hoskinelli. He couldn't take the mark, though. Carroll runs the boundary. Fake to go inside. Tight roast the boundary, goes longer. Maynard, front spot. And Moyer got the second grab, and he might be paid the mark. He is. Maynard asked the question, didn't I punch that first? And the umpire said no, and given Moyer a shot at goal here from 48.
2 young players connecting there in the chain of possessions, and I think he got his hand in that. He did play that mark.
Ashton Moyer in game 4, second of the year. Has kicked a couple of goals before. He opens up the angle and he kicks into the bound of the mark. Well played by Maynard. He did not give up the whole time there, and he goes long to McStay. Great grab, and they run for McStay. He's a centre-half forward. Who does he want? Lipinski goes long. He goes for goal. He needs a roll and tumble about. That is unbelievable. What was Haynes doing? He waited for it to pop. Just dive, man, dive. 14-8-92 plays 5-7-37. Collingwood surge further ahead.
Oh, McStay was lucky he kicked that as well, especially with Nick Dacos flying by for a handball receive. But it's just the error with the shot at goal from Moyer. Beautiful work by Maynard on the mark to get that smother as the chant goes around the MCG. Long kick into McStay. I've loved McStay's game tonight.
Kills you, doesn't it? Having a set shot, 3 possessions later, you've conceded a goal. And Maynard, he's one of those players, like I said earlier, you just don't like him unless he plays for your team.
Chocolates to board lollies for Carlton in that passage of play from one end to the other, and State has made them pay. Cripps to Chera in the middle. Kick to centre half forwards. Collingwood have the numbers here. Moore dropped what he should have taken in the end. Paddles it out to Steele. Steele, they have the numbers. Perryman down the line. Hoskin Elliott was just a bit hot for him, but he raked it in with one hand. A little trundling ball down towards Membry, hitting their targets again. Then the handball to Hoskin Elliott. Has a couple to beat. Swings round onto the right to the pocket towards McStay. Or not quite. Out of bounds it goes, 25 metres around from the Collingwood goal. 6:15 left on the clock, third term. It's 92-37.
Jeremy Howe has been subbed out for the Pies. So Parker now gets his opportunity.
The ruck contest and the throw-in.
He looked all right, didn't he? He didn't look sort of too worried about things, Jeremy Howe.
Yeah, it's probably a management thing again. They've got a great opportunity, haven't they, the next 8 weeks to manage their players in a way that, whether it's positional or substitution.
In game, during the week, loads. You've got the luxury of it all, haven't they?
Well, not down towards Nick Dacos. He's half tackled without it. Umpire said no. Well, that's funny. Wide ball towards Moore. He's manhandled from the front. He's still good enough to mark.
He's had a super game, Darcy Moore.
De Koning's a shadow of himself. And,
isn't he?
Some people can handle contract stuff, Jono, and some people can't. I noticed that with players, and I'm not sure if it's affected him or not.
So the kick along the wing, marked by Cameron. Josh Dacos running by. Enters forward 50. Membry couldn't mark it. Long grabbed it. Hack shot at goal. Everything's landing now. Ned Long gets into the action with a goal. Off a step, puts it through. Vossi throws the phone down in disgust. 15-8-98 Collingwood, 5-7-37 Carlton, 5:19 on the clock. And that's thanks to New Tech.
Just tactical for Jeremy Howe. But even the craft of Long in this situation, Simo, when you have a look at just where he positions himself nicely, he roughly knows where the ball is going to drop to.
Yep.
And he's just in the right place, so therefore he gives himself the best chance to kick the goal. He does on this occasion. He absorbs the heat that is put on his kick with his body size and strength and nails a beautiful goal.
So just to come back inside bottom, DeGoey, who else is out?
Bobby Hill.
McCreary. Okay. Oh, that'll do now. Don't rub it in. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Ball up in the middle. Slapped down to Long. Got it off to Nick Dacos. He has a little bounce away. Loops a handle to Pendlebury, the usual suspects. He chips one wide. He had Sullivan out wide. He pulled the kick late. I think it was a look-away kick from Pendles. He knew he was there.
Frampton.
And now Schultz and Frampton, of course, thank you for that. And now it's going to be a shot at goal from maybe outside the boundary.
Another stat for you, Dwayne.
Yep.
4 contested marks to 19 tonight to Collingwood. Plus 15 contested marks.
Crisp. From the boundary, 45 out. Oh, this is getting ridiculous now. This is getting silly now. It's getting messy. It's getting ugly. But if you're a Collingwood fan, this is beautiful. This is just cream rising to the top.
Have a lot of shots from wide out with the Pies, and they're probably 50% strike rate, Jono, and that kick there was, Elliott had a similar shot earlier and just missed, and all parts of the ground now are starting to get overwhelming for Carlton. And they're a young team tonight. They're decimated. I mean, how many Carlton players are missing from tonight's side as well? It's pretty heavy.
Good point.
But you just don't want this to blow it to 100 points. And what is it at the moment, Dwayne? 60-odd?
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, 67 points at the moment. They've kicked 8 this quarter. The Pies, 8 goals, 3.
It's 11 goals.
To 1 goal, 2.
I think the car park will be starting to get cleared out a little bit already.
To be exact, 67 points. 104 plays 37. Cameron down to Nick Dacos. Tries to kick it to himself. Umpire almost got in the way. Steele just off the ground to Sullivan. Used his body well off Williams, and then Pendlebury just a bit slow. McGovern grabbing him and gets for holding the ball. So McGovern has Akers. on his own, and also shorter option Cowan at halfback. 4:07 left on the clock, third term. Cowan's long ball, right half forward. Maynard with the fist. Wasn't that effective. Out the back, Pendlebury. Flicked it out to Josh Dacos. Beats Fantasia to the punch. And then gets the handball to Wade Long. He overcooks the handball. But running onto it was Crisp. Crisp quick hands to Nick Dacos. Flicks it back looking for Long. Was ripped off it by Cripps. Then Akers. Zach Williams in the middle of the ground. Quick hands Curnow. And then another hurried handball to centre half forward. Opportunity for Evans directly in front. Goes for goal and misses to the left. 16-8, 104. Collingwood 5-8, 38. Carlton 3:25 left on the new tech clock in the third quarter.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. 2-1 plays 6-6. The Giants leading the Eagles heading to half-time. Kick into the back pocket to Maynard. And holds it up. A little hush falls over the crowd again. Hasn't been one of those traditional Collingwood Carlton battles where you think it's going to be fire and full on for the whole game. Little chip over the top to Long. He's got some space. Gives to Nick Dacos. He's got some space. Outside of the boot kick was a delight to Membry. He's too far out to score. And he goes inside to Pendlebury.
Just haven't done anything with Dacos, have they? 25 possessions now.
And Josh has got it now. He gets under this a little, and McStay goes up. Can't mark it. Lord crumbed it, gave it to Motlop, knocked it out. Instead of taking possession, knocked it away, and we'll get a ball up 50 from Collingwood's goal. Those scores for Deutz Far Tractors. The Deutz Far Tractor deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz Far dealer today. The grass is greener.
Cameron down to Nick Dacos, who had Cherra all over him. Houston tried to kick it to himself, came to Lord. Quickly to Williams, short one Akers at half back.
They've only got Brisbane next week, haven't they, Carlton?
Thursday night football.
Wow.
So a long searching kick to Doherty. Running for him is Hollands. Hollands low ball, Curnow with the mark 55 metres out. And then he has a little bit of time, set it up for Fantasia, but he overclubbed it. And Moore was able to run onto it. And handballs it virtually out of play.
Contested possessions, minus 23 Carlton, minus 28 post clearance. So they're plus 5 around the stoppages, but outside minus 28 contested possessions.
It's you and I on Fox next week, Matty.
Indeed. Looking forward to it.
Thursday night, Carlton, Brisbane. Is that here?
Marvel.
Okay. Curnow off the run. It's the post. Slammed it into the, I was going to say woodwork, but there. Long pass being wood. 104-39, the scoreline for Deutz Far Tractors as we wind our way to three-quarter time.
Moore leaves the square, long ball, attracts a crowd, fell down to Elliott and harassed out by O'Farrell. 1:42 left on the new tech clock, 104-39.
Got an extra behind the play now, the Blues. Put McGovern back there to finish the quarter off.
Spins back into play. Hit net, got a hurried kick away. Looks as though Cameron went down there. We'll watch that situation. Ball progresses to half forward. McGovern. His kick laterally to Akers. Cameron just holding his right arm at the moment.
It was a smother. He got a kick and he smothered.
Well, the long ball towards right half forward for Carlton. It's marked by Pitnet.
So what can Carlton do here? Get a late one, maybe? De Koning's going to jump. Big fly. Moore got there with a fist. He timed his fist well and just smacked it to the boundary and said, "No, you're getting nothing."
Collingwood happened to free up Koina versus McGovern, spare at the other end. And unfortunately, Koina was a step later for De Koning, but spare versus spare now, and you're going to get a mess in court 1 minute.
So back into play. Shorty's thrown again. De Koning got their front spot. Knocked it down. Dacos on the boundary. It's about the only thing that can beat Nick Dacos, the boundary. He lays a tackle on Motlop, who tried to run through Dacos and Quaynor, and they almost took him into the fence, and then they pat him on the head. So, it's all good. We've got this game sorted. No need to do anything silly. 39-104 the score line. Take us home, Matty, to three-quarter time.
Third quarter for 4-20 sausage roll, Dwayne, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Cameron goes down again. Kerno with it. Williams snap round the body, kicks a goal. So he's been prolific in front of Goldeneye. He's kicked 3, Zach Williams. And it's a little bit early to talk consolation prizes in the third quarter, but it's a goal nevertheless. 16-8, 104 Collingwood, 6-9-45 Carlton with 31 seconds to go third term.
Well, the one part of the ground that's working well for Carlton is forward 50 stoppages. They've kicked 3 goals, 2 tonight from 9 stoppages, which, if you're going to hang your hat on anything, that's the stoppage coach. He'll be happy with that, Jono. But, they've kicked 4 goals, 5 from clearances, Carlton, and 3 goals, 2 of them from forward 50. So the rest of the ground's not really in activation mode, but the forward 50 stuff's looking good. And if you're the flip side and you fly at three-quarter time, you'll bring that up.
Yep. Yeah, it gives you a drive in that last quarter, doesn't it, from a Collingwood point of view. It's certainly been the area that they've been beaten in tonight.
Some seconds to play with from the ball up. Nick Dacos pounces. Collingwood not done for the quarter yet. Look away, kick to Sullivan. He ran into trouble, gave it to Josh. 50 from goal. Tumbles it to the top of the square. Carlton have players behind the ball. Doherty, Chera, McGovern. He's kicked a high sky ball. And Akers gets there but fumbles it. Houston, seconds tick down. Pendlebury, crisp. Underground kick to Nick Dacos. He's caught and he's gone high.
I actually thought we'd played that pretty well, but
Nick Dacos, 45-degree angle and 40 metres out, will have a shot at goal.
He's got 2 options here. He can obviously just do a traditional drop punt, or he can actually step boundary side of the mark and hook it around and come back to in line with the mark to hook it around.
Can you move off your line at all? Just a little bit? See how he's right behind
He can come boundary side off his line as long as he kicks on the line.
Okay, so he can't go to the right from there. So he runs the risk.
Yep.
He runs pretty straight, doesn't he? Most times?
Yes.
The umpire's almost 3 metres behind him.
He is.
Give him some space. In he comes, Nick Dacos. It's going to be behind only. So three-quarter time at the MCG. There's a stunned Carlton crowd here. It's their home game, and they've been blown away by the best team in the comp, who are now going to be 2 games and maybe a great deal of percentage clear at top of the AFL ladder. For 420 sausage rolls and for Elders for Australian Agriculture, the score at three-quarter time. Collingwood 16-9, 105 to Carlton 6-9, 45.
That quarter on AFL Nation was the Deutz-Fahr tractors. Deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz-Fahr dealer today. The grass is greener.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129. And with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chainbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. and never dig blind.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Sandra Lipinski, great mark. He really had to protect the drop zone, and Cowan had no idea. Lipinski heads wide, he heads to Elliott, he's got it again. Went to school on his last miss. Darting ball, guess who? Elliott.
This could be the story.
It's party time now.
He's having a very good third quarter.
It's a better one now. He's kicked another one. Who does he want? Lipinski, he goes long. He goes for goal. He needs a roll and a tumble about. That is unbelievable. What was Haynes doing? He waited for it to pop.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Maccas.
Three-quarter time, 16-9, 105. Collingwood, 6-9, 45. Carlton, and we're about to get underway in the final term. Wayne Russell, Brad Johnson, Adam Simpson in co-commentary here tonight. So it's a neat 10 goals as we commence the final term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Elders. And a free kick to Hewitt for Carlton. Kicking to the punt road end for Cripps. And then a penetrating ball to a 3-on-3. McGovern goes up. Moore goes up. It's going to be a holding free kick to Collingwood, to Moore.
I see Cameron starting on the bench, maybe with an arm injury. We've got McStay in the ruck now, so that's a conversation starter for the next few weeks, so unless it's precautionary.
Nick Dacos on the bench too.
Maybe it's just the way they start the last quarter. When you're 60 points up.
They've got a plan for being 60 points up, have they? They've got a plan for that too, have they?
Well, there is two choices here, Dwayne. One is put the foot down and win by 100, or just get through and, win by 40.
Over there for O'Farrell, who took a nice grab for Carlton, and then he pulled the kick, hoping for Curnow, cut off by Perryman.
We used to say, let's leave a scar when you're playing these type of teams. And I heard the press conference during the week with Fly and Voss. There's a genuine hatred between these two clubs. I would have thought you'd try and leave a scar if you're Collingwood.
Well, there's a few scars being left at the moment, so whether they're fatal scars is the issue. How bad is it going to be for the Blues?
How's the Blues radio going next door?
Oh, they'd be having some fun. In fact, flick over, it'd be a barrel of laughs over there at the moment. McStay takes it out of the air. Thanks for the reminder. Hewitt gets a float kick in the Curnow-Maynard direction, and the ball knocked down to Chera. He kicks around his body. Got it towards attacking 50. McGovern gets it. Perryman got him. Ball came out to Cripps. Caught. Shrugged a tackle. Caught again. Got it to Curnow. Fed it inside to McGovern. Hammers it towards goal. Quaynor, goal square, and he got there to thump it through. Isaac Quaynor only a behind.
Did see three-quarter time Boss talking to the three leaders in Curnow, Wiedering and Cripps. Probably about effort in the last quarter. What they can do.
Quaynor is further afield. There's seagulls hovering around the G2. On the outer side, Cowan. Young, it looks as though he's been subbed on. Kick inside 50, cut off by Perryman out to Maynard. And Maynard's little chip kick puts Perryman under a little bit of pressure. Here's Flynn Young out there, second game. And it's Perryman with the ball ahead of him. Plenty of gaps in the crowd now. Interesting to see what the crowd was. Plenty of Carlton supporters going home early as Mitchell gives it to Markov, who's blazing along the wing. Picking up on the ground, Hoskin Elliott, half volley. Kick in the Membry direction. Couldn't quite grab the mark. But then Lipinski has a snap at goal. And kicks it a bit too fat. So they progressed to 16-10, 106 to 6-10, 46, still 10 goals.
We won't bring you any celebration in the rooms for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year because we'll head to the other game, which has been playing in WA, but on crunch time tomorrow, Darcy Moore to join the boys, so look forward to that. From the kick in, Motlop went to trap it, then kicked it on the deck. Ball still in dispute. Parker goes in hard for Collingwood, getting an opportunity to get himself a possession, but the umpire will ball it up.
Zach Williams has been subbed out.
Yeah, well, they stopped the game for Zach Williams in that third term, so he was hobbling around a bit.
With the ball up. Little toe poke off the deck from Rowan Steele. Didn't quite get it to a teammate. Chera around his body to Maynard, who goes up with Curnow. Just flicked it away from Curnow. Ball close to the boundary, and Parker sees it out. He's a contender.
Maynard was looking for a high five from him. He just ran away.
He's a contender for our forever young player of the day. Is Braden Maynard for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year. Another of the older players who's been playing well for Collingwood tonight.
Rowan Pitnet catches it in the ruck, and then it was stolen by Crisp by hand to Mitchell. Handball over the top. Steele's kick. That was a very accurate kick to Lipinski. And Lipinski continues on, falling into the hole. Myercheck, too easy.
It was too easy, but it was really clever by all the Collingwood players in front of the ball. They just knew how to cut angles and anticipate what might be happening with playing with the ball in hand. And Steele just lowered his eyes and saw the little 45 that was available.
A couple of nice kicks tonight, Steele.
Myercheck's kicked one, saunters in from 30, starts at left and it doesn't deviate.
Tell you what, he's got 13 disposals at the moment, probably walk away with 15 or 16 and he's...
Steele?
Yeah.
107 Collingwood, 46 Carlton for Tyre Power Winter Safety Sale now on.
Doherty long kick in. Quaynor did well there. It's this player out and tried to feed back onto it, and the ball out of play.
And as expected, he's leading the way in kilometres run so far in this game at 12.5.
Who's that?
Steele.
Who ran the most kilometres tonight? For OMF. Sleep deeper, I should say. Recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised, and ready to dominate every game with OMF.
Ball in dispute on the outer wing. Mitchell, quick hands. Markov gets it to Long. His handball inboard. Too hot for Dacos. Carlton through Hollands coming through. Beats one or two to the punch. Got it to Pitnet somehow. And then Doherty. A couple of Blues running through him, including Lord. Lord runs to the flank and then kicks to TDK. Couldn't quite mark it. Motlop with the crumbs, and then he was tackled. Gave it to De Koning, who was sitting on the ground. Then it was Hewitt. McGovern centering ball. Who to indeed. Parker has it for Collingwood.
Takes off. He's got Crisp wide. He's got Mychek on the move. That's a split. No, it's not a good kick. Cut off by Cowan. Just telegraphed it a bit much. Cowan back inside 50 to Motlop. Overcooked that. Cut off again nicely by Parker on the move. A sizzler to Elliott. Tried to knock on. Almost got a mark that he lands in the lap of Haynes and he wraps him up in the tackle. Who is that tackler of the day for Truckline? For truck and trailer parts, visit truckline.com.au.
Maynard, I would have thought. It's had a couple of nice ones.
That was a good tackle.
That was long lost the tackle.
Dacos takes off. Heads long. Membry full forward. He's up. Can't mark it. Wiedering might crumb it. He's in some trouble, Wiedering. He's fallen on it. It's under his backside. And it'll be a ball up.
Got great ability to jump off two legs, Membry. Just the vertical leap, the old basketball rebound style.
Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, our tackler. Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Forward pocket for the Pies. Lords get out of the congestion. And it was hitting net off a step outside D50, only as far as Perryman, and then Moore kicks partially smothered. Hollands gathers, and now Fogarty, who has plenty of time on the wing, finds Fantasia along the flank. He's going to centre it to Evans, so Evans just outside the arc, and then out to Hollands inside forward 50. He could have kept going, but he's electing to settle back and have a shot.
I think if he had kept going, Collingwood would have given it to him. It's not like they were all done in terms of their chase down on that occasion. You're right, it was pretty slack.
It's fair to say the sting's gone out of the game, although, you know, Carlton's contested possessions this quarter, they're +6, so we mentioned they were -28, so they've come out with good intent. I'm not sure Collingwood's got the same vigour, and that would annoy the coach. He wants full quarter performance.
Hollands, 47 metres out, and it's going to sit up right on the line. And was it marked? Cameron claims it. Yep, he marked it. So no score, then short one to Quaynor in the pocket.
I'm thinking about your 3, 2 and 1 as well. Isn't it nice? He might get the votes.
The rookie. Rookies don't do it.
I know, it was the...
They do.
Josh Dacos heads wide. And Markov goes up, can't mark it. Lord crumbed it, gave it off to Fogarty. He to Cripps. He in turn, well, they're just going to move it around and try and find a target inside 50, and a big mark's been taken by Moyer.
Well done.
There you go. You've liked some actions from Moyer tonight, Simo?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look for little bits of hope, don't you, with this young side? And we've seen a few passages of play from younger type players that have connected reasonably well. Hopefully he doesn't hit man on the mark on this play, but outside of that, kicking the mark in the third quarter has been pretty good.
Might be our breakout player tonight for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Australian Outdoor Living as a breakout player for the Blues. If he can slot it from 45, and he does.
Nice.
So they can win the quarter, Carlton, and go home with some wallpaper over the cracks.
Yep, that's right. Draining, but that's sometimes all you can take. And as much as it's been a disappointing night for Carlton, they're probably the youngest team of the competition this weekend, playing against the oldest and most experienced. I'm not totally surprised by the situation, Jono, but I thought there was a bit more going Carlton early in the game when they were getting stuck in their transition game.
Darcy Cameron fighting on, even though he's had that arm issue, so he's back out there in the ruck. Could be a contender for our toughest of the day for Truckline. For your truck and trailer parts, visit truckline.com.au. 107 to 52 is the scoreline right now, with 10 and a half gone on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing.
We'll be heading to the Eagles and Giants shortly after the final siren here on AFL Nation, as Hewitt runs it out of the middle for Carlton, but his kick too strong, and Parker with another possession. Then his kick looking for Markov, cut off by Young, so the two players substituted onto the ground, getting involved in play here. Markov over the top to Josh Dacos, true centre wing. Warren stands side of the ground. Nick Dacos up against the boundary. Long ball. 2-on-1 over there against Membry. Haynes comes up with it for Carlton. Short one to Young. Then his kick inboard. Hewitt, well, it was well and truly clubbed incorrectly. And Perryman was able to grab it. Gave it to Long. Markoff in there as well. And then Markoff's kick straight down the throat of Pendlebury.
Just trying to see who's starting to position themselves for a handball receive here for Collingwood. No one's interested.
Dacos is...
There you go.
It is.
Hey, it was a good move too, wasn't it?
Put him to sleep.
Oh, Hewitt was out cold.
That's funny.
He was snoring.
Still look for a little drop kick somewhere.
So the 37-year-old Scott Pendlebury, he's just going to pull it towards Membry and fist it away from Hollands and out.
Best defender of the game for Athena Home Loans. Kick even more goals at Athena Home Loans. You said Darcy Moore's been a pretty good performer, Jono?
Yeah, he has been. Yeah, he's been excellent tonight. He's back to his sort of marking best in recent games as well, Darcy Moore.
75,000 here in the house, or there was at least earlier on. Wide ball. It scurries toward Darcy Moore, the man we're talking about, who he doesn't even... Well, he did try and keep it in initially, but it's out of play, and we'll get a ball in on the wing. Final term brought to us by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Winter safety sale. Get 4 for 3 on selected Falcon tyres.
Throw in, true centre wing out of side. Cameron catches it, and then net grabbed him.
Look at that rule where you can grab it out of the ruck.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's your prior opportunity done. If they want to free the game up a bit more, I mean, it's...
This time Cameron tried to swat it to Mitchell, and then Pitnet still standing in the ruck. He's locked up. And up it goes again. Pitnet flicks it behind Young, fossicking around for it. Cameron on hands and knees. Mitchell flicked it out, just hoping for the best. Cowan grabbed it. They grabbed him. Chera was looking for Lord, cut off by Nick Dacos. Then a volleyball tap from Long to Pendlebury to Mitchell. Mitchell goes for home. And offline to the left. 16-12, 108 to 7, 10, 52, 10-11 left on the clock for Newtech. Optimise your business with automation.
That was the behind I was looking for. That's our game sealer moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. They can't come back from here now, Carlton. Not with that added to the scoreboard. See what they do here, the Blues. They can play it out, though. Collingwood put the cue in the rack, you sense. Chera comes out wide to Akers. He's got to Koning. Short if he wants him, or Fogarty. He goes to Koning. He goes hard, but Parker came just as hard, and they win it with the combination of Parker and Crisp. Wide to Membry. He's got it on the wing. Good grab. He turns and he wants to go. He's got McStay. He's got a few lurking forward. No, he's going to hold it up. He hands it off to Steele. He thumps it. Did he get enough on it? Mychek doesn't jump. Hollands did, but with one hand. Ball fell to Cowan. Ran through Nick Dacos. Got a kick away to the central player waiting for it. And a chance for Evans to set it up. Kick inside 50 is good. Loop over the top from Moyer. McGovern gets himself a consolation prize. So they might run this out and make the scoreboard look a little more attractive come the final siren. The Blues. Our power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. Switch to Red Energy. Who is leading the power play rankings so far? Because it's junk time. What happens from here, Jono?
I'm telling you right now, do I know when I can click on this? Effectively, Nick Dacos 107, Zach Williams 101, subbed out, Pendlebury 97, Maynard 96, Cameron 93, Pennet 92.
Okay, does that affect your votes?
That's every player over 90. No, not really.
Oh, you've done your votes, have you?
Votes are ready to go.
All right, let's do the votes. Here, 3, 2 and 1, Jono.
1 to Darcy Moore tonight, 2 to Jamie Elliott, and 3 to Nick Dacos.
It's half-time around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Giants 54, West Coast Eagles 19. We'll be joining our commentary team on AFL Nation in the third quarter shortly after the final siren here.
The Aviso Group, don't drop the ball on insurance. Call Aviso Group. Outro Aviso Group, trusted insurance brokers.
Sure you don't want to sneak Pendlebury into the votes, mate.
Oscar Elliott's long ball to the top of the square for Collingwood, and a good mark
We could
Weedering.
have a big 10 minutes here, couldn't he? Pendles as well.
I've made you do the voting at the same time you used to have to do the Norm Smiths.
You done that one?
Yes.
I have before.
Have you?
Yeah.
How'd you go?
When the Bulldogs played the granny, it wasn't ideal.
Yeah, right. Who won that one? Oh, you're
Johansson.
Yeah. Did you have him?
Yeah, I did. Kennedy 2 and Boyd 1 that day. Josh Kennedy was amazing for the Swans that day. Excellent game of footy.
Will Parker in his 7th game of AFL, getting a fair bit of the pill here in the closing stages. Next to a contest off hands, falls to Steele by hand. Check Haynes, he was able to slip him, then he slipped Wiedering, came back towards Steele, tries to pat it to himself, and then Cripps went in on hands and knees. Out it came to Young, quick hands to Hollins, and then Carroll. Then he just slams it on the boot down the line. Quaynor's hovering, goes the fist and out.
Well, the Pies are coming off a 6-day break. A little bit of an excuse, I suppose. The Blues 8-day break. A little bit more go, but a bit of pride, I suppose, last quarter.
Our experts for MEGT build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Ball back in flow. Ryan Steele. Nick Dacos. Kick ricochets. Ball falls to Flynn Young. He's over it. Cripps is over it. Crisp is over him. And the umpire says, I'll have it.
They look tired, don't they, Dwayne?
They do. They look like if it was cricket, the two captains would get together now and say, that'll do, won't it? Ball flung in the air. DeConing the flick back. Sullivan couldn't reach it. Lord goes and gets it. Lipinski gets him. Nick Dacos to Pendlebury. Chip kick to Elliott. They're not done just yet, Collingwood. They're not going to leave anything even for the Seagulls tonight. Elliott to line up for goal number 5.
You gave him
2.
Gave him 2.
Yep, 6 shots,
What about
7
if he
scoring
kicked 7?
Still 2.
Really? Okay.
Can we adjust them on the run, Dwayno?
So lines up from 48. Well, it's drifting a little. It's hit the post.
I think I know.
So 16, 13, 109, 8, 10, 58 Carlton. Brought back into play. Cowan's short one. Doherty. Cowan gets the 1-2. Low ball. Hits the chest of Evans. Inboard to Chera in the middle of the ground. Chera laterally to Haynes. And Haynes, the kick. It seemed to slew off the side of the boot, but it was marked by DeConing anyway. Juggling mark and then kicked to the top of the square, punched away from Motlop. Perryman, quick hands, Quaynor back towards Perryman, through his legs, and then Cameron to Lipinski. Lipinski's high one. It's almost out. It is out. Stay marked it, but he was out of play. So Carlton have it through Haynes in front of the benches. 109 Collingwood, 58 Carlton. Less than 6 to play for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail on.
Haynes, it's a floater, and it's floated perfectly into the lap of Cameron. Short pass. Josh Dacos to Chris. He heads out wide to Steele. And it's another possession. The debutant, inside kick to Mitchell. He's had plenty of it.
Fantastic debut from Steele. Really enjoyed watching him tonight.
Back to Josh Dacos from Mitchell. So they're just sort of messing with him here. Going to pick their way through them with possession footy. No need to do anything crazy. Maybe not put anyone into any dangerous one-on-ones. McStay thumps it up. Is there an Elliott screamer to come? Mycheck almost plucked it off hands. Hits the deck. Here's Elliott through the traffic. Feeds it to Nick. Nick feeds it further on to Crisp. Little fumble from him. Gave it up to the debutant. Steele back to Elliott from 48. He goes long. Markov in the goal square. Can't get near it. And Doherty's taken the mark last line defence. Hands it off to Hollins.
Hollins almost chased down. Markov did a good job. Young with the hurried kick outside. Defensive 50. Gathered by Parker. Handball Mitchell, and then swept it out to Perryman. Perryman throws his laces into it. Cripps with the fist. Ball bounces around. And Wietering with an element of ease to Akers, who's in an absolute paddock here. So he has one bounce leaving D50. He retreats back and gets it to Evans. And then the handball through the logo to Chera. Chera piercing kick to centre half forward. Fantasia with the mark. So Fantasia takes on his man and then just dabs one towards the pocket. Motlop spoilt by Moore. Spoilt by Moore. He's had a night. And the Collingwood players come over to ruffle the hair. They know he's had a good night too.
I think his biggest strength is his closing speed more. He's never out of it. He always, that last 5 metres, he finds a way. Like the Seagulls have through the wire.
It's definitely found a way.
They found something on the ground as well that's edible. Not sure what it is, but they all spotted it at the same time.
We have hot chips left from the Carlton faithful tonight, as Farrell's going to have the free kick. The half-forward flank. It's all academic now. His kick was smothered. McStay did really well. Receives the handball back and then just dumps it inside 50 to Koning with the fist. Little volleyball work crisp down to Mitchell. They can exit D50 here, the Pies, through Perryman. And a skied ball by Steele. No mark taken. Carroll driven into the ground by Myercheck with interest, but they still have it. The Blues. Hollands to Motlop, 48 metres out. It's going to wobble towards the goals and through for a behind. 16-13, 109 to 8-11, 59 Carlton. Crowd tonight, we thought it was 75,000. You can throw in 827. Okay. 75,827.
And how many reckon in now?
55,827.
Around, to be honest.
Well,
I would have been doing.
Take your hat off. You'd be at the London Tavern.
I should have been.
You can go if you want to go now, Simo.
I should have been there.
Yeah, there'd be a few still there, wouldn't there? North Melbourne.
From last night.
My check goes hard. No, they were there today for lunch.
They don't do things in
they
once.
would be still there, no doubt.
There's always a double up somewhere.
And Markov comes off. There's a few that are interchanging on the bench. Oh, Collingwood almost had an extra man on there. Would they scrub their score? They don't do that anymore, do they? That would have been a funny win for Carlton. Collingwood accidentally put an extra man on. McStay dumped by Cripps, and he did have prior opportunity. So Patrick Cripps about to send the ball inside 50 for the Blues. And there's a Collingwood chant. You can just starting to hear it rumble around the MCG. Cripps long. McGovern got up there. Off hands. Mitchell's been great. Gave it to Maynard. He to Hoskin Elliott. Back to Maynard. To Quaynor. Just messing around like it's a training drill now. To Josh Dacos. Dinky little kick. Overcooked. Doherty picked it. Goes toward the Koning. Moore says, nah, not on my watch. Slapped it away. Got it to Quaynor. He turned to Lipinski. He gets it back out wide and long it goes. And Hoskin Elliott, they might have a goal left in them here, the Maggies.
Sat it out from Membry, who marks. He's happy just to back and let the cavalry run by. Nick Dacos calls for it short, receives it. And then he just probes it back to Mitchell.
Dacos 34 possessions, 582 metres gained, 12 score involvements.
A long time ago, Dwayne, we shared a commentary box about 4 months ago and he didn't see the game out, remember? Round 0 in Sydney, Nick Dacos.
Yes.
All the criticism.
Right. He just kicked it backwards. Does that go against him now?
Metres gained?
Yeah.
I think it does.
Quaynor kick inside 50 and then a hurried one. Hoskin Elliott, he was actually on the ground and decided to kick it kung fu style and went out on the full. Carroll
down to 574, Dwayne, so you do lose.
Yes, you do lose, okay. So the way they're chipping it around now, Collingwood, they could have some numbers taken off them. Because Carlton aren't manning up. So wide to O'Farrell, we've got a minute left. It's been... Well, you just got to say it's a disappointing performance by the Blues. They were disappointing last week. We thought they might show a bit more fire today, but it hasn't quite been there. Moyer has tried his heart out, can't mark it. Lipinski to Quaynor, to Josh Dacos, who thought about the metres gained and goes forward to Nick. He flies and takes a
there it is.
contested mark. And a ripper. Good on you, Nick.
The third one. That's number 3, Johnny.
That's huge. That was a goodie.
It was nice.
And he sends it wide. Who's going to fly? My check edged out a little by Carroll. Edged out a lot by Carroll. So he can have the last say of the night with a shot at goal as the clock ticks down. Take us home, Matty.
My pleasure. Dwayno is...
Even Peter Dacos is having a chuckle that his son got off the deck.
I have to get his dad on every time he does something.
Every time.
Brody Myercheck looking for his second. It'll just about be on the siren as well. Myercheck comes sauntering in from 45. And that is a goal. It's the cream on the cake. Whatever you like. It's been a massive night for Collingwood against their arch enemies. 17-13, 115 to 8-11, 59.
Pretty selfish, Matty. He could have waited 3 more seconds to kick.
Well, the timekeeper stopped the clock at a second. Yes. So there's 1 second left. I mean, you might as well just blow it, mightn't you?
Siren.
Well, just like gridiron, they should just run off now. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's finished. Let it run down.
And the 2 rucks don't touch it here. They just stand off and let the ball just bounce on the ground. Although the umpire could do us a favour with a really bad bounce. And just take the 1 second off.
I hope Vossi doesn't call this a small victory win in the last quarter, do you? It's been more about Collingwood the whole night.
Spot on.
So the 2 ruckmen did wrestle just for the sake of it. Siren, the big roar across the MCG. And Collingwoods continue their march to September. They beat Carlton 17-13, 115 to 8-11, 59.
Final score here at the MCG as rain starts to tumble down. Collingwood 17-13, 115. The Carlton 8-11, 59. Thanks for your coverage. Thanks for your help. Thanks for your work, boys. And we'll catch you next week. And catch a few of you on Crunch Time tomorrow when Darcy Moore will join the team. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Let's head west. It's the West Coast Eagles hosting the Giants in the west. Tim Gossage, Paul Hazelby leading the coverage for AFL Nation over there. It's the Giants who are leading at the moment. Jake Stringer and co wreaking havoc. Jones has just kicked one as well for the Giants to add to the margin. But as we head over to the west, with the third quarter up and running, the West Coast are 4-1-25 to the Giants, 9-7-61.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Winter safety sale. Get 4 for 3 on selected Falcon tyres.
Round 17 on AFL Nation. Nate Caddy's Bombers host Ben King and the Suns. Live tomorrow on your home of sport, SEN.
Played on, heard it up into the pocket, did well, got around Harry Edwards far too easy, found a man in the goal square, and that is Cadman. And Cadman will go back and kick the easiest of goals 3 metres out. And Jake Stringer's done some pretty handy things here tonight.
He does. That was too easy. Harry Edwards just had to know that he was going to cut back on the inside. Smart kick. Could have gone for goal himself. Was able to find his teammate who's been pretty quiet tonight, Aaron Cadman. 19 goals for the season.
Four goals for the year, Cadman. Make it 25. Bangs it home. Back-to-back goals for the Giants. 10-7-67, 4-1-25. 11 gone in the quarter. MEGT are making apprenticeships easy, and IGA, you can't beat local IGA. Paul Hazelby's our expert.
Oh, that's the response you want from the Giants. Just when you thought the Eagles were getting some momentum, getting back in the game to 30 points, they go bang, bang. Jake Stringer involved with both of those goals. He's been influential. And the midfield well on top. Jack Graham had a chance to win the hard ball in the centre of the ground. Fumbled. Enter Toby. Tom Green, he doesn't fumble. That's where the ball started from.
The Giants now leading by a game-high 42 points, 10-7-67 to 4-1-25. 11 and a half gone, third quarter clock for Ross's auctions. We're back in the middle. Graham, Hewitt, Bailey Williams and Hoff for West Coast. Hewitt head over it. Hamill's back for Graham. Panic kick, but has a teammate sitting underneath it in Hall. Just behind right half forward on the wing. Pokes one wide. They retain possession. Duggan onto the left boot. Ryan got high, but he was at the back. He did well to make the contest, though. Throw a blanket over about 12 blokes here. GWS fired a handball out only as far as Graham to Hall. Left foot snap. Hutchinson had to be brave. Got one in the back. Should have got a kick and didn't. The Eagles might just get a goal anyway. Champion just lobbed it up. I'm not sure it went 15 metres. Liam Ryan's landed on his backside, and the Giants are out of danger. Aaliyah out to halfback. It's rolling. It's going to be taken out by Edwards, and it'll be a boundary throw-in right beneath our commentary position. The Eagles should have somehow just manufactured something there, Paul Hazelby, but they didn't.
Could have been a free kick there. Full Hutchison just cannon into his back against Buckley. But the champion has had his first touch in AFL.
Williams wins it down, but only as far as O'Halloran to Angwin. Hand pass to the runner, Fonte. It's going to be hard to catch, especially if it's Tim Kelly chasing him. There's the hand pass in towards half forward. Bedford to the run now of Kelly with the left. Kelly of the Giants open. It's a goal. It's a goal. Bo Allen was waiting for it to hit the post or go through for the behind, and it's pitched and gone through. And they are racking up the goals right now. It is starting to get ugly with a capital U. 11-7-73 to 4-1-25. And Josh Kelly kicks the goal, and that is the third consecutive goal in the term. And that's just beautiful run through the middle by Fonte and Bedford, and on the end of it was Josh Kelly. 55 out. We take a look at the replay, Hayes, and have a look at Bo Allen. Yep, he just couldn't get it. It did take a pretty ordinary bounce for him, I must admit. But anyway, starting to look ugly on the scoreboard.
Yeah, not much he could do. He could dive at the ball and try and smother it. That's probably his only option. But he sort of hesitated, waited. But again, O'Halloran, he was the one that won at the source. Went straight through the middle. Fonte involved. Also Josh Kelly back in some good form too. 20 disposals and a goal for him tonight.
20 back in the middle. The Giants by 48 points.
That's a game high. That's a game high, Jimmy.
Can the Eagles respond? The Giants are going forward again. Well done. Brave mark. No fear for what might have been coming the other way, which was nothing. Liam Duggan, with no man on the mark, can run 5 or so metres and hit the target. It's Flynn. Edge of the centre square. His defensive half, the big ruckman, the former Giant. Loopy one to half forward. Oh, Mark was dropped there by Leake. Did well to mop up. Handball back to Angwin. Goes inboard to Fonte, now Callahan. Peels one off out wide in search of Jones. Ball slipped through his hands. Allen's there competing. Handball up to Hall. Eagles on the wing. Kick for the 45 from Hall. Didn't quite get there on the full, but Hoff was waiting and ready to compete. He lays a tackle and forces a stoppage at right half forward for West Coast. About 75 out from home. Flynn is there with Briggs. Briggs front spot, sharked well by Hewitt. Snapping right foot kick to a dangerous spot, but Liam Ryan couldn't get a run at it. Angwin clears for the Giants. One-on-one foot race. Well done, Brown. Onto his boot in front of Brock to a one-on-one. Good little battle, Jinby and Grzewski. It comes to Toby Green, who had to work hard to get it on the bounce. Then he got one high. It was a high fend-off. In fact, he was taken high. He lobs one up in search of Grzewski. Brilliant. Hang on to Mark. Jinby was awesome, and he saves what would have been a certain Giants goal.
There was that one of those front-on decisions he had to make. He did very well. That's a terrible kick. It went over the head of Bacon. That's not hard to do because there's only a little fella. Taken by Darcy Jones. Snap on goal. He's missed to the near side. He's kicked 2.
Very poor from Clay Hall. Rising Star nomination. That's going to make or break him as an AFL player.
Kicking's the issue. Yeah. 11-8 for 4-1. 74 plays 25. 49 points the margin.
And it was going to Liam Baker too, who's having a stinker. 4 disposals. Went straight over his head.
Just forward of the wing here, Buckley. And was back for Fonte, who Trying to get around a tackle. Not sure he handballed that one, but the umpire was on the other side. It spills out anyway for West Coast. Graham handballs to Hall. Trying to chip the kick to Shanahan, who cannot mark it. It's knocked out of play on the outer side of the ground, opposite our broadcast position on the wing. Cool night in Perth has the Giants in front by 49 points, 74-25. 17 gone on the third quarter clock for Ross's Auctions. Ball comes back into play. Briggs has been dominant in the ruck. He's taken a tumble. He's grabbing at his ankle. Briggs has gone down. That's a big watch. 2-on-1. Another collision up the ground. The Eagles are out the back. Champion. 55 from home into the pocket for Ryan. Didn't hang on to it. Knocked out of play. It'll be a boundary throw in the right forward pocket.
They kicked the ball to Liam Ryan like he's a key forward.
They don't have too many targets down there. Shanahan was absorbed to the play. Bailey Williams hasn't spent too much there, and Jack Williams been subbed out. There's no Jake Waterman, there's no Oscar Allen. You're right in what you're saying. He has been the target a number of times, and if you are the small target, you've got to kick it to sometimes the ground or well out in front.
Reed tackled by Aaliyah, got around him onto the left, 2 metres and hit Aaliyah in the chest. Ryan caught. It's raked out of his hands. Items down there will get a ball up at the top of the Eagles goal square. They're pushing hard. They're trying everything.
Buckley saw too. He's limping.
Yeah, he's limping. Christopher Furness keeping across that.
Graham out of the stop. He's whacked it on the boot. Terrific goal. The former Tiger, when everyone else has made it look pretty hard tonight, grabs it out of the ruck hit out and slams it on the boot, and the Eagles find their fifth. They're 5-1-31 to 11-8-74.
There's a little bit of cork in the ocean about that. There's a bit of cork in the ocean. It was a lovely goal, wasn't it?
Great Dennis and Buckley.
Yeah, look at this. Chris Clafounas, keep an eye on Jack Buckley, mate. He just paint the picture as he comes off.
Yeah, he is limping bad, doing a little skip hop to try and get off the ground as quick as he can, but ever since that collision on the far side of the ground, he has been struggling, limping around, and he's now in the hands of the trainers.
It's a big one for the next few games. Of course, Sam Taylor's still 4 weeks away. Jack Buckley, he's in a world of pain. That's a good take. Josh Kelly was right on Jack Graham. Took it cleanly. He fumbled one early in the quarter, gave away a goal. But he makes up for it, Jack Graham. He's having a good season for West Coast.
Just his second goal. 5-1-31, 11-8-74. Margin 43 points, Giants. Just crucial they keep winning. This could have been a banana peel type of game. Not a great bounce by the umpire. Almost could have been recalled. It would have been embarrassing for him to do it, so he let the play go on. Tim Kelly is there. You're going to have a secondary ball up. How does the umpire see it? He'll ball it up. It's between the centre circle and centre half forward Eagles end of the ground. 50-point win to Collingwood over the Carlton. Don't forget Finey's final siren comes on after this game. Tipping Carlton fans will be the ones who will be red hot on the phone. O'Halloran through the middle, has a bounce. Callahan next to him, just gave it to him. He was standing about half a metre away, and inside 50. There's a terrific kick, and equally a fantastic mark. And going back will be Riccardi. Hard to defend that when they're streaming through the middle of the ground, the Giants, and they'll line up just again to put the Eagles at bay after they look like they're starting to work their way back into the contest, but Riccardi will line up for his second goal. He kicked one in the first.
That's why you give it to him, Finn Callahan. He's a sight to behold, running through the corridor like that. Just takes off, but he used the ball so well on that left foot.
Riccardi, it's a terrible effort. That's the second time tonight that he's sprayed the ball in that direction and kicked it out of bounds on the full. So he's not all that happy with himself. He was pretty annoyed at himself at half-time. I looked at some private vision that I received of him going into the rooms. He was very, very unhappy. Well, it wasn't private vision. It was just on the TV in front of me. But anyway, 11-8-74 to 5-1.
It was OnlyFans.
But I was the only one. I was the only one watching it. Anyway, no one else is watching it. Everyone else is eating sausage rolls. I was just trying to do everything as I do most days. Here's a mark taken by Briggs. Too far out to score. He's 85 out. Kicks it long. The Giants need a mark inside their forward 50. Cadman punched away. There's Baker, was taken high. How does the umpire see it? He does. Free kick to Baker. A chance to defend. It's against Cadman. 11-8-74, 5-1-31. 50-point win to Collingwood over Carlton.
Here in Perth, it's GWS by 53. Out to the wing. Hall, clever little tap. Handball inboard for Hutchinson, who had to get creative. No look one over his head. Toward the wing, it's bouncing. Ash, there first for GWS. Runs sideways and then backwards, and the looping kick found Callahan. Edge of the square. Centre square, that is. He's had a terrific night, Finn Callahan. Looking forward to seeing his stats for award-winning Albie Lager in one of the premier players on the ground. Contest, Fonte, tackled by Flynn and over and out. Umpire says throw it in.
25 disposals, 4 clearances, 560 metres gained.
Welcome to everyone around the country. Friday night footy, get a double dose of it. 50-point win to Collingwood if you're just joining us, and at the moment the Giants are in control of this one. They're up by 43 over the West Coast Eagles, 11-8 to 5-1. We've got 7 minutes to go in the quarter. Tom Green and Harley Reid, they don't like each other. In fact, I don't think Harley likes too many of the Giants, to be brutally honest. He's been pretty feisty tonight with Toby Green and Tom Green. I think he thinks they're family, but they're not. He's having a crack at all of them tonight. Throw in. Down the front. I thought it was funny. Clay Hall swings around on the left. Kicks to the leader, Bay Williams. Almost got his arm pulled down. Brockman's hand pass was intercepted. Kelly, should I say. There is Brockman. Oh, brilliant by Bedford. Scythed his way through. Tom Green, hand pass to the run of Leakoff half-back. Now Fonte, who loves to run with the football. Chaos ball inside 50. Look out, they're coming the other way. Oh, almost a throw against the Eagles. The ball comes up. Strong tackle. Umpire says no prior. That was terrific football by all teams. And getting up is Rouston on the 50, their end of the ground. 11-8 to 5-1, 43 points the margin in favour of the Giants.
At the city end at the top of the 50, Brown handballs backwards. Callahan gathers and goes. Left foot kick, long and high. Cadman came out, made the contest to ground. Clay Hall first there, goes off of the deck. Only as far as Ash. At left half forward for GWS. Lowered the eyes, missed the target. Bedford it was. Tim Kelly was there. Handballs to Brockman, who does a 360 and then eventually gives the handball to Allen. To Clay Hall, who was standing still, to Duggan. The Eagles have made an absolute mess of it. Callahan wins it back for GWS. To Kelly, back to Callahan. He's had it on a yo-yo tonight. On the wing, out to left half forward. Toby Green takes the mark. He's about 65 from home. He's directing traffic. Corralled. Well done, Duggan. Did terrifically. Then got the footy but didn't have prior. It spills out at left half forward. Free kick for High. Going the way of GWS. Eagles fans dislike it. And it's 50. We haven't seen the descent rule in I don't know how long, Goss and Hayes, but we've just seen it delivered there. And from 55 out, Josh Kelly will go to the goal square and it will be a certain Giants goal.
It's against Baker, who verbaled the umpire. He didn't like it. It was a little man with a big voice against a little man with a whistle. And it was the whistle who won.
1 goal 4 for the year for Josh Kelly. He kicks this from the top of the goal square. They don't come easier than that. He's got his second, Josh Kelly, and the Giants skip away. They're really putting on a show tonight. 12-8-80 to 5-1-31. I dare say Andrew McQualter in the coach's box won't like that one, Paul Hazelby.
No, he won't. Hasn't been Baker's night. He's only had the 5 disposals after being so influential last week and pretty much every single week for the West Coast Eagles, but he hasn't found the footy. Gave away the high tackle. Probably has a case, but we know you can't be too aggressive towards the umpires. It was initially a really good play from Liam Duggan, so trying to show leadership against his opposing skipper. Baker getting up, showing his frustration. Didn't think it was a high tackle.
Yeah, he remonstrated, he pointed a finger, and that's quite damning. Don't want to be doing that. Back in the middle, Lenny T. She's bounced the ball well tonight. Probably the best of the lot, and there's a free kick. And which way is it going this time? Going West Coast. No, she's pointed the wrong way. Just gave her a pump up and she made a mistake, and everyone's now going to change direction and run the other way. It's against Harley Reid. It's coming back all the way to the middle of the ground to Tom Green. 80 plays 31, 49 points to margin, and it looks like it's going to be a lot bigger than that before the game is out. And everyone, Bo Allen took a... I don't know what Bo Allen was doing. He just didn't want to know about it. He took about 3 steps to his right, and Toby Green has just walked in and taken an absolute, the easiest of chest marks, and that will be not a good watch on the video review for a couple of West Coast Eagles, in particular Bo Allen.
It's not going to be a good review for the West Coast Eagles after having a few positive ones in recent weeks. Tonight's been a horror show, smashed around the contest, uncompetitive at times. And from a slow play to take a mark inside the forward 50 like that is not acceptable at this level.
Toby Green kicked 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. And they're putting on a clinic, the Giants. They're keeping their top 8 chances alive. They came here thinking this game could be a little bit of a trip up. They can't afford to lose one. They don't want to be the team that misses the finals, and they're not going to be tonight. That's for sure and certain and sure. 13-8-86 to 5-1-31. The margin is 55 points, and this has got 100 points written all over it. Thanks to Advantage Air, my place by Advantage Air. Here's Paul Hazelby.
Plus 23 contested possessions and plus 18 now inside 50, so it has been a dominant performance by the Giants. Toby Green, he started it. He was unbelievable in the first quarter. Good leadership by him. He's now got his 3rd goal.
Let's get down to the boundary line. Chris Clafunis.
Yeah, boys, Jack Buckley hasn't been able to recover from that ankle injury. He tried doing a little run through and still looks extremely uncomfortable. So the sub has been made, and Harvey Thomas is coming on for the Giants.
Chris Clafunis on the boundary line tonight as the Giants are running right back in the middle. Bedford went off the deck, half volley into the pocket. Jinby was there. Came off hands. Stringer's dangerous. Thought about getting around Brock and did. Handball comes out. Snap from Ralston is going right and missing in that same position. The Giants 13-9-87. The Eagles 5-1-31. 28.5 gone. 3rd quarter for Advantage Air. My place by Advantage Air.
The Giants just clutter up the corridor. This forces Duggan to play boundary, which is not the Eagles' game plan. Through the middle they go. The little fella Malachi Champion down the line. The mark's been taken by Harley Reid right on the interchange gates. There's no gates there. It's just a couple of lines. There's the kick. Taken by Jack Graham now. He has it at half forward. Looks over the top. That's good run from behind. The mark's been taken inside 50. And it is Hoff who's marked. He's not a noted goal kicker, but he has kicked a couple this year, of course. A lot being said about his goal kicking. 3 goals this year. He hadn't kicked any coming in. He's kicked 3 in 14 games, and that's now a total of 3 in 67.
Set up by Malachi Champion. He was able to win the footy, and a good kick to Harley Reid. So he's looked lively in this quarter since coming on as the sub.
One for Jack Williams, who didn't get a kick in the first half. There's the kick by Hoff. It's going, just pushing it to the right. No one's there. It's going to go off hands and through for a minus score. 13-9-87 to 5-2-32. We're entering right up to the 3-quarter time siren. If you just tuned in, Collingwood by 50 points over Carlton. Don't forget Finey's fire on siren. Get ready to ring him because Finey, the phones will be in meltdown. Here's Jimmy Williams. Got his big boy pants on tonight, calling with the 18.
Ash went out to Iden, who couldn't quite trap it. Marek did well to force a contest. Off the deck, went about 5 metres. West Coast have the numbers. Long looping handball from Graham to Duggan. In front of the wing, handball to the run of Brockman, who pulled the kick terrifically. Shanahan on the lead. He's within range from here. He didn't want to have the shot. He poked it to Reid, who took the mark. He threw his arms out and had to question the umpire to make sure he heard the whistle. But Harley Reid's taken the mark. Right forward pocket, 35 metres from home.
He's had a crack tonight, hasn't he? He's been in everything. I know it hasn't been his best performance by any stretch, but he's flying the flag. He's getting involved.
He's had a good 5 weeks. You can see the energy's back, the power's back, getting himself into some really good positions. The finesse and the touch not quite there. This will be his 15th disposal, 9 contested possessions, 5 clearances, 7 tackles.
Set shots is not his shtick. He's not a great set shot.
9 goals, 8 for the season in total. He got very close to the man on the mark. Right foot kick is on the way. And you heard Tim Gossage say it.
He knows him well, Timmy Gossage.
He's his boy. Kicked it out in the full.
We've been working on it. We go back to where he was. He's annoyed Harley. Oh, they step around him far too easy. Away they go and kick it to the far side. Wedged underneath the football. It's going to come back West Coast. They've got the extra in there. Brockman got it from Duggan. Hand pass it to Hoff. Hoff now. Good tackle. Well done, Stringer. To Callaghan. Callaghan's first thought, come inboard, and does to Tom Green. He drops the head and goes onto the lead. The mark's been taken by Toby Green. He wants to play on almost 50 metres against Tim Kelly on this occasion. There's the kick, punched away. Loose ball. Harry Edwards did well. Got it away from Krzyzewski. And now it's coming back. Not Krzyzewski, actually. It's on the ground. It is... it might have been right the first time, actually. And the ball's going to come out here by Cripps, who comes down to the wing. Big fly, big mark. Bailey Williams up over the top of Aaliyah, who grabs the left shoulder. Cripps provides some run on. Kick the goal early. Hewitt steps around. Into the pocket they go. How does the boundary umpire? Oh, the boundary umpire says it was out of bounds on the full. What do you make of that, Paul Hazelby?
Spot on. He had a good spot. We've got a really advantageous position up here.
Callaghan's grabbed the calf. Callaghan's grabbed the calf. It might just be cramp. The stopping play for a player with... What are you doing here, umpire? Callaghan's trying to get rid of the stretching calf.
He's up to 30 disposals. He's probably done enough.
Thumping kick up the wing to a contest off hands. Boundary throwing right beneath our commentary position. The Giants 87, the Eagles 32. 32 gone third quarter clock for Ross's Auctions. Toby Green with 3 majors tonight. Been a dangerous forward up front for the Giants as the 3-quarter time bell sounds. The Giants are just about there as we turn for home. They're 13-9-87. The Eagles are 5-2-32.
That quarter on AFL Nation was the Deutz-Bar Tractors. Deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz-Bar dealer today. The grass is greener.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Dreading the cold and dreary winter evenings? Not anymore. Come home to your perfect environment with Panasonic Air Conditioning and Comfort Cloud. Panasonic's Comfort Cloud lets you set your air conditioning temperature from your phone anywhere, warming your house so it's perfect when you get back. Plus, minimize colds and flus with Panasonic's Nano X technology, actively inhibiting bacteria and viruses in your home. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Nano X not available on all models. Results are not instant.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball.
What a brilliant intercept!
Can Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Experience the epitome of luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles from the sleek A3 to the powerful RS range. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryburke.com.au.
LXCT 7522. You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Maccas.
Numbers, they recover quickly, holding the ball. Great chase and tackle. Brilliant by Shanahan on Iden. And Shanahan will go back and line up for goal. Inspirational by the second gamer. He'll line up from 50 metres out, directly in front. Kick on goal. He split the middle. Goal again. You can't do much better than that.
To a dangerous position. Stringer was just too strong. Handball to Jones from point blank. Bang.
Cripps comes down to the wing. Big fly. Big mark. Bailey Williams up over the top of Aaliyah, who grabs the left shoulder. 13-9-87 to 5-2-32. It is a very, very comfortable lead for the Giants. They're up by 55 points. Earlier today, it was a 50-point win to Collingwood over Carlton. And don't forget, Finey, 1300-736-736 to register your interest. 1300-736-736. Carlton fans, Collingwood fans, Giants fans, Eagles fans, any footy fans, give him a call. Here's Paul Hazelby.
They got challenged in that quarter, in the early part of the quarter, but then they responded, the Giants, like a good team does. And just around the stoppages, too strong, dominated the contested possessions and the inside 50 count so far in this game, 52 to 35. Finn Callahan's doing a lot of the damage, 31 disposals and a goal. Liam Duggan up to 23, Josh Kelly and Lockie Ash with 22. Loved the game of Xavier O'Hallahan. He's had 20, as has Tom Green, Elijah Hewitt and Clay Hall, some of the better performed players for the West Coast Eagles. Harry Himmelberg, Toby Green has 16 and 3 goals.
40 minutes from 11:20 tonight Eastern for Finey's final siren. It is going to be big. It is going to be big. 1300-736-736 or 0433-98-11-16. Here's Jimmy Williams, AFL Nation last quarter.
87 to 32. GWS have done the hard yards through the first three quarters and out of the middle. Callahan to the kid with the lid, Jones. Takes the mark and comes back about 10 metres or so, and then he punches a long one to a dangerous spot for Cadman. It went over his head. Riccardi off the deck. There's a free kick. It won't be advantage. It'll be a free kick to a Giants player, 20 metres out directly in front. I think it's Aaron Cadman.
It should be advantage. He pretty much did it instantaneously.
Because the players took it.
Player took it and he kicked it. None of the players really stopped because he did it so quickly. But Aaron Cadman, he'd be pretty happy because he gets another chance.
One he really should kick. 20 metres out directly in front. Number 1 draft pick. Had a really solid month. Aaron Cadman comes in. Left foot drop punt on the way. He snuck it in. No, he didn't. He missed. He missed to the left.
Ball still ajar.
McCarthy with the footy. Come broadcast side. Bailey Williams up. Oh, you got out muscled and out marked. Briggs has taken the mark. Berg tucks around the back. That's ignored. Briggs now kicks it long inside 50. There is Cadman again. Almost a mark to Riccardi. They're getting out of there. They're under pressure. That was kicked by Harry Edwards. Going to ground, slipping over was Hewitt. Kelly, and that slewed off the side of it. That's just a skill error. The ball will be thrown in about 35 and 40 metres around left forward pocket.
Kieran Biggs, 27 hit-outs. He's only had 6 disposals. Matty Flynn's had 16 hit-outs, 14 disposals, and Bailey Williams had 12 hit-outs with 5 disposals.
Halloran snaps around the corner and has missed to the other side. So they are peppering. And you think if they start kicking straight, this could be getting up to serious numbers. 13-11, 89 to 5-2, 32 MEGT and IGA. And Sinopec. Timmy Sieber, Sinopec Quality Premium Lubricants. AFL Nation Friday night footy. It's a double header.
McCarthy looked one way, went the other out of the square. Runs about 25 metres and thumps one up the wing. Reid went early, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Kelly threw it away. Umpire was on the other side. Reid handball back through traffic. O'Halloran, good handball to Kelly. It's Josh who went back to Callahan. Tumbles one to the top of the 50. Eagles have the numbers. Stringer gave away a free kick, I think, in the process. He did. McCarthy wins it for West Coast. Handball to Duggan. He goes across his defensive 50 and it's marked by Brock. Thumps one up the wing. The target is Brockman. He takes the mark. West Coast are away here on the edge of the centre square. Kick inboard. Tim Kelly rips it onto his chest. Then he goes into the pocket for Bailey J. Williams. Aaliyah didn't have eyes on the footy. It had to be a free kick to Bailey Williams. It's unbelievable it wasn't. I'm not sure what we just saw. The Giants get away with one. They're at half back. Angwin, one way, the other. Handballs to Callahan. Up the line. Kick over the head. Reid's there to compete for West Coast. Outside of the field of play with his body where the ball stayed in. He bulleted one to Baker, who swings it in the middle. It's a dangerous kick, but it might just work. Hutchinson, handball to McCarthy, but it was at his ankles. It bobbled back up to Hutchinson from 51 on the run. Hutchinson right. Ryan on the line couldn't get there. It's a minor for West Coast. 5-3-33 to 13-11-89. 4 gone, final quarter for Sinopec Quality Premium Lubricants.
Had to be a free kick. Look at the replay to Bailey J. Williams.
He punched the ball. He punched the ball.
Hit the ball?
He hits the ball flush. I'm not looking at a different TV to you then, because the one I'm looking at, I reckon that was a terrific score by Aaliyah. He's come off second best. He's not feeling too flush about it, to be honest with him. But anyway, 89 to 33. Coming out, McCarthy. Duggan. Spearing kick inside. That's terrific by Iden. He's taken the mark.
A big decision to make at the end of the year. Aaliyah. Saints might be in the box seat, Jimmy. Your team trying to get everybody.
Why would you?
Got a lot of money.
Why would you?
Well, he's not a regular in this team.
Tom De Koning's going to get 1.7 for his performance tonight. If I was Aaliyah, I'd be asking for $2 million. That's been taken by Flynn, far side of the ground. 5-3-33, 13-11-89. Don't forget that number again. 1300-736-736. Carlton fans, hold fire. 11:20. You will get hold of Finey. Finey will take you through to midnight. In fact, I'm hearing for Finey. He's keen to do a couple of hours overtime through the morning as well. He's happy to keep taking calls all night.
Kick to a dangerous position, 20 out from the Eagles' goal. It skipped by Ryan and beat him like an off break out of defensive 50. The Giants only as far as Marrick. Handball half volley to Hall. Harley Reid, 55 from home. Handball's inboard. Duggan spent it before he'd earned it. Green, it bobbled up to him and he was slung as he kicked it out of defensive 50. It comes back in only for Ash to clear for GWS. Out to the wing. Cadman, strong hands.
He needs to be greedy, Harley Reid. He's trying to be too team orientated. He needs to start having a crack.
Allen did well to compete against O'Halloran. Here's Reid again, middle of the ground.
Have a shot.
He's thinking about all kinds of different things. He eventually fights a handball back to Marrick. Now Baker receives, sends the Eagles into the pocket for the veteran Cripps. It's knocked away by Iden, and it will be a boundary throw in City End in the right forward pocket, with the Giants leading this one by 56 points.
How many times have we seen that tonight from the West Coast Eagles, kicking inside their forward 50 to a small target? Shanahan's been good, but outside of him, there just hasn't been a presence. And the kicks have just been on the heads of their smalls.
Our expert tonight, former Dockers champion Paul Hazelby for Toolmart, the complete tool centre. Back into play. Hewitt went off the deck to the top of the square. Great pick up. Handball to Cripps. Couldn't get the ball to his boot as he was tackled. Aaliyah goes in. Cripps is still there fighting for it. The umpire says, give it to me. No, he doesn't. He says, it's holding the ball against West Coast. That is stiff.
You're kidding, umpire.
Very stiff, and Angwin's come up with it. The Giants have got the football 2 metres from their defensive goal line.
Just 13-11 to 5-3, 89-33. They had the close one up the G. There's the kick. Punched over there by Duggan over the line now to play one of a throw. 65 around, but you never know. Paul Hazelby says the door is still ajar. 13-11,
still waiting for the Loctite seal up.
3-33. Just 11 of those. Who's on a roll? I think it's the Giants tonight for Rockingham Boating. WA's one-stop boating shop thanks to Rockingham Boating. It's down to half forward and running across and taking the mark as Brock. And at first thought, into the middle. And that's not a very good kick. Took it straight over the head of Graham. Now they played on. Hackett inside 50. Here goes Darcy. He's at the back. He roved it. Darcy Jones. He's got a bit of a crowd here with him tonight. Snap around the corner. He's gone near side.
He's got to know his limitations, doesn't he, Sandy Brock? He's shown some improvement this year. Just a bit too aggressive with a few of his kicks. Early part of his career, still feeling his weight.
He's got a lot of friends and family here with all got a letter each which says the kid with the lid. They're all wearing orange helmets paying tribute to the young fella from the Swan District Football Club. He's a wonderful young fella. Of course, we know he fought injury after coming onto the scene in the blaze of glory. He's explosive, he's exciting, and he's part of the excitement machine that is the GWS Giants.
He kicked the first goal tonight inside about 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was actually 14 seconds. I said 15 in the commentary, Jim. I also said Patrick Cripps kicked the goal, so Paul Hazelby's reminded me on Eddie Corns has put it onto the highlights reel. We appreciate that, Ed.
At half-back, Reid shook off Tom Green. Long handball. Champion did well on debut, put his body on the line, showed some fight, but the Giants had the numbers to win out. Tom Green spins and fires a handball for Bedford in front of the interchange gates. Did well to mop up. Kick was half smothered. O'Halloran goes in, tackles Marrick. Handball comes up to Graham. Up the wing go West Coast. Shanahan and Lear in a one-on-one. It didn't get that far. Tom Green was in the way for the Giants. Kick into the middle. They are off to the races on the outside if Ralston wants to get and go. He pulled the kick a little closer into the middle for Jones. In front of the circle, up to centre half forward. It was a slow and deliberate approach, but Briggs has got it. 70 from home. He goes back to Leake. And the Eagles have all of their players in their defensive half. Leak sideways to Iden on the edge of the centre square to right half forward at the feet of Stringer. First to it, the Giants, and the sub Thomas, who's not doing anything to get rid of that. He's going to be pinged holding the ball. Free kick West Coast at left half back.
Cinepec quality lubricants. They've been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance with Cinepec. You're in safe hands. Free kick to Brockman. A quiet night, but he's not on his own. Jinby started strongly in a good contest and taken the honours against Cadman. Has a bounce. Kelly marks it, but again slow to react. Frustration for the fans. Bo Allen marks it half forward. Comes into the middle. Harley Reid. Again wants to give it off. For me, just take the man on the mark and try and kick a 90-metre goal on the lead. Got him. Baker. Terrific kick by Harley Reid. And that's a better kick. A couple of times tonight they kicked it over the head of Liam Baker, which is not that hard to do. He's only a little fella. But he's lining up for goal on a pretty bleak night. He has not kicked the goal in West Coast Eagles colours.
Well, he's been shifted forward because he has had a quiet night. Only the 9 disposals from Liam Baker.
He has not kicked the goal in Eagles colours. 30 metres out. Directly in front. And he has now. And they don't come from everywhere. They're probably not aware that he's just broken the seal. He knows. He's happy. The boy from Pingering. Malachi Champion. There it is there. So, yeah, the back line just said too far, mate. Just too far. 13-12, 90 to 6-3, 39. Liam Baker, it's his first goal in Eagles colours. Here's Paul Hazelby.
And you're right in what you're saying with Harley Reid. He is that X-factor forward of centre for the West Coast Eagles. So when he can kick the ball, he needs to kick the ball. He has been trying to feed the ball out to his teammates. Handball, when he's been in positions forward of centre to kick that ball inside the forward 50, makes a difference when you've got a smart ball user. It was a really good kick, but it was well weighted to the smallest man. Not the smallest man anymore on the field, of course. Malachi Champion, a bit smaller than Liam Baker.
Paul Hazelby, our expert tonight for Toolmart, WA owned and operated for over 45 years.
They're winning the last quarter. 1-1 to 3 points. Small wins.
51 points the margin. The Giants hold it. Callahan's had a terrific night at the office. An inside out to a dangerous spot. Cadman was at the front. Did well to bring it to ground. Stringer was there roving. Snaps on his right. Misses to the right-hand side. Jake Stringer.
4 points in his last quarter, and I reckon 4 of them have been snap around the corners and easy ones, to be honest.
13-13-91. The Giants lead the Eagles 6-3-39.
Jimmy Williams, Paul Hazelby in commentary tonight. Oh, good mark by Aaliyah. Terrific mark on his chest on the wing. Aaliyah. Harley Reid comes off.
He is a player, isn't he? Of course, you've got Buckley and Sam Taylor, Himmelberg in defence, so he's been missing out when they've had the full complement available.
Kicks to half forward. Marrick. Back feeds to Duggan. First thought, go left, and then kick it straight to the opposition. Ball spills. Snap over the shoulder, and there's a goal.
That's not AFL standard.
Liam Duggan, what was he thinking? Cadman snapped the goal. Darcy Jones was involved. No idea. He's only got one side, Liam Duggan. And that was pretty poor from the skipper. 14-13-97. That is a bad error. 6-3-39. Thanks to Cinepec Quality Premium Lubricants. Here's the replay.
You're spot on, Tim. He's only got that left side. He won the ball easily. All he had to do was feign to go left and come back onto his right. So that was never on. Got it shallow. Even if he got a good purchase on it, it was still going to be a 50-50 right in front of his goal. Defensive goal.
Cadman gets his second goal. He's coming in the second half.
A game-high 58-point advantage for the Giants here on a Friday night out west. The second game of the day. To begin round 17 earlier tonight, it was Collingwood thumping the Blues. Don't forget, Finey's final siren if you'd like to have your say. We'll wrap up here.
I reckon they will. I reckon they're outside the studio as we speak.
I reckon the Carlton fans are fed up.
I reckon they're vandalising already outside the studios.
Bring out your spray cans, they're saying.
Thomas to Ash to Angren on the wing. The Giants are inside 50 again. Duggan was brave. Came across from the side. It hit the deck. Bedford. Handballs to O'Halloran. Left foot snap. Got it.
Didn't you, Tim?
O'Halloran gets in on the action, and the Giants bring up the century. 15-13, 103 to 6-3-39. Our final quarter scoreboard is for Cinepec Quality Premium Lubricants.
It's been a big step back for West Coast tonight, but well done to O'Halloran. He's had a big game. Best game I've seen him play. Hitting the scoreboard to go with his 24 disposals. But you're looking at Bo Allen, aren't you?
Yep.
Had a ground ball. Did not want to know about the ground ball. Young player. He'll improve. He'll learn from that. But if you want to set standards in your football team, you can't be allowing that. And Tom Gross in.
36 disposals for Kim Fit Callahan. Liam Duggan's had 26 and Josh Kelly 25.
Give him the votes.
103. 800 metres gained as well. He's been dynamic from the opening bounce, and there's still plenty of time for this to get close to triple figures. There's a 666 ruling here. West Coast are all over the place. So there's a breakdown. Yeah, okay, umpire, we get the method. One short in their front 50. Again, they set up just crossing the line. It's just interesting. There's the tap over the head. Callahan hatched it, left it behind. Coming off the square was Cripps. Up and under kick inside 50. Shanahan, Job Shanahan's there. Also Aaliyah out to Bailey Williams, who snaps away and he's missed everything and kicked it out of bounds on the full. And the crowd is diminishing by the second. Sinapec, the Premier Lubricants, 15-13, 103 to 6-3, 39. Thought we're in for a better game here tonight, but it's been disappointing from the get-go.
Must be said, the Giants are the real deal.
Yeah, they were
good form, couple of big wins before their bye. Pretty impressive tonight.
This is without their best forward, their best defender, and one of their best midfielders in Whitfield. Huge effort.
In dispute at half-back, Tom Green fires a handball inboard. Callahan receives, left foot kick is a turnover, marked by Ryan. It's going forward for the Eagles here to the top of the 50. Brockman went one-handed. Baker did the roving. He got caught. Probably should have been holding the ball. The Giants got a little unlucky on this occasion. Kelly, his kick was smothered. Aaliyah first on the scene, trying to get around three. He got caught holding the ball. Good umpiring. Brockman and Shanahan can just about raffle this. It'll be a free kick, 45 out at right half forward, and Shanahan's going to take it.
Probably the one shining light for the West Coast Eagles tonight, Job Shanahan. And he's had a couple of big tackles too, so it's a good way to stay involved in the game. When you're not getting it on the lead, how can you find other ways to add to your repertoire and try and score? Kick the 2 goals from his set shots in the 2 games he's played.
13 disposals, 5 marks and a major tonight for the young Eagle in game 2. Right foot kick is straight as you like. They found one in Job Shanahan, West Coast. Game number 2. He looks confident. He looks controlled in his set shot. And he splits the middle at the city end for West Coast. They get their 7th. 7-3, 45 to 15-13, 103. Here's former Dockers star Paul Hazelby.
Yeah, Brockman a part of that tackle as well. Lee Kalia thought he was doing the right thing, spun out of trouble, but bang, there was 2 players waiting for him. But he's had a good night too. Kalia, lot to like about him.
Wearing the great number 35, made famous by Ben Cousins. Four goals, 1 from set shots tonight, the West Coast Eagles. 6 goals, 3 the Giants. 103 to 45, and still time for either team. Percentage is important. For the Giants in particular. Tap down, Bedford. Runs a long way without bouncing the footy. That's his 3rd kick for the night. Loose ball inside 50. Brown is there. Hand pass. I don't think there was a connection yet. Holding the ball. Terrific tackle. It was against Shevsky. It's had a pretty quiet night. And the free kick goes Kinby to Marek. Hand pass to the outside. Good run on from Marek. There's a push out there for Shanahan. Didn't get a free. Aaliyah again. He's hand passing it. Umpire comes from a long way away and says, no try, we'll ball it up in front of the broadcast wing. Baker off, Hewitt on, Hutchinson trying to get on as well. Tap down, Green just shoved alongside. Reid on top of that, move another ball up, literally centimetres from the boundary line where Chris Clafunis is. Ball up. How's that by Tom Green to Ash? And Harley Reid came in. 15-13, 103 to 7-3, 45. Earlier tonight it was Carlton beaten by 50 points. The Pies just continue on their merry way.
Reid on the wing, handball to half, back to Reid. Pushed as he kicked by Ash up to right half forward. The Eagles got numbers here. Champion from 45 for his first goal in the big time. It's across the face and not making the distance. Shown glimpses tonight on debut. Coming on as the sub Malachi Champion. Jack Williams out of the game at halftime for tactical reasons. Himmelberg's got the footy.
A polite way of saying the bloke's not getting the kick.
Right half back.
It is. This whole managed and stuff just drives me insane. Players don't get dropped nowadays. They get managed. Paul?
Totally agree.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul Hazelby, Tim Gossage. Jimmy Williams with you out west for the second game on this Friday night. Contest on the wing.
I've seen more of Paul today than I've seen my wife, and Paul's seen his kids.
It's a long kick to right half forward. Chinby is about to be tackled. He got a handball to Edwards, who got around Krzyzewski well.
Harry
lowered the eyes up to the ankles of Cripps. It didn't really do the veteran any favours. Clever little tap between his legs like he was a basketball. It didn't work. Giants come up with it. Right half forward. Ash, will it sit for him? No, it won't. Some fans are kidding themselves if they think that's insufficient intent, because it's not. There'll be a boundary throw in 55 out at right half forward. With a crowd of 38,152 in the building tonight.
Averaging 45,000 this year, the West Coast Eagles, 38,152.
Yep. There's a few people made their way down to Bunbury for the Panama Matildas clash. It's tomorrow night, isn't it? It's tomorrow night, is it? Peter Vlahos calling all the action down there. If you're a Matildas fan or if you're a Panamanian, you can listen. Half forward, Brown, to get it back to half forward, kick around the corner by Josh Kelly to the top of the square, off hands, through for a minor score. Harry Edwards on Grzyzewski. Shevsky. Harry Edwards just grabbing at that right taped shoulder. 15-14, 104 to 7-3-45. 1300 736 736. Put it in your phone, and as soon as it gets on to about 11:15, ring, because Finey will be taking calls. Eddie Corns, the boys have decided they're happy to do 3 or 4 hours of overtime, take you through about 3 a.m. with some calls from Carlton fans. Play on, the ball comes. Angwin, good on you, lads. Taking one for the team. There's the flick up. Halloran got involved. Tom Green got involved. Mark's been taken by Riccardi. And a little bit off tonight. Slices the kick. Oh, that's a terrific kick on this occasion, though. And just running down, taking the easiest mark is Toby Green, and he'll line up for goal for his 4th major tonight. He kicked 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. So that means if he kicks one here, that's a goal and a quarter.
I'm going to write him down too. If he kicks it, he goes in for the votes. Been good tonight. I thought he set it up early, Toby Green. No, Jesse Hogan, somebody had to stand up in attack. This will be disposal number 18.
3-3 for the night.
On goal.
3-3 for the night. Leans back, little slicing kick. Just get to the line. I think we're going to go upstairs for a replay. I reckon Flynn and or McCarthy got there. I think it's come up short. Call from the umpire is touched. So, and this goal umpire doesn't make many mistakes. He's a ripper. Yeah, there it is. It's clear there. He's spot on. That's Jason Yazdani. That's touched. Don't worry about that. That's touched. That's touched. It's come off the hand of the bloke there, and the ball was halfway through the post. So let's just not waste any more time. Through for a minor score. 15-15, 105 to 7-3-45. Thanks to Cinepec, quality premium lubricants. Toby Green now has 3 goals for the night.
Ryan Marek will take the fullback kick in for West Coast. Down at his toes, walks out to get the statistic. Hits Tom McCarthy on the pectoral.
It's amazing, isn't it? They all know how to play it. Just conveniently walk it out. We shouldn't have that stat now, Gary.
No, the kick-in stat, first kick from a score should not be registered in any way, shape or form.
Harley Reid goes to the middle of the ground for Cripps, who's just backward of the front edge of the Eagles' centre square. He goes to the pocket. Ryan got up and took the mark. Liam Ryan. Flying Ryan's back. We got so used to seeing him put his boots and knees on people's backs and heads, and this is a terrific highlight from Liam Ryan. It's not the highest we've seen him get at that city end of the ground.
It's probably the worst pack mark we've ever seen Liam Ryan take. We've seen him take some beauties, haven't we, Jimmy, over the time?
Mark of the year, I think, down there. He sat on Max Gawn's shoulders.
Doesn't get as high as he did once upon a time.
A rare highlight in what's been a pretty otherwise forgetful night for West Coast fans. Liam Ryan, the mark deserved a goal. It goes right off the side of the boot and stays there. It's a minor only. 7-4-46. The Eagles trail GWS 15-15, 105-26 gone final quarter on our scoreboard for Sinopec Quality Premium Lubricants. Turnover.
Ryan runs in and makes up for the last miss. He wasn't just wallowing in his own little pity there for a brief time, but he picked up his lip and smacked home the 8th goal for the West Coast Eagles. 8-4-52, 15-15, 105. In this last quarter, the West Coast Eagles have added 3 goals, 2. And the Giants have added 2 goals, 6. So they've outscored them. Giants have had their chances, mind you. So there's a little win for the West Coast Eagles. Thanks to Sinopec. Jimmy Sieber and the crew. I think he's down in Bunbury for the soccer tomorrow. He loves his round ball game. Sinopec Quality Premium Lubricants.
Well, there hasn't been too many games this year where they've been absolutely blown off the park, up around 70, 80. So even though it hasn't gone to plan tonight, they've hung in there. Just a poor turnover there from the Giants in defence, trying to come back through the corridor.
All back in the middle. Flynn got the hit out. Harley Reid's there. Overrunning it was Flynn, and collecting for the Giants is Tom Green. Up to centre-half forward. Clever tap from Stringer. Backward for Bedford, who was taking an attack on McCarthy's there, competing for West Coast. Graham head over it, emerging with it, and the shot on goal comes from the Giants. A flashy finish. A very quick, flashy finish from Xavier O'Halloran, who's had a terrific night himself. Not a super big household name, but no doubt internally rated by GWS, and this was classy. No Eagle really went near him. He found himself 45 out, and he had no hesitation to pull the trigger, Paul Hazelby.
He's been super. Contracted for a long time at the Giants, so they clearly rate him. And that's 26 disposals, 2 goals, 617 metres gained, 5 clearances. I already had him written down for the 2 votes tonight. He's been outstanding.
How many blokes are you giving votes to, mate?
3.
Okay, good point. Well, Toby Green getting a vote? He's getting 1. O'Halloran's getting 2. Are you in a hurry to leave? And Callahan's 3. Let's go down to Chris Clafunis on the boundary line. He's still with us.
Hello, boys. I am. Ruben Jimmy, we've been kind of mentioning it all night, but he's in the hand, or he was just in the hands of the team doctors and the trainers once again. It's been a consistent theme of his night. He comes off the ground and gets taken a look at.
Harley Reid tackled him holding the ball. It's there, Harley. You can argue
So Halloran again. That's a big tackle on Harley Reid.
Big tackle on Harley Reid.
Tom Green's been good. Big second half.
Here he is now, Tom Green. He's trying to get his hand into the votes. Here's a kick into the pocket, off hands, and it trickles over the line out of play. 16-15, 31 scoring shots to 12. I think that tells you that probably this margin is a little bit flattering for the West Coast Eagles. Currently 59 points. Harley's gone the fend off. It was a great tackle, and I don't know what Harley was looking at and thinking that he wasn't going to get pinged for holding the ball. It was there every day of the week. Ball back in. Hacked forward. Shanahan pushes his team opposition player out and he came back. Leak was involved. It comes back again. Into the pocket they go. Little toe poke back. Here's a bit of Panama Matilda's action here right at Optus Stadium. Little soccer there. Duggan just gets the kick away and missed its target over the head of his teammate Jack Graham, and the ball goes over and out of play. 16-15, 111 to 8-4-52. Jimmy Williams, Paul Hazelby bringing it home with you. Thanks to MEGT and IGA. Have a good night, guys. Good job tonight.
Back into play. At half forward here for the Giants. The Eagles win it from the stoppage. Marek into the middle. Kick it to target. Baker Marks has Champion working really hard on debut. Here is the little champ marking, lowering the eyes and kicking it over the head of Bailey Williams. Just not his moment. The Giants win the football back. Tim Gossage is packing his bag. He's seen enough. The Giants are going to win. Cadman hasn't had a massive night, but hasn't had to. He's had plenty of his teammates helping him out up front. Goes laterally to Leak, and goes back out to the wing for the Milo kid and sub Harvey Thomas. Briggs, 20-metre chip pass into the pocket. Green the target. It's Toby, tackled by Duggan. who's doing his best to keep him in play. Fans want holding the ball, and they get it. Free kick, West Coast, where the defensive 50 meets the boundary line. Liam Duggan goes back for Edwards, who's done a good job on Max Krzyzewski. Now here's Brock, who penned a 2-year extension earlier this week, up to the wing. McCarthy was getting held, didn't get a free. Iden takes the mark. And there is the siren to end the game. The Giants do what they have to do, and they give the Eagles a nice little touch-up. 16-15, 111 to 8-4, 52, full-time out west. We're into our post-game show. Paul Hazelby is here. There's one shining light tonight, Hayes, for the West Coast Eagles. I know it hasn't been their night. Have they found a key forward in Job Shanahan?
I think they have, yeah. Of course, early in the year, Archer Reid showed a little bit too for the West Coast Eagles. Jake Warden will come back next year. And Jack Williams, the other one who was subbed out early, but he was a shining light. But it was all about the Giants tonight, Jim. They were terrific, led by Finn Callahan. He was outstanding. Tom Green found plenty of the footy, finished with 35 disposals. Lockie Ash, of course, always good in the back half. And I love what O'Halloran was able to do. 27 disposals, 2 goals, 636 metres gained. Harley Reid tried hard for the West Coast Eagles, finished with 24 disposals. Liam Duggan, 28. Elijah Hewitt, the other shining light for the West Coast Eagles with 21 disposals. But far too good. Worked the ball well from the back half, really good with their hands. And just the way they cover the ground, they were just on a different page than the West Coast Eagles. Far too much class.
Hayes, what was an unmissable moment for Drink Wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, we didn't see too many big moments tonight, but I thought Bailey Williams took a big mark here on the wing in front of us. That was probably the biggest highlight. There's a couple of good goals. Cripps kicked a nice goal as well. Bailey Williams did, but I thought the mark where he was able to get over the top of the pack and take a bit of a screamer.
Get involved on the text or on X for instant windscreens and tinting. 132 444. Not forgetting that Finey's final siren will follow us here from Optus Stadium at around about 9:15 Western Standard Time. A pretty obvious one, this one, Hayes, who was on a roll for Rockingham Boating, WA's one-stop boating shop.
Well, he just moves. He rolls across the ground. Finn Callahan, it was fantastic to see him live tonight. His work rate, his ability to get to the next contest, to link up, very good with his hands, but also had some good inside 50 kicks as well. 37 disposals, 6 clearances, 854 metres gained. He was unstoppable tonight and really had nobody on him for the most part of the night. So he was on a roll, Jimmy.
You can get involved on that open line for instant windscreens and tinting. 132 444. What was the goal of the day, Hayes, for the Bayswater Hotel? You can discover a playground with a pub, the Bayswater Hotel.
Well, you called it pretty good. It was the Bailey Williams goal. You don't expect him to be front and centre, but he rolled and rolled and rolled. That ball was a nice little banana arc that sort of came back after he was able to get front and centre.
It was the kind of night.
It was the mark and goal of the night.
I actually thought it was the kind of roller that was actually going to off-break and miss. Thought he put a little bit too much on. Goss called the screamer on the wing pretty well. That was probably the mark of the night. Liam Ryan has some hops still, but we've seen him get way higher than that. Does he have any hops
still, though? Like, I don't think he goes for his marks anymore like he did.
Not as much as he
They coached it out of him. When he used to play for Subiaco, he would fly for everything. And then he sort of started to second question himself every time he went for it, particularly when he was coached under Adam Simpson. They went to him a lot tonight in the front half, but the kicks were either too far in front or too far over his head, so he didn't have the biggest output. But let's hope he can get back to taking some of those screamers.
This is our post-game show from Optus Stadium in Perth. The Giants have rolled the Eagles 111 to 52 by 59 points. Our expert is former Dockers champion Paul Hazelby here on AFL Nation for MEGT, Western Australia's apprenticeship expert. Now, the Carlton fans, Hayes, they've been in meltdown mode for 3 weeks. Tonight they play the best team in it. They get done by 56 points, which wasn't the biggest margin of the day, funnily enough. 115 to 59. Jamie Elliott kicked 4. Dan McStay booted 4. That is around the grounds for MGIB, founded in Bunbury. MGIB has had the Southwest covered since 1981. Visit mgib.com.au. The noise is getting louder and louder, and it's not solely his fault because they've had so much talent for so long, but the Carlton, I don't want to call it an era because I guess it really wasn't. They didn't really do anything. But the Michael Voss era is coming to an end, isn't it, Hayes?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure he'll be there next year if these performances continue on. I think they'll probably hold firm. They've been a club that's made some poor decisions and have been really quick to react, so I think they will see out the season with Michael Voss. But it's going to be hard, and the fans, I think, will tell a story in the remaining part of the season to see how many turn up to their games. But, they normally win plenty of contested possession, normally very good in the clearances, but they were belted tonight. Contested possessions against the Blues, 135 to 117. The clearances, they won that 42 to 33, but the inside 50s, we know Collingwood are the best in the business, 60 to 49, but they just need to find another way to score. They need some more class on the outside, a bit more speed, some players that can be a bit more two-way with the way that they sort of react from stoppage to give themselves the best chance. But right now, they are a team in a fair bit of pain, and I wouldn't want to be Michael Voss in the last part of this season.
Viney's final siren is coming up in a moment, and we're hoping to get a preview from him. It's been a really big night for the Carlton Football Club. If you want to have your say, you will get the chance to do so. They're going to be on air for around 40 minutes when we wrap up here from Optus Stadium. 1300 736 736 is the number. If you're a frustrated Carlton supporter or a frustrated West Coast fan, 0433 98 1116 is the text line. You can get involved tonight to have your say on where these footy clubs are at. And if you're a Collingwood fan that just wants to bang on your chest, or a Giants fan that think maybe this team can go a little bit further down the track in September, you can get involved. 1300 736 736. The text line is 0433 98 1116.
Well, they're the real deal. Nick Dacos looked like he had a really good game. Perhaps another 3 votes, 36 disposals, and kicked a goal. Shearer had 28. Dacos, Josh, that is, with 27. And Tom Mitchell, he returned to the team with 26 disposals. We know how good he is at extracting the footy. And Paddy Cripps, he started on fire, finished with 25 disposals. Jamie Allett continues his great season. He kicked 4 goals, as did Dan McStay. Williams was the best for the Blues with 3 goals.
Any other key takeaways from a West Coast perspective tonight, Hayes? Shanahan shining light up front. Their big off-season recruits in Graham and Baker. Baker kicked his first as an Eagle, but they didn't really have the influence they've been having. Nice goal to Graham from a creative bit from a stoppage.
It was a step backwards, I think, for West Coast tonight. From the get-go, their pressure and intensity wasn't at the level. They turned the footy over. They just couldn't go. They couldn't run with the Giants, who were just awesome to watch. Harley Reid, I thought he tried hard. He had the 24 disposals, 7 tackles. He made a few blues. Elijah Hewitt continues to build. He finished with 21. Clay Hall had some moments where he turned it over, but he's getting some good midfield time. Had the 18 disposals. And Ruben Jimby on Aaron Cadman, I thought he was really positive with his role. Finished with 16 disposals and kept Cadman to the 2 goals. And, of course, we've sung the praises of Job Shanahan, who kicked 2 goals and had the 14 disposals.
Finey is coming up after us, Hayes, but he's on the line to join us for a preview of Finey's final siren. It's a very good evening to the great man, Finey. Carlton fans, they're probably going to blow up your phone tonight. They're unhappy, and they have been for a very long time. Good evening to you.
G'day, Jim. Hayes, how are you, boys? Yeah, look.
They're going very well out west, despite the Eagles getting absolutely rolled by the Giants.
Yeah, that was a big ask for those Eagles over there, and I guess they didn't fire a shot, which can sort of be said for Carlton tonight. They were not bad in the first quarter. They played a lot of youngsters, but their supporters wanted more from their senior players. And, well, I'll say this. To call for the head, and we've got a lot of texts already coming through, and they are so after Michael Voss, and it's just not going to happen. I don't believe it's going to happen until the end of the season. And as disappointed as they are, there's calling for the coach's head at this point in time. Just it would show the club has completely lost the plot, in my opinion. How do you read it?
I agree. I think you'll see out the year. I don't think he'll be there next year, though. I think they do need some change. Graham Wright will come in and pull some levers, but they clearly need to reset. And I think just find some more class. Was it like that tonight? Did they have their chances? Just look at the inside 50 numbers. They had 49, but same old story. Their efficiency inside their forward 50 is never there.
Their ball usage is horrific, and this, it's contagious, because what started off early on in the season as a real problem connecting the midfield to the forwards now is a ground-wide problem, and they just don't hit targets. And of course, when you lack that confidence, that nervousness spreads through the team and the opposition feeds on it. So many times 50-50 balls, the Collingwood defenders knew that it was worth chasing down a player in the clear because they didn't trust, or they knew that the player didn't trust delivery to him, and that it's infectious both ways, and that's how they lost the game.
What's happened to Charlie Curnow? He was once the best forward in the competition. Now he can hardly hit the scoreboard. Didn't kick a goal again, kicking the 3 points. Looked like he found plenty of the football, but he's paid to kick goals.
Yeah, he wheeled around a couple of times, and you could close your eyes over the last 7 or 8 seasons, and that ball would have sailed over the umpire's head. But when things go bad, when things go sour, they go sour for everybody, and he doesn't have that self-belief. Tom de Koning was terrible tonight. Now, I don't know whether his heart's not in it, but there's a big price on his head. And I can tell you at the moment there would only be one club on the planet that would pay him $1.7 million a year, and that's the
that's
club.
Jimmy's club.
That's the club I barrack for, and Jimmy barracks for, and Goss barracks for.
Well, it's not my club, Hayes, but it is the Saints. So you mentioned it there, Finey. Like, is this a guy that's checked out because he knows he's about to get a massive paycheck?
Possibly. He's nowhere like the player he was at the start of the season. He's a better player than he is, but there are players across the ground for Carlton that have checked out. You can count on one hand the ones that really seem to be fighting to the bitter end. One of them is Patrick Cripps. He's great. Puts his body on the line. Never, ever tackled to a standstill. He continues to grind on. Wiedering continues his courageous output. He was flanked by some very junior defenders tonight, and I'm not going to have a crack at those boys, but I will say this, and I say this to Carlton supporters calling in. There are a lot of youngsters out there tonight for Carlton, some of them not yet up to the standard, but they need to be given an opportunity. When you've got 4 or 5 small forwards, we've got 4 small forwards who are recruited from other clubs that together don't add up to one competent small forward. So direct your venom, in my opinion, definitely not to the youngsters, but to players, and not to the players who've been recycled, but to the people who've brought players in to fill in gaps that aren't up to standard. Maybe that's where we should start and end the conversation tonight. But they queue up and they're ready to do it.
It is going to be a conversation that is going to rage on so long as Carlton keep on winning. We'll let you go and get ready because I know you're going to have your hands full with some very animated, passionate and upset Carlton fans. Finey, not Viney, final siren comes up.
Can I just say one thing? Eagles have done it so hard for so long, and I was trying to find some positives for them. I think I might have found one tonight.
Is it a bloke with the first name J, ending in Obe?
Yeah, and a surname that St Kilda supporters remember fondly from back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he was really good, very competitive.
He was good, yep.
Gee, talk about poor delivery. Australia Post has nothing on the West Coast Eagles, the way they knock the ball in. I shouldn't say Australia Post, they're pretty good. But he just kept fighting and fighting. He tackles when he doesn't get the ball, and I thought he could hold his head very high.
He's going to be a really good player for them, I reckon. We appreciate your time.
Great.
Good luck tonight. 1300 736 736 is the open line if you want to have your say tonight on Finey's final siren. The text line 0433 98 11 16. Jimmy Williams, Paul Hazelby and Tim Gossage saying goodnight from Optus Stadium. It was the Giants over the Eagles by 59 points.
quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Winter safety sale. Get 4 for 3 on selected Falcon tyres.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs. Or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Final Siren. It's a short, sharp burst tonight. I don't know whether you're hearing me here. Hopefully you are. There we go. Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Final Siren. It's a short, sharp burst tonight because at midnight we head back to the West Indies for what will be a fascinating second day of cricket in Grenada. Australia in the field after, 285, 286 in their first innings, and it is a competitive series, no question about it. So we'll be heading there at midnight. Adam Collins, Adam White, Andrew Mason, Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain will be bringing you all of the cricket. But until then, we're here thanks to Alan Mance. Great Tasman Ute deals at Alan Mance Kia. So that's great to know. Alan Mance Kia, Footscray, to test drive all the new Tasman Utes. They are unbelievable. Stephen J. Peake is in the studio. We go to calls in a moment. Texts are flying through. I commented on Cripps earlier on as a player that can hold his head high for effort because he never, ever gives up. Finally, Cripps has had an absolute shocking season. He's either injured or doesn't get on with Voss. Look, he plays not injured, but he has copped a battering over his career. And he certainly hasn't been spectacular this season, but the effort there is enormous, and I just admire him so much. He keeps grinding on. But a Carlton friend of mine made the observation that he thinks this year no player in the history of the game will drop votes more than Patrick Cripps. In other words, play the same number of games, but have a greater differential in votes. Last year, he won the Brownlow with 45 votes, and this year he may play the same number of games and get around 30 votes less. So that's an interesting observation, but no observation on his effort. Now, Nick Dacos tonight had 36 possessions. He had the rating, champion data rating, top on the ground of 132. He kicked a goal and had a fantastic game. And I personally did not have him as best on ground. I had him as the second best man on ground because I saw a play tonight I thought was faultless. Perfect hands, perfect disposal. To me, near perfect game. Jack Crisp is a marvel. Of course, every week he continues to break an AFL record, and that is for the most consecutive games. Every time he steps out, he breaks the record. And tonight, I thought he was imperious. No knock on Dacos, don't get me wrong. I just thought Crisp was fantastic. Let's go to our callers, and we kick off with a voice that has become synonymous with despair at Carlton. He's also there for the good times, but I heard him on a rival station with a great mate of mine, Bruce Eva.
Yes.
After a recent debacle. I think it was the North Melbourne game. May have been the Port game. I think it was the North game. But nevertheless, it's cold in the bay at the moment. It's icy cold. And in the depths of Port Phillip Bay lurks a fish in the deep, cold waters. And this fish is circling prey. Good evening, Snapper.
Good evening, Finey, and good evening, Stevie J. Peake.
Good on
How
you,
are we, my brothers?
Very good, thank you.
That's good. Finey, I just want to start off the show by saying that I'm happy to cop criticism. I'll cop it on the chin, and I appreciate it because it puts me in a place where I look at myself and I go, well, where am I ranked amongst the supporters? Who likes me? Who doesn't? And there was on the opposite station before the game. Mary from the Cheer Squad had a dig at me, saying that I don't speak for the members. Well, I feel sorry for her because, in a way, I sort of don't, because on social media she's been ripped apart by supporters who actually say that at least I am not delusional. And as you know, boys, I am not delusional, and I call it as I see it, and I call it as it is, and I don't sugarcoat it. And unfortunately for Mary, she copped a berating and still is copping it because people have woken up and have realised that all this time what I've been saying has been spot on. And I'm going to move away from the coach. I've said my part with him. Now I move on to the players, the senior players, a la Doherty, Akers, TDK, $1.7 million man, whatever he's worth. take off that navy blue jumper and don't wear it ever again. Don't care how many games Docky's played for the club. I don't care what he's done for the club. It means nothing to me. It means absolutely nothing. Because what you're doing now is you're taking up a spot of a young lad by the name of either Lucas Cambriali or Ben Cambriali. You're taking up a spot, and I'd rather watch the kids give it a fair income crack, because he can't even hit a target from 15 metres out. Akers, just useless. A shadow of himself what he was in 2023. He was unbelievable in 2023. People are saying he was the hardest two-way runner in the league on the wing. He owned the wings. Where is he now? Gone missing. TDK, $1.7 million. Peternet tonight showed why he is the number one ruckman at Carlton. He was the best ruckman tonight. He killed Darcy Cameron, Peternet. He was unbelievable.
He didn't kill him. He didn't kill him, trust me.
You don't reckon, Finey?
No. Look, he fought hard, and he did the ruck work, and he played twice the game that TDK played, but he didn't kill Darcy Cameron. Anyhow, let's move on. I'll tell you this.
Well,
I'd say this about Blake Acres. In his early time at St Kilda, he was criticised for his ball usage. That improved when he went to Freo, and he was a really good pickup for Carlton there for a couple of seasons. Now he is getting on, and I guess hard running takes its toll. He's had a couple of injuries this season, but if I was sitting at the same Christmas table as Blake Acres, I wouldn't ask him to pass the gravy, because it'd end up all over me. He cannot deliver the ball. He's just shot. So, and Doherty had one of his kickouts from a point. He runs in and misses his teammate. I think it was Hollands, kicks it straight over his head. The ball comes back with interest, and it's a goal. So I can understand your frustration, Snapper. I would like to think that you've got some tolerance for some kids, because the boy, what was his name? Harry, is it O'Farrell or Harry?
O'Farrell. Yeah, O'Farrell.
I mean, he's not up to it yet, but he's a kid. He's worth trying. I saw things that I liked from Cowan tonight. I definitely saw things I liked from Moya tonight. So I guess at one end, and what you're saying is right, the kids need to be played.
Absolutely. And how long have I been calling you, Finey, for the last year? And I've been saying, Ashton Moya, play him. But no, can't get a game, because you've got Spuds running around, because Vossi loves them, his favourites, ahead of him. He comes in tonight on the big stage. Yeah, his stats aren't unbelievable, but his 1%ers were amazing. It was unbelievable. And we've been... If us supporters, members, can see this, why can't the coaching staff? Now, the next one we're begging for is Lemmy. 200-odd centimetre full forward. What's the harm in playing him? I really don't understand, and I hate, and I've said in the past, I hate when coaches say they're not quite ready yet. How do you know? How do you know they're not ready? I hate that word, they're not ready. Brendan Bolton said that about Harry Mackay, and guess what? Harry Mackay came in. Oh, he was more than ready. How do you know? Lemmy could have come in tonight. He would have put pressure on the Collingwood defence, because he's a tall target. How many times we run forward tonight? We looked up, there was no one there. There was no one sitting there. Curnow grew up playing a lot of time in the midfield. So if you bring in a player like Harry Lemmy and you say, listen here, son, you're a young lad, you're 200-odd centimetres. All I want you to do is stay in the forward 50, and we're going to give it to you on top of your head, and you can reach at your highest point. At his highest point is probably about, 250, 260 centimetres, if not more. Which defender's going to stop that? It's hard to. But he doesn't get a game. You know, people say Lucas Cambriali and Ben Cambriali aren't ready. How do you know?
Snap up. We're going to have to move on, because we've got a short burst tonight. We've got a lot of other callers. Off the text machine, just so you get a bit of a response. Snapper is a raving lunatic. Well, that's one opinion. But another opinion. You should listen to Snapper. He knows what he's talking about. And ask Snapper why it's not Doherty's fault that he gets selected. And that's 100% correct. Look, I don't think Doherty was Carlton's worst tonight. He was actually very good in the first quarter, but time's catching up with Doherty. It's very harsh to point a finger at a man who's had, 3 knees? Testicular cancer? I mean, this is a club now blooding youngsters. You do need some experience out there. You need some knowledge out there. I wouldn't be sticking the shiv into Sam Doherty. We're going to take a break, come back, more calls.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with standout homes. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
An important message from When insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of financial year sale may be over, but don't think I'm heading into retirement. Let me introduce you to the all-new 2026 Kia Tasman, the ultimate dual cab pickup with ultimate performance, comfort, and close to all-in-one ute. Starting prices around $42,990 plus on-road costs for the base model 4x2 model. Fully tested for durability. From the city streets to the red dust of Central Australia, full of grunt, strength and toughness. Cutting-edge technology backed up by Kia's 7-year warranty. Test drive at Alan Motors Pronto at Footscray. And ladies and gentlemen, Nance Mania has got a hold of me. Yeah, baby!
Thank you, Peaky. We're going to get straight back to callers. A couple of texts. This is a sobering thought for Carlton supporters. Here are the Pies who didn't play tonight. Degoe, Hill, Sidebottom, McCreary, Schultz and Frampton to come back into that side. There's going to be some unlucky players come finals time. You bet there are. Wow, that's a strong lineup of players to come back into a side. Oh, baby.
Should be good money.
Let's go to Mario in North Carlton. Good evening, Mario.
Very good evening, Viney and Stephen J. Pete from Alan Mans Kia and Toyota. I know it's short and sweet tonight, but let me just say one thing. Ground level MCC members, I was watching it. I even had the Sir Robert Gordon Menzies overcoat on. It was a bit cold down there tonight, walking up and down. I could not find Adam Cheru at all. The guy that looks like John Travolta, and he reminds me of Frank Marcazzani, weak as piss. More importantly, when is there going to be an executive decision made? Monday the 7th of July at 400 Royal Parade. Either Voss needs to be removed or Brad Lloyd. We cannot go on with this. This was ridiculous tonight, and you summed it up. And I'll tell you one thing, you just set it up just after the break, Viney. If Collingwood played a combined team against the 17 other teams of the AFL, they would knock them off by about 100 points. They are a class act, and more importantly, I'll leave you with this. How soon before the Australian government retire Usman Khawaja? That is ridiculous. A 40-year-old bloke opening the batting for Australia. There are plenty of kids coming through. And a very good afternoon or good evening to Rodney Malcolm Hogg, the greatest Test cricket player that played for this great country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario from North Carlton. Now, texts are flying through, but I will say this, to see some of the texts, to put them all together and give you a cross-section of what is coming through. Carlton supporters outraged, Collingwood supporters delighted. Collingwood supporters delighted to see Tom Mitchell back in the team, believes he's adding a string to their bow. And I'll say this, one off the text. Is Voss actually trying to commit coaching suicide? How can he pick Francis Evans and Orazio Fantasia when he knows that Carlton fans are completely sick and tired of watching those two men go around? You are flirting with danger, selection committee, match committee and coach, by continuing to pick players that have failed for the club, that have never won the hearts and minds of Carlton supporters. Yeah, pick Doherty, because he's a much-loved man at Carlton. But you're right, you pick Francis Evans and Fantasia, players clearly in their last season of AFL football, players who will not be picked up by another club. Don't bloody play them. Let's go to Marty in Melton. Good evening, Marty. Welcome to the party.
Morning, how you going, buddy?
Very well, thank you.
Hey, Marty.
Yeah, let me just, Mr. Peaky, how you going, buddy?
Thank you.
Can't believe you're still alive, mate. Anyway.
You're not alone.
You're doing well, mate. You're doing well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say, firstly, I'll just have a quick snapper that Pitnet compared to Cameron tonight. Pitnet was okay. He tried hard, but he wasn't in Cameron's league. Just have a look at the ratings and all the stats. And maybe he was as good as Chris was, as good as what Nick was. But anyway, that's two things. The quicker they give Voss, the worse it's going to be for the rest of the competition, because they might actually get a coach in that can coach and start making it a bit harder for us. So, but let me go on to the Pies, Viney.
Yep.
So, Mitchell, first game back, mate. I'm glad someone just texted him before. 26, 27, tough possessions, some tackles, just does what he does, gets the ball moving. Mate, he's going to be fresh as a daisy come the big time. I don't think people realise how good he was in that grand final a year and a half ago, mate.
All right, so I'll ask you the question. Let's say it comes down to a choice between Tom Mitchell, who's a certain type of player, small, inside type mid, good hands, good handballing, or a youngster, one of the young players, say Ed Allen, a much bigger bodied midfielder. Who would you go for?
1,000% come finals time, and from here on in, it's 1,000% Mitchell.
Okay.
Mate, we're here to win a second premiership in 3 years.
Yep.
And I'm not going to be nasty to Allen and Sullivan and these guys and Parker and the other kid that they played last week. Mate, they've all been, he's given them a go, and we're in a good position on the ladder and that. But come finals time, Viney, you just read out the 6 names. What happens, mate, Bobby, I don't know what's going on with him personally. No one's mentioning anything, but hopefully they're giving him a decent break now and he's sorting his stuff out and comes back being the Bobby that he's going to be. Schultz, before his injury and before his concussion, in between those like 5 or 6 games where he played 2 or 3 games, was starting to show us all exactly why we got him.
Yep.
Like Joey, let's not mention Joey, mate. The second best finals player in the last 7-8 years, mate. Behind Damien, behind Dusty. So, like, you know, Bo hasn't done nothing special yet. Collingwood, mate, if they play their cards right now, and these boys, there's 5 or 6 players, they're going to be fighting for positions. They're not going to want to get dropped in a final series. All the guns will come back, and all the guns will get their first crack. But one loss in a final or something like that, and they'll be out, mate, because Allen, look, Ronnie, I don't even think Long's safe. In all honesty, mate, I'm playing Mitchell before Long come finals time.
Wow.
Because I can rely on Mitchell. I can rely on Mitchell to give me 25, mate.
Marty, you'll be playing Ned Long. He's been there all season. The one thing about bringing these players back, and McRae's a fantastic coach, they will be staggered back into the side. They won't all come back at the same time, and they'll be integrated back in the team. Collingwood is now in the beautiful position of being able to cruise to the end of the season. They'll be resting players along the way. You'll see Pendlebury won't play every game, obviously, between now and the end of the year. There's a chance Nick Dacos might not play every game between now and the end of the year, because it's, and when I say end of the year, I'm talking about end of the home and away season, because it won't be necessary. There'll be an opportunity to work 30 players through that squad between now and the end of the season. And by that point in time, we'll get a very clear picture of who should be in and who shouldn't be in. Thanks a lot for the call. Let's go to Phil in Epping. Are you there, Phil?
Hey, how you going?
You're very good, thanks.
I just wanted to say, unlucky to all the Carlton fans. It's great to see them suffering. Another rebuild on the books, looks like it, so unlucky. And unlucky to that first caller having a sook. Just wanted to say how good we're rolling, and mate, I think a lot of the callers have already hit the ball on the nose of saying, well, our players coming back. That's what I was going to bring up, how hard it's going to be for all these players like Schultz and who else is coming back?
DeGoey.
You still got DeGoey to come back.
Bobby Hill.
You know, Bobby Hill.
Steel side bottom.
Steel sided, yeah.
Bo McCreary.
Yeah, it's
Billy Frampton.
Considering at the start of the year, everyone was writing us off as the old man group. Now watching us roll. So to everyone out there, enjoy the ride. Unlucky Carlton, Pies for this year, mate. Thanks, Finey.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to give you a quick health update for tempo. The difference is tempo. North Melbourne had 2 injuries out of last night's game with the Western Bulldogs. Luke Davies-Uniacke suffered a concussion, and we're not quite sure what Tristan Cherry had, but there was something. And, of course, tonight, Carlton's best player, Zach Williams, came off after the three-quarter time break, or during three-quarter time, he was very good tonight, Zach Williams. Kicked 2 goals early, kicked another lovely snap in the third quarter, and actually gave them some drive out of the middle. You could not knock him in any shape or form, but such as Carlton's terrible luck at the moment that he came off with knee soreness, having hurt his knee, but doesn't look to be one of the more serious injuries he's had in his career, and hopefully just precautionary. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more of your calls as we head towards midnight, and live cricket action from Granada.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Dreading the cold and dreary winter evenings? Not anymore. Come home to your perfect environment with Panasonic Air Conditioning and Comfort Cloud. Panasonic's Comfort Cloud lets you set your air conditioning temperature from your phone anywhere, warming your house so it's perfect when you get back. Plus, minimize colds and flus with Panasonic's Nano X technology, actively inhibiting bacteria and viruses in your home. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Nano X not available on all models. Results are not instant.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs. Or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Did you know
know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hear ye, the town crier is back to alert you to all of the great deals at Alan Mance Motors. The biggest and the best in new and used car deals, over 13 different brands, including Chery, GM, SV, Chevrolet, Hyundai, Isuzu, Jeep, KGM, SsangYong, Kia, LDV, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Ram, Renault and Suzuki. So don't pontificate, don't procrastinate and don't hyperventilate. And remember, Mance Mania has got a hold of me. Yeah, baby!
Thank you, Stephen. Off the text machine, could you please answer this question, which to me, a Carlton supporter, demonstrates where we are at. Question: how many Carlton players would get a game in the Collingwood side? So going from tonight's team, I would say 3 definitely. Wiedering, there would certainly be a spot for that key defender. He's a quality player. Of course, Cripps would make the Collingwood side if you believe there's a spot for Tom Mitchell. I mean, it's not even worth discussing. Of course, Cripps and most certainly Charlie Curnow would. We know that he's in a trough of form at the moment, but it's a rare trough in an excellent career. And even tonight, we saw him stretching, heading down the ground, taking marks. And remember, he's been a fantastic recruit from Collingwood, but no fair-minded person would say that Memory would be picked before Curnow. And that would go for McStay and Myercheck as well. Together, they're a fantastic trio and working brilliantly at Collingwood. But yes, 3 definites, and maybe only a couple of maybes. Maybe George Hewitt, because I'm sure at Collingwood, George Hewitt would be as valuable as a Harry Perryman or somebody like that. And on his form tonight, Zach Williams, who I've been critical of, but certainly at his best, he would add something to the Collingwood lineup, but he would need to stay fit and play like he did tonight. Let's go to Connor in Castlemaine. Good evening, Connor.
Hello, Finey. Hello, Peaky. How are you, Jen?
Very well, thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm a very happy Collingwood supporter. Always good to beat the Blues, especially by near 10 goals. I'll be very quick, as you've got important duties afterwards. Quick question. You've obviously gone through the guys that are coming back in, due to come back in.
Yep.
I'm not 100% sure on Mitchell yet, because Ned Long has built up a really good body of work this year.
Bloody oath.
So if you're in the selection committee and it goes towards to Goey, do you play him in the reserves for 1 to 2 weeks and then get him into the senior team, or do you just bring him straight back in?
I would give him a game in the VFL. I think just one game, just something to sharpen his skills upon, because his early form this year for Collingwood hasn't been devastating prior to the injury. So let him earn his spot in the team. He will do that. He's a match winner and a game changer. But, I don't think there's any need to rush him back into the side. Players that obviously come straight back into Steele Sidebottom. Bobby Hill comes straight back into that team. I think McCreary adds something immeasurable into that side. It's not possessions, it's not just the tackles. We know he's a tackling machine and tough, but it's also the space he creates for others. So he comes straight back into the side. Frampton comes back into the team, certainly depending on the opponents. If Carlton had both tall forwards tonight, Frampton would have been missed. But they were able to easily cover the fact that Carlton had a dearth of small forwards because Curnow was playing so far from home. But, we wait to see. We certainly wait to see. And Lockie Schultz is a certainty. He comes back in the team. So there's a few guys that miss out. I will say this, that there is a player, to me, that epitomises the difference between Collingwood this season and Collingwood last year. and that is Isaac Quaynor. Now, we know previously in the premiership season, Quaynor had built up a great resume of football and was an all-Australian footballer. Post that time, last year, Quaynor was a bit fumbly, a bit less sure of himself, and a little bit of a minister without portfolio. But McRae has again got him playing fantastic football. I thought he was brilliant tonight, Quaynor. Sure-handed, decisive, and brilliant judgment in estimating where the ball would end up in the Collingwood backline. His resurgence sums up Collingwood. They are a great team. Watch this space and listen to this station for live cricket after midnight.
Come into Alamance Kia Footscray to test drive the all-new Tasman Ute. It's unbelievable.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.